Chapter 1, Great Shame, System Activation. At Jinling University, the afternoon sun is shining brightly. People are coming and going on Wutong Road in front of the library, full of youthful atmosphere. However, this tranquility and beauty was completely broken by a sharp and harsh female voice. Lin Feng, let's break up. Zhou Qian crossed her arms, her pretty face filled with disgust and impatience. Looking at the boy in front of her who was wearing a washed-out t-shirt and old jeans, her eyes were filled with undisguised contempt. Lin Feng's heart suddenly sank, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer, and the blood on his face instantly faded. Qian, why? Aren't we fine? His voice was a little trembling, with a hint of disbelief. All right? Zhou Qian sneered, her voice rising a few notes, attracting the attention of the students passing by. Lin Feng, wake up. Look at what you look like now. The total value of your entire body is no more than 200 yuan. What was your gift for my birthday this semester? A broken doll. Do you know what Zhao Kai gave me? The latest Chanel bag. How can you compare with him? As she spoke, she deliberately straightened the exquisite leather bag with the double C logo on it in front of her chest, which sparkled with an expensive luster in the sun. Next to her, a boy wearing trendy brand clothes and a famous watch on his wrist put his arm around Zhou Qian's waist at the right time. He was Zhao Kai, a famous rich second generation in the school. He looked at Lin Feng with a playful smile on his face. Qian is right, Lin Feng. Zhao Kai said frivolously, his tone full of superiority. People should know their own limitations. How much is your monthly living expenses? 15,000? Not even enough for a meal. If you can't give Qian the life she wants, don't waste her time. He took out the car key and turned it around on his finger. The blue sky and white clouds logo of BMW on it was particularly eye-catching. See? My dad just bought me a 5 Series, which cost nearly 700,000 yuan. What about you? You'll be lucky if you can find a job with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan after graduation, right? How can you support Qian? The eyes around him were like needles piercing Lin Feng, and the whispers were like a tide. Isn't that Lin Feng from the computer science department? I heard he's quite poor. His girlfriend Zhou Qian is the most beautiful girl in the school. I heard that she is close to Zhao Kai. TSK, being dumped in public, how miserable. No way, this is the reality. What's the point of dating if you don't have money? Lin Feng felt his mind go blank, humiliation, anger, and unwillingness rolled in his chest like magma. He remembered that when he and Zhou Qian first got together, she once said that she didn't care about his family background, she only liked him as a person. Those sweet vows seemed to be just yesterday, but now they have become the most ironic joke. He looked at Zhou Qian nestling in Zhao Kai's arms with a matter-of-fact look, and looked at Zhao Kai's boastful face, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. He wanted to refute, wanted to roar, but when he opened his mouth, he found that his throat seemed to be blocked and he couldn't say a word. Yes, what can he compare with? He is just a child from an ordinary working-class family. His parents save money to send him to college. He can't even afford to buy himself a nice piece of clothing. How can he possibly satisfy Zhou Qian's growing vanity? Reality was like a loud slap in the face. The huge sense of shame and powerlessness almost overwhelmed him, and he felt that his world was collapsing. Is it that being poor means that one deserves to have his dignity trampled on like this? Just when Lin Feng felt that he was about to suffocate and his spirit was on the verge of collapse, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is suffering from great mental stimulation, and the emotional fluctuations have reached the threshold, meeting the binding conditions. Unlimited rebate system is being activated. 1%, 10%, 50%, 99%, 100%. Ding! The unlimited rebate system has been activated successfully. Lin Feng was shocked, thinking he was hallucinating. System? What the hell? Did he read too many novels? But the sound was unusually clear and didn't seem like an illusion. Host, Lin Feng. System function, the host can obtain random cash rebates through any form of consumption. Initial limit, daily spending limit is 1,000 renminbi. Initial rebate rate, 110 times randomly. Current account balance, 0 yuan system account. A series of information poured into Lin Feng's mind like a data stream, clear and understandable. He was stunned, his heart beating uncontrollably. Can I get cash back for spending? Can I earn money by spending money? And the odds are random, up to 10 times? Is this true? Lin Feng looked at Zhou Qian and Zhao Kai, who were still being affectionate with each other as if they were acting in an idle drama in front of him, and felt the sympathetic, mocking or gloating eyes around him. Suddenly, a faint but hot flame ignited in his originally cold and desperate heart. If this system is real, is there any possibility for his life to turn around? He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to get entangled with this couple. The most important thing was to verify the authenticity of this system. Lin Feng stopped looking at them and straightened his hunched back. Although his face was still pale, there was a strange light in his eyes. He did not say anything harsh or argue anymore. He just looked at Zhou Qian deeply, then turned around, squeezed through the crowd, and quietly left this place where he had suffered humiliation. Zhao Kai looked at Lin Feng's departing back and wanted to say a few more sarcastic words, but was stopped by Zhou Qian. For some reason, she felt inexplicably uneasy when she saw Lin Feng's last look. At this moment, Lin Feng had only one thought in his mind: find a place and try out this so-called unlimited rebate system immediately. His steps became faster and faster, with a hint of urgency and anticipation of escaping a desperate situation. The future might really be different. Chapter 2, First Rebate, 10 times the surprise. Lin Feng quickly left the Wutong Road in front of the library, a place full of humiliation and ridicule. He did not return to the dormitory, but went straight to a vending machine in the corner of the campus that was rarely visited. His heart was beating fast and his palms were sweaty. The clear system interface in my mind is still there, and all the data is clearly displayed. Host, Lin Feng. System function, consumption rebate. Daily consumption limit, 1,000 yuan. Current consumption amount, 0 yuan. Rebate rate, 110 times randomly. System account balance, 0 yuan. Is it true? Can you really get cashback just by spending money? Lin Feng licked his chapped lips and fumbled in his pocket for a long time before pulling out a few crumpled coins and an equally crumpled 5 yuan note. This was all the cash he had on him, which added up to less than 10 yuan. It's really ironic. Just now Zhao Kai was showing off the 700,000 yuan BMW his father bought for him, while Lin Feng had to think twice before buying a bottle of better drink. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng decided to make the first attempt. He chose the cheapest item in the vending machine, a bottle of mineral water for 2 yuan. With trembling hands, he put 2 1 yuan coins into the coin slot. With a clang, the mineral water fell down. Almost at the same time, the cold mechanical voice in my mind sounded again. Ding! The host has spent 2 renminbi. Rebate rate determination in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering 5 times rebate. Get a rebate of 10 yuan. The rebate has been automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card account ending in XXXX, please check it. Lin Feng was shocked and suddenly took out his old mobile phone, which he had used for more than 3 years and had several cracks on the screen. His fingers were out of control due to excitement and he entered the wrong unlock password several times. Finally opened the bank app and refreshed the balance. The account balance, which was originally only a few cents, suddenly became 10.xx yuan. Really? It really arrived. Lin Feng's eyes widened, his heart pounding as if it was about to jump out of his throat. A huge wave of ecstasy instantly overwhelmed the previous humiliation and despair, making him so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot. He tightly grasped the bottle of mineral water and checked the balance on his mobile phone several times to make sure he was not seeing things. It's true. This unlimited rebate system is real. Spend 2 yuan and get 10 yuan in rebate. Net profit 8 yuan. Although it was only $10, it was like a windfall for Lin Feng at the moment. More importantly, it proved the authenticity of the system and proved that his life had unlimited possibilities. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Feng decided to conduct a second verification. He needed to be 100% sure that this was not a coincidence. This time, he took out 8 yuan from the 10 yuan he had just earned and bought a piece of bread from the vending machine, which was his lunch for the day. Ding! The host has spent 8 renminbi. Rebate rate determination in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have triggered a 3x rebate. You will receive a rebate of 24 renminbi. The rebate has been automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card account ending in XXXX, please check it. Lin Feng couldn't wait to refresh the bank app again. The balance has increased from 2.xx 10 yuan rebate 8 yuan consumption to 26.xx yuan. Success again. 2 purchases, 2 rebates. 15x, 13x. Lin Feng could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy. He grinned and laughed silently, but his eyes were a little moist. He remembered Zhou Qian's disgusted face, Zhao Kai's condescending face, and the sympathetic yet mocking eyes of the people around him. Fuck poverty. Fuck ridicule. I have a system. From today on, Lin Feng's life will be completely rewritten. He glanced at the system interface and found that there was still 990 yuan left for today's spending 1,028. Calm down, Lin Feng, calm down. Lin Feng said to himself in his heart. Although there is a system, the initial limit is only 1,000 yuan, and the rebate rate is also random. If you want to accumulate wealth quickly, you still need to plan well. First of all, you need more capital. Now I only have more than 20 yuan in my hand. Even if I trigger a high rebate every time, the base is too small and the income is limited. He must find a way to use this limited quota and funds to gain greater benefits. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented light. He was no longer the poor boy who was inferior, cowardly, and could only be humiliated by others. Zhou Qian, Zhao Kai, just wait for me. Today you ignored me and trampled on my dignity with money. It won't be long before I let you know what true wealth is. I will make you pay for what you did today. Lin Feng picked up the bottle of mineral water and bread and ate them in big mouthfuls. Although it was just the simplest food, he felt full of strength. The road ahead is still long, but at this moment, he is full of unprecedented fighting spirit and hope. The road to counterattack begins here. Chapter 3, Luck Blessing Scratch Lottery to make a small profit. With a huge sum of more than 20 yuan in his hand and a daily spending limit of 990 yuan left in the system, Lin Feng began to seriously think about how to maximize his profits. Go shopping directly? Yes, but the efficiency is too low. For example, if you buy a piece of clothing for a few hundred yuan, even if you trigger a 10x rebate, it will only be a few thousand yuan. Although it is not a small amount, it is still far from the goal in his mind. He needed a faster way to accumulate initial capital. Money makes money, Lin Feng muttered to himself, his eyes roaming around the campus. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a small stall not far from the school gate, a welfare lottery sales point. Buy lottery tickets? Lin Feng's heart moved. As we all know, lottery is a waste of money, and the probability of winning the jackpot is lower than being struck by lightning. But now he has a system. Buying lottery tickets itself is a consumption behavior and can also trigger rebates. Moreover, what if he wins? Even if it is not a jackpot of several million, winning a few thousand or a few hundred is a considerable amount of starting capital for him now. What's more, the system's rebates are real, and buying lottery tickets can at least break even, or even make a small profit. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and walked quickly towards the lottery sales point. The sales point mainly sells sports lottery tickets and some instant scratch-off tickets. Lin Feng knows nothing about football lottery, so his eyes naturally fall on those colorful scratch-off tickets. The denominations range from 5 yuan, 10 yuan, and 20 yuan. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to test the waters first. He took out the rebate money from his pocket and bought 5 10 times good luck scratch tickets with a face value of 10 yuan. Young man, why not try your luck? I wish you win the jackpot. The stall owner was an amiable middle-aged man. He smiled and handed over the lottery ticket and a small bamboo piece specially used for scratching lottery tickets. Lin Feng paid 50 yuan. Ding! The host has spent 50 renminbi. Rebate rate determination in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering a 2x rebate. Get a rebate of 100 renminbi. The rebate has been automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card account ending in XXXX, please check it. Get your money back first. Lin Feng was delighted. He took the lottery ticket to the open space next to him, found a corner, squatted down, and started scratching the lottery tickets. His heart beat faster. After all, this was related to his first pot of gold. The first one, scratch off the coding, thank you for your patronage. The second one says, thank you for your patronage. On the third one, I scratched out a 10 sign and won 10 yuan. The fourth one says, thank you for your patronage. Lin Feng's heart sank, there was only one card left. Could it be that his luck was not good today? He took a deep breath and carefully scraped the coded area of the last lottery ticket with a bamboo stick. First, scratch the winning number area, which is the number 18. He then began to scratch the my number area below. The first number, 05. The second number, 23. The third number is 11. I scratched several numbers in a row, but none of them matched 18. Lin Feng's heart almost sank. There is only one number left. He held his breath and scraped it slowly. The outline of the number gradually appeared, first a 1, then an 8. It's 18. I won. Lin Feng was cheered up and quickly scratched the bonus area below 18. After a symbol, the number that follows is 1,000. $1,000. Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly and his breathing became faster. I won. I really won $1,000. He confirmed it several times, and yes, it was 1,000 yuan. Great. This is just what I need. Adding the 100 yuan rebate just now, and the 10 yuan and 1,000 yuan winnings, and deducting the principal of 50 yuan, he made a net profit of 1,060 yuan. He now has more than 1,000 yuan in cash available. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement, walked back to the lottery stall, and handed the 2 winning lottery tickets to the stall owner. Boss, redeem the prize. The stall owner took the lottery ticket, scanned it with the machine, and nodded with a smile. Okay, young man, you're lucky, you won 1,010 yuan. He deftly counted out a stack of brand new bills from the drawer and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the money and felt it was heavy. This was the first time in his life that he had so much cash. With this money, plus the daily quota of the system, he has much more room for maneuver. He walked towards the dormitory in a good mood. As soon as he reached the downstairs of the dormitory building, he met his roommate and best friend Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang is, as his name suggests, with a round figure, a simple and honest character, and is one of Lin Feng's few true friends in college. Crazy. Where have you been? You didn't even answer the phone. When Fatty Wang saw Lin Feng, he immediately ran over with a worried look on his face. I heard that you and Zhou Qian were at the entrance of the library. He observed Lin Feng's expression carefully. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart, patted the fat man on the shoulder, and said with a forced smile, It's okay, Fatty, it's done if we split it up, a forced melon is not sweet. Fatty Wang was relieved to see that he didn't seem too sad, but he was still indignant. That couple is too much. They humiliated you in public. No, I can't swallow this. Wait, lunatic, I'll find some friends to put Zhao Kai in a sack. Lin Feng quickly pulled the impulsive fat man back and said with a smile, All right, Fatty, it's not worth it. It's not worth getting angry at that kind of person. Now that he had the system, his perspective was different. It was a waste of time to get angry with a clown like Zhao Kai. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, and he had plenty of opportunities to make Zhao Kai pay the price. By the way, madman, what are you holding in your hand? Fatty Wang had sharp eyes and saw the small stack of money in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng was prepared. He shook the money in his hand and said with a smile, Oh, I just bought a scratch lottery ticket. I was lucky and won 1,000 yuan. Come on, I'll buy you some water. Fuck. Is this true? Your luck has changed. Fatty Wang exclaimed in surprise, hugging Lin Feng's neck, Great, lunatic. Your luck has improved after the breakup? Come on, I have to rip you off. Lin Feng responded with a smile, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The reason of winning the scratch lottery ticket could just explain his sudden extra money and temporarily cover up the existence of the system. The secret of the system cannot be told to anyone now, including your best brother. The two of them walked towards the store arm in arm, and Lin Feng felt extremely relaxed. With the first pot of gold, his road to counterattack can finally be officially accelerated. Chapter 4, 1,000 yuan mobile phone, 100 times rebate. After winning a scratch lottery prize of 1,000 yuan, plus the system rebate, Lin Feng now has more than 1,100 yuan in cash available. Although this amount of money is not much, it is already a considerable amount of starting capital for him. The most urgent task is to make effective use of this money in today's remaining system consumption quota 940 yuan left. What should I buy? Lin Feng's eyes fell on his old mobile phone which he had used for more than 3 years and had several spider web cracks on the screen. This phone not only lags badly and is slow to respond, but also looks shabby, which makes him feel a little inferior every time he takes it out. Especially when he thinks that Zhou Qian and Zhao Kai are using the latest Apple and Huawei flagships, it looks even more shabby in comparison. Replace it. Lin Feng made up his mind. A good mobile phone can not only improve efficiency, but also be the first step to change your image and enhance your self-confidence. More importantly, consumption itself can bring rebates. His current funds plus the remaining balance are just enough to buy a domestic mobile phone for around 1,000 yuan. Just do it. Lin Feng and Fatty Wang found an excuse to separate and headed straight for the mobile phone store near the school. The store was crowded with people, and there were a dazzling array of mobile phones of various brands. The shopping guide came up to him enthusiastically and asked him what he needed. "I want to buy a mobile phone for around 1,000 yuan, with a good price-performance ratio." Lin Feng directly stated his budget and requirements. The shopping guide looked at him. Although Lin Feng was still dressed casually, he looked confident and did not look like he was just browsing casually. So she began to introduce the products enthusiastically. "Handsome guy, at this price, I recommend you to take a look at these domestically made models, such as Redmi, Honor, and Realme. They all have very good configurations and are definitely enough for daily use." Lin Feng was not particularly knowledgeable about mobile phones, but he knew that these brands had good reputations in the 1,000 yuan phone market. He carefully compared the appearance, configuration and user reviews of several models, and finally chose a newly released Redmi Note series phone. It had a stylish appearance, a powerful processor, and good camera. The price was 998 yuan, which was just within his budget and could maximize the use of today's spending quota. "This is the one I have. Please help me get a new one." "Okay, handsome, please wait a moment." The shopping guide went to the warehouse to pick up the goods quickly. Soon, a brand new mobile phone box was placed in front of Lin Feng. He turned it on and checked the product, and everything was normal. Lin Feng took out his bank card and prepared to pay. He deliberately deposited the winning cash into the bank card so that the consumption record would be clearer and the system settlement would be more convenient. Swipe the card and enter the password. Ding! The host has spent 998 renminbi. Rebate rate determination in progress. Beep beep. Warning. Ultra-high energy fluctuation detected. Triggering a special critical strike event. Ding. Congratulations to the host, triggering a 100-fold rebate and receiving a rebate of 99,800 renminbi. The rebate has been automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card account ending in XXXX, please check it. What? Lin Feng's brain buzzed and he almost thought he had heard it wrong. 100 times rebate? Isn't the maximum value 10 times? How can it be triggered to be 100 times? He was stunned for a moment, his heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand, and then it started beating wildly, and blood rushed to his head. 99,800 yuan. Nearly $100,000. It arrived just like that? He subconsciously looked at the system interface. Host, Lin Feng. Today's consumption amount, 1,000 yuan. Today's consumption amount, 1,000 yuan 50 plus 998, the excess amount is not counted. Rebate rate, this time a special critical hit is triggered, 100 times. System account balance, 99,800 yuan only for this rebate. Bank card balance, 100xxx yuan. The specific value may vary slightly due to the initial balance and previous rebate. Looking at the long string of numbers on the bank card balance, and the 10 in front representing 100,000, Lin Feng felt his breathing become hot. 100,000 yuan. He had never seen so much money in his life. Just by buying a mobile phone for less than 1,000 yuan, I received a direct rebate of nearly 100,000 yuan. This system is too outrageous. Handsome guy? Handsome guy? The salesperson's voice brought Lin Feng back from his great shock. Oh, it's okay. Lin Feng pretended to be calm, put away his mobile phone and bank card, and tried his best to make his voice less trembling. Please keep your phone. You can come over at any time if you have any questions. The shopping guide said with a smile. Okay, thank you. Lin Feng nodded, turned, and left the counter. He felt like he was walking on clouds, and the brand new Redmi phone in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. This is not a mobile phone, it's a money printing machine. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his excitement. Don't show off your wealth, especially in such a public place. He lowered his head and walked quickly towards the entrance of the hypermarket, trying to find a deserted place to calm down. However, what you fear will come to you. As soon as he reached the door, he ran into the two people he least wanted to see right now, Zhou Qian and Zhao Kai. The two seemed to have just come in from outside. Zhao Kai was holding a few shopping bags with luxury brand logos printed on them, while Zhou Qian was holding his arm affectionately with a satisfied smile on her face. When they saw Lin Feng, both of them were stunned. Zhou Qian's gaze immediately fell on the brand new mobile phone box in Lin Feng's hand. A trace of contempt flashed in her eyes, and then she curled her lips. Zhao Kai even sneered, "Hey, Lin Feng? You really changed your phone? What brand did you buy? Redmi? Ah, it really is a phone for losers. Shanqian, why did you fall for this kind of stuff before?" Zhou Qian cooperated by showing a look of disgust and leaned closer to Zhao Kai's arms. "Who knows? We are young and ignorant. Unlike you, Brother Kai, you know how to buy the best for me." She also deliberately shook the shopping bag in her hand. Lin Feng looked at the ugly faces of this pair of dogs who were singing the same tune. In the past, he would definitely be so angry that he would tremble all over, or he would not be able to help but go up to argue with them. But now, he felt unusually calm and even wanted to laugh. "Do you see? Redmi? He now has 100,000 yuan in cash in his bank card. And all this is just the beginning. Getting angry with these two idiots who have narrow vision and can only recognize luxury goods logos? It's a waste of time." Lin Feng raised a faint arc at the corner of his mouth. He was too lazy to pay attention to them and walked past the two of them without even looking at them. The indifference and calmness in his eyes, as if he was looking at two insignificant clowns, made Zhao Kai and Zhou Qian feel uncomfortable. "Hey! Lin Feng! What's that attitude of yours?" Zhao Kai felt that his sense of superiority was challenged, and shouted at Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng walked straight out of the hypermarket without stopping or looking back, blending into the sunshine and crowd outside. He had only one thought in his mind: now that he had gotten the 100,000 yuan, the next step was to plan how to make the money make more money and how to make those who looked down on him fall out of their eyes. Chapter 5, Image Transformation, A New Look. With a huge sum of 100,000 yuan in his bank card, Lin Feng felt that the whole world was different. He walked with a breeze and his back was straight. However, he quickly calmed down. Although 100,000 yuan is not a small amount, in this materialistic society, especially in the eyes of the truly wealthy, it may only be the money for a meal or a bag. If you want to make a real comeback and make snobs like Zhou Qian and Zhao Kai regret it, this amount of money is far from enough. The most urgent task, in addition to continuing to accumulate wealth by utilizing system rebates, is to change the image. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. He used to be poor and had no money to dress up. He always wore washed-out t-shirts and jeans, and he was too lazy to take care of his hair. He looked sloppy and listless. No wonder Zhou Qian disliked him. Now that I have money, I can no longer be like before. A good appearance can not only enhance self-confidence, but also be a stepping stone to enter a higher-level social circle in the future. The next morning, the system's daily spending limit was refreshed. Maybe it's because of the 100x critical hit yesterday, today's limit was directly increased from 1,000 yuan to 3,000 yuan. Lin Feng was delighted. This was simply a pillow given to him when he was sleepy. He decided to use the 3,000 yuan credit limit to give himself a complete image makeover today. First stop, the barber shop. Lin Feng did not go to the 10 yuan quick haircut shop in front of the school, but instead found a hair salon that looked more upscale and had trendy decoration. "Hello, what kind of hairstyle do you want?" A stylishly dressed teacher Tony greeted us enthusiastically. "I don't have any specific ideas. Just help me design one that suits me and makes me look energetic and capable," Lin Feng said as he sat in a comfortable chair, looking at himself in the mirror with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes. "Okay, leave it to me." Teacher Tony carefully observed Lin Feng's face shape and hair quality, and quickly came up with a plan. The whole process of cutting, washing, blow-drying and styling took more than an hour. When Lin Feng looked at the mirror again, he couldn't help but be stunned. Is the person in the mirror still him? His hair, which was a bit too long, was trimmed neatly, revealing his full forehead and clear facial features. The hairstylist also styled his hair a little, making it look fashionable but not ostentatious. He looked much more refreshed, and the depression between his eyebrows caused by long-term inferiority complex also dissipated a lot. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Teacher Tony asked with a smile. "Very satisfied, thank you," Lin Feng said sincerely. Checked out, the total cost was 188 yuan. Ding! The host has spent 188 renminbi. Rebate rate determination in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have triggered a 3x rebate. You have received a rebate of 564 renminbi. The rebate has been automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card account ending in XXXX. The money came back, and he made a small profit. Lin Feng was in a happier mood. After getting a haircut, the next step is buying clothes. Lin Feng went straight to the shopping mall in the city center. He did not choose those luxury brands that cost thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, because they did not fit his current status and were too eye-catching. His target was some light luxury brands or fast fashion brands with good design and texture. He walked into a men's clothing store that was quite popular among young people. The clothes inside were of novel styles and relatively moderately priced, ranging from a few hundred to over 1,000. Following the shopping guide's advice, Lin Feng picked out several sets of clothes in different styles. A well-fitting casual suit paired with a simple solid color shirt is suitable for slightly formal occasions. A few nice quality t-shirts and polo shirts for everyday wear. 2 pairs of slim-fitting slacks and 1 pair of jeans. A pair of versatile white shoes and a pair of brown casual leather shoes. Lin Feng's figure was originally tall and well-proportioned, but it was previously covered up by baggy old clothes. Now that he had put on these well-tailored clothes, his temperament instantly improved by several levels. In the mirror, he has an upright posture and a handsome face. Although he is still childish, he already has a sense of calmness and confidence. Even the shopping guide couldn't help but admire, "Handsome guy, with your figure and temperament, you look good in anything you wear." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then bought all the clothes he had chosen. The total cost was 2,800 yuan, almost using up today's spending limit. Ding! The host has spent 2,800 renminbi. Rebate rate determination in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering 4 times the rebate. Receive a rebate of 11,200 renminbi. The rebate has been automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card account ending in XXXX. Another 10,000 yuan has arrived. Lin Feng's bank card balance has exceeded 110,000. After changing into a new outfit and throwing away the old clothes, Lin Feng walked out of the mall carrying the shopping bags. The sun shone on him, and he felt extremely comfortable. He could feel the gazes of passers-by, no longer the pity or contempt they used to have, but appreciation and curiosity. This feeling is great. The external changes also greatly boosted his inner self. He was no longer the timid, self-abased and sensitive Lin Feng. The dual improvement in wealth and image filled him with unprecedented confidence and courage. He took out his newly bought Redmi phone, the screen lit up, and the smooth operating interface made him happy. Next, it's time to go back to school. He was looking forward to seeing what expressions his classmates, especially Su Wanner, would have when they saw his brand new self. As for Zhou Qian and Zhao Kai? Oh, just wait and see. The good show has just begun. Chapter 6, Returning to School and Meeting the School Beauty Su Wanner for the first time. When Lin Feng appeared on the Jinling University campus with a brand new look, he immediately caused quite a stir. He was wearing a simple white polo shirt, khaki slim-fit slacks, a pair of clean white shoes, and his hair was neatly styled. He looked sunny and handsome, and his temperament was completely different from the poor boy who wore a washed-out t-shirt and had messy hair. The first person to be stunned was Fatty Wang, who lived in the same dormitory. Fuck! You lunatic! Did you go to Korea for plastic surgery or were you possessed by aliens? Fatty Wang circled around Lin Feng several times, his eyes wide open like bells. You are really good. You won $1,000 yesterday, and today you upgraded your outfit? This outfit is not cheap, is it? Lin Feng laughed and punched the fat man. What nonsense are you talking about? I just changed my clothes and got a haircut. That's all? The effect is amazing. Fatty Wang exclaimed in amazement. Seriously, if you hadn't spoken, I almost didn't recognize him. He's much more handsome than that Zhao Kai. It's not just Fatty Wang. When Lin Feng walks on campus, people turn their heads to look at him. The classmates who knew him cast surprised and inquiring looks at him, and whispers were heard everywhere. Look! Isn't that Lin Feng? How come he has changed so much? Really? I heard yesterday that he was dumped by Zhou Qian, but today he seems like a completely different person. This suit looks nice, it doesn't look cheap. Where did he get the money? Isn't it true that I won the jackpot? TSK, I think he is just trying to show off. Maybe he borrowed money to buy it. Various discussions reached Lin Feng's ears, including envy, jealousy, and sour doubts. Lin Feng didn't care about it at all, and even enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He just wanted everyone to see his changes. In the anonymous section of the campus forum and some class WeChat groups, posts and discussions about Lin Feng became rich overnight? And poor loser turned into a male god? Quickly increased, and Lin Feng became a new hot topic on campus. Since he had no classes in the afternoon, Lin Feng planned to go to the library to read some books. On the one hand, he wanted to enrich himself, and on the other hand, he also wanted to plan how to invest and increase the value of the funds in his hands. Although it was great to rely on the system rebate, it was ultimately passive income, and he needed to build his own blood-making ability. The library is very quiet and filled with the faint scent of books. Lin Feng found a seat by the window and sat down. He had just taken out a few books on financial investment and internet entrepreneurship from the bookshelf and was about to read them when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar and beautiful figure out of the corner of his eye. It's Su Wan. She was wearing a light blue dress, with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She was holding a few books and walking quietly past the bookshelf next to her, looking for an empty seat. The afternoon sun shone through the window onto her, casting a soft halo on her fair skin and delicate profile, making her as beautiful as a painting. She is worthy of being the recognized school beauty, her temperament is so outstanding. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. At this moment, perhaps because the books in her arms were too heavy, Su Wanner didn't hold it firmly, and the top book slipped down, fell to the ground with a plop, and hit her foot. Oh! Su Wanner cried softly and bent down to pick it up. Lin Feng stood up almost subconsciously and walked over quickly. Let me help you. He bent down first and picked up the fallen principles of economics. Thank you. Su Wanner raised her head and was about to say thank you, but when she saw that it was Lin Feng, a hint of obvious surprise flashed in her clear eyes. The boy in front of her was dressed neatly and decently, had a neat hairstyle, and a gentle smile on his face. He was completely different from the Lin Feng in her impression, who always kept his head down and was a little taciturn. Is it you? Su Wanner asked uncertainly. Lin Feng handed the book to her and said with a smile, It's me, Lin Feng. We met once before, do you remember? Su Wanner took the book, her fair cheeks slightly flushed, and nodded, Yeah, I remember. Thank you for helping me pick up the book last time. She was referring to the little episode at the library door a few days ago. It's just a piece of cake. Lin Feng smiled, his eyes fell on the thick pile of books in her arms. Isn't it heavy for you to carry so many books? Have you found a place for them? Fortunately, I'm looking for it. Su Wanner said softly, and her eyes unconsciously looked at Lin Feng a few more times. Lin Feng in front of her had not only changed a lot in appearance, but also in his entire mental outlook. His eyes were bright and full of confidence, completely different from his previous depressed look. This made her very curious. There's an empty seat over there. If you don't mind, you can sit there. Lin Feng pointed to his window seat. Su Wanner hesitated for a moment, but looking at Lin Feng's honest and friendly eyes, she nodded, Okay, thank you. The two walked side by side to their seats, attracting the attention of many students in the library. After all, Su Wanner was the goddess in the eyes of many boys, and it was rare to see her so close to a boy. Lin Feng helped Su Wanner put the book on the table, and they sat opposite each other. After a short silence, Su Wanner couldn't help but ask curiously, Lin Feng, you seem to have changed a lot recently. Lin Feng knew what she was referring to, shrugged, and said half-jokingly, People always have to grow up. Maybe he has figured out some things recently. He didn't explain too much, and the sense of mystery is sometimes more attractive. Su Wanner was very smart. She knew that the other party didn't want to elaborate, so she didn't ask any further questions. She just smiled, nodded, and opened her book. The library returned to silence, with only the rustling sound of turning pages. Lin Feng also calmed down to read, but occasionally when he looked up and saw Su Wanner's quiet and beautiful profile reading seriously opposite him, a ripple would still arise in his heart. He knew that a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman like Su Wanner would never lack suitors, including some rich second generations like Zhao Kai. In the past, he didn't even have the courage to say a word to Su Wanner. But now, he has a system, wealth, and confidence. Perhaps, he could also give it a try and pursue this goddess who was once out of reach? Once this idea came into being, it quietly sprouted in Lin Feng's heart like a seed. At least, today, the look in Su Wanner's eyes when she looked at him was no longer strange and distant, but filled with a hint of surprise and curiosity. This is a good start. Chapter 7, Spending a Fortune and Shocking the Audience. In the next few days, Lin Feng's life entered a new rhythm. During the day, he went to class in the library as usual, and occasionally played games with Fatty Wang. But the difference was that he would use the system's 3,000 yuan spending limit every day to try various things. He was no longer satisfied with simple consumption of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and began to consciously invest in himself. For example, he signed up for a driving school and prepared to take the driving test. The tuition fee was more than 6,000 yuan, which he paid in 2 days. Ding! Spend 3,000 yuan, trigger 3 times rebate, get 9,000 yuan. Ding! Spend 3,000 yuan, trigger 5 times rebate, get 15,000 yuan. For example, he bought some online finance, programming, and foreign language courses to improve his knowledge, spending thousands of yuan. Ding! Spend 2,000 yuan, trigger 4 times rebate, get 8,000 yuan. Ding! Spend 1,500 yuan, trigger 6 times rebate, get 9,000 yuan. He also sent 10,000 yuan home, telling his parents that he earned it from his part-time job and a small prize, asking them to improve their lives and not be too frugal. This surprised and comforted his parents on the other end of the phone. Although this money did not trigger a rebate, the system determined that it was not a consumption behavior. Lin Feng felt it was worth it. After a few days, Lin Feng's bank card balance snowballed and quickly broke through the 150,000 yuan mark. With money in hand, he is more confident. Lin Feng feels that it is time to have some higher-level consumption experiences, not only for enjoyment, but also to broaden his horizons, adapt to possible future lifestyles, and pave the way for subsequent face-slapping plans. That night, Lin Feng decided to go to a well-known high-end Western restaurant called Fest to experience it. It was said that the average consumption per person there was at least 500 yuan, which he had never dared to think about before. He specially changed into the newly bought casual suit, with a pure black shirt inside, and his hair was carefully groomed. He looked much more mature and had a bit of elite flavor. He didn't call Fatty Wang, but took a taxi there alone. The Pfister Western restaurant is located on the top floor of a 5-star hotel in the city center. It is luxuriously and elegantly decorated and has an excellent view, overlooking most of the city's night scene. The receptionist at the door saw Lin Feng. Although he was young, he was well dressed and had a calm demeanor. He did not neglect him and politely let him in. There were not many people in the restaurant. Most of the guests were well-dressed business people or couples, chatting quietly in an elegant atmosphere. Melodious piano music flowed in the air. Lin Feng was arranged to sit near the window with an excellent view. The waiter handed over the menu, which was thick and beautifully made. Lin Feng opened it and saw that the prices were indeed high. An ordinary Angus steak cost more than 300 yuan, and a slightly better tomahawk steak cost more than 1,000 yuan. In the past, he would have turned around and left after seeing the price. But now, he just flipped through the books calmly. He was not intimidated by this being his first time at such a place, but rather appeared to be calm and composed. He had already done his homework by looking up the restaurant's signature dishes and some Western dining etiquette online before coming. He ordered an appetizer, a plate of baked snails, a steak Wellington medium rare, a plate of black truffle pasta, and a glass of expensive burgundy red wine. The waiter wrote down the menu, with a hint of subtle surprise in his eyes. This young customer was very professional in ordering dishes, and all the dishes he ordered were hard-to-eat dishes with high prices. He didn't look like an ordinary student. While waiting for the food to be served, Lin Feng admired the night view outside the window. The neon lights of the city were dazzling. He took out his mobile phone and seemed to be casually browsing the news, but in fact he was feeling the atmosphere of this high-end place. There were other guests around looking at him. After all, it was quite rare for someone so young to come to such a high-end restaurant alone. Soon, the dishes were served one by one, with exquisite presentation and tempting aroma. Lin Feng picked up the knife and fork. Although his movements were not particularly skillful, they were standard and not rude. The Wellington steak has a crispy skin and the filet steak inside is tender and juicy with an excellent taste. The French baked snails are rich in aroma and paired with red wine, which has a unique flavor. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the meal. It was not only an enjoyment for the taste buds, but also a class experience. When it came time to check out, the waiter handed over the bill, a total of 1,888 yuan. Lin Feng took out his bank card and handed it over without changing his expression. Ding! The host has spent 1,888 renminbi. Rebate rate determination in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering a 6x rebate. Get a rebate of 11,328 renminbi. The rebate has been automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card account ending in XXXX. Another 10,000 plus in the bank. The balance is approaching 170,000. Not only did Lin Feng not spend any money, but he actually made a profit. This feeling was really great. He even gave the waiter an extra tip of 100 yuan in accordance with Western dining etiquette. Ding! The host has spent 100 renminbi. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering a 2x rebate. Get a rebate of 200 renminbi. The waiter thanked him in surprise and had a better impression of this young and generous guest. When Lin Feng walked out of the restaurant, he felt as if his vision and perspective had been broadened. So this is the life of rich people? It's really pleasant. He stood at the entrance of the hotel, looking at the cars passing by on the road, feeling extremely proud. This is just the beginning. He wants to make more money, experience a higher level of life, and stand at a higher place, so that all those who once looked down on him can only look up at his back. The first step might be to get a decent prop. For example, a luxury car? A confident smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Chapter 8: Rent a luxury car and make a stunning appearance. After experiencing consumption in high-end restaurants, Lin Feng felt more and more that if he wanted to quickly improve his level and stand out from the crowd, an impactful prop was essential. The prop that can most directly reflect one's status and financial resources is a luxury car. Thinking of Zhao Kai's smug look as he drove a BMW 5 Series around the campus, Lin Feng felt that he must get one as well. Of course, with his current savings of 170,000 yuan, it is not realistic to directly buy a luxury car of the same level. It will cost at least 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. But if you can't afford to buy it, you can rent it. Lin Feng immediately took out his mobile phone and began searching for information about local car rental companies. After some comparison, he found that the price of car rental was not as out of reach as he had imagined. For entry-level luxury cars such as the BMW 3 Series, Audi A4, and Mercedes-Benz C-Class, the daily rental fee is usually around 500 to 1,000 yuan, and there will be fluctuations depending on the age of the car model and the rental period. The most important thing is the deposit. To rent this type of vehicle, the deposit generally ranges from 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. Lin Feng calculated that with his current funds, it was more than enough to pay the deposit and a few days' rent. Moreover, rent itself is also considered consumption, which can also trigger system rebates. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. The plan has been set, and the next step is to accumulate funds. Although he had 170,000 yuan in his account, Lin Feng did not intend to spend all the money on car rental at once. He needed to keep enough reserve funds for emergencies, and continue to use the daily quota for other consumption rebates. In the next few days, Lin Feng made full use of his daily spending limit of 3,000 yuan. He bought some high-quality electronic products, such as noise-canceling headphones and a portable projector. I bought some more home appliances and nutritional supplements for my parents. I even went to the gym and bought an annual membership card, planning to exercise and get in better shape. Every consumption brings stable rebates. Ding! Spend 2,000 yuan headphones, trigger 4 times rebate, get 8,000 yuan. Ding! Spend 3,000 yuan gym card, trigger 5 times rebate, get 15,000 yuan. Ding! Spend 2,500 yuan buy things for your parents, trigger 3 times the rebate, and get 7,500 yuan. In just a few days, Lin Feng's bank card balance soared like a rocket, easily breaking through the 200,000 yuan mark. It reached an astonishing 220,000. Now that the funds are in place, we can implement the car rental plan. Lin Feng selected a large car rental chain company with a good reputation and newer car models online, and booked a white, latest model BMW 3 Series in advance. On the weekend, Lin Feng took a taxi to the car rental company's store located on the outskirts of the city. The store is stocked with vehicles of various brands, ranging from economy cars to luxury SUVs. Lin Feng reported the reservation information and the staff quickly completed the procedures. Sir, you have booked a BMW 3 Series for 3 days. The rental fee is 800 yuan per day, a total of 2,400 yuan for 3 days. The deposit is 30,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by credit card? The staff asked politely. Swipe the card. Lin Feng took out his bank card. Pay a deposit of 30,000 yuan first. This money will be refunded after the car is returned and inspected. The system usually determines it as non-consumption or does not trigger rebates temporarily depending on the system settings. Here it is treated as no rebate or deferred settlement. Then pay the rent of 2,400 yuan. Ding! The host has spent 2,400 renminbi. Rebate rate determination in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering 8 times rebate. Get rebate of 19,200 yuan. The rebate has been automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card account ending in XXXX. Nearly 20,000 yuan is in hand again. Lin Feng was secretly happy. Not only did he get back the money he spent on renting the car, he also made a huge profit. After signing the contract and getting the car keys, the staff led Lin Feng to the parking lot. A brand new white BMW 3 Series was parked there quietly, its smooth body lines sparkling in the sun and its logo shining against the blue sky and white clouds. Sir, this is your car. It's full of gas. Please check it. Lin Feng walked around the car. The car was in perfect condition, almost like a new car. Sitting in the cab, the luxurious interior brings a sense of luxury. The touch of the leather seats and the high-tech central control screen make Lin Feng feel excited. Although he had just obtained his driver's license and his skills were still a bit rusty, he had previously practiced driving sedans in the driving school, so it was not difficult for him to get started. Adjust the seat and rearview mirror, start the engine, and the engine emits a low and pleasant roar. Lin Feng took a deep breath, shifted gears, lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the BMW drove smoothly out of the parking lot. Driving a luxury car on the road is completely different from taking the bus or taking a taxi. Not only is the view better and the control more precise, but more importantly, the eyes of passers-by are full of envy and amazement. This feeling greatly satisfied Lin Feng's vanity. He opened the car window, letting the breeze blow on his face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. More than 200,000 yuan in savings and a brand new BMW, although it was rented, all of this made him feel like a dream. But he knew clearly that this was not a dream. All of this was brought to him by the system. And this BMW will be the first loud clarion call for his counterattack. He wanted to drive this car back to school, back to the place where he had once suffered humiliation, to let everyone see that he, Lin Feng, was no longer the poor boy who was bullied by everyone. Zhou Qian, Zhao Kai, are you ready for the surprise? A sharp light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he stepped on the accelerator. The white BMW merged into the rolling traffic like a flash of lightning. Chapter 9 Campus Sensation, Goddess's Side Eyes. Sunday afternoon was the peak time for students to return to school. The gate of Jinling University was bustling with people coming and going. At this moment, a brand new white BMW 3 Series slowly drove into the main road of the campus at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, but very noticeable. The smooth and gorgeous body lines and the eye-catching logo of blue sky and white clouds are particularly eye-catching against the backdrop of electric vehicles, bicycles and ordinary cars around it. Fuck. BMW. The latest 3 Series, right? Who is it? So high profile? Which rich second-generation kid in our school changed his car again? No, I haven't seen this car before. Look at the driver's seat. Who's driving? Almost instantly, the luxury car that suddenly appeared attracted everyone's attention. Countless students stopped and looked around curiously, taking out their phones to take pictures and talk about it. Lin Feng held the steering wheel steadily, looking calm on the outside, but feeling a little agitated inside. He deliberately slowed down the car so that more people could see it. He saw that the familiar or unfamiliar faces on the roadside were full of shock, envy, and inquiry. This feeling of being the center of attention swept away his previous humiliation and replaced it with a sense of pride. The car slowly drove to the parking area under the male dormitory building, where the cars of some faculty members or students from wealthy families were usually parked. Lin Feng found an empty spot and parked the car slowly. Every movement was smooth and steady. Although he was excited, he pretended to be used to it. Turn off the engine and remove the key. Then he opened the car door and got out of the driver's seat. When the people around saw clearly that the person driving the car was actually Lin Feng, there was a sound of gasps and even louder exclamations at the scene. Is it him? Lin Feng from the computer science department? Am I seeing things? The guy driving the BMW is actually Lin Feng? The poor boy who was dumped by Zhou Qian a few days ago? Oh my god. This world is crazy. Where does he get the money to buy a BMW? I must have won the lottery. It must be a jackpot worth tens of millions. No wonder he looked like a completely different person a few days ago. It turns out he really got rich. Lin Feng was wearing the fitted casual clothes he had bought a few days ago. He had an upright figure and a smile on his face. He calmly locked the car door, seemingly unaware of the gazes and discussions around him. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone to know that he, Lin Feng, was no longer the same as before. At this moment, there was a small commotion in the crowd. Several girls came over with a figure. It was Su Wanner and her roommates. They seemed to have just returned from outside the school. Su Wanner obviously also saw the scene here. When she saw that the person who got out of the BMW was Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes flashed with deep surprise again, even with a hint of disbelief. Lin Feng's appearance had changed drastically a few days ago, which had already surprised her. She didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few days, he actually drove a BMW? What is going on? Su Wanner's roommates started chattering even more. Wanner, look! It's Lin Feng. He's driving a BMW. My God, isn't he very poor? Why did he suddenly? Is he really a hidden rich second generation? He was just pretending before? It's incredible. Su Wanner didn't say anything, but just looked quietly at Lin Feng, who was surrounded by the crowd not far away. In the sunlight, he stood tall and straight, with a confident and calm smile on his face, completely different from the self-deprecating and timid image he had a few weeks ago. The confident light radiating from inside out made her feel a little dazzled. Her curiosity about Lin Feng instantly reached its peak. Lin Feng also noticed Su Wanner in the crowd. When their eyes met, he nodded at her in a friendly manner and smiled slightly. Su Wanner was slightly startled, then she smiled back politely, but there was a stronger sense of inquiry in her eyes. Lin Feng did not approach them to talk. Now was not the right time. He wanted to let the news of Lin Feng driving a BMW ferment for a while, so that more people would know about it, especially the couple. He turned around and walked towards the dormitory building with steady steps amid exclamations and discussions. He knew that from this moment on, his image in Jinling University would be completely overturned. And the surprise he was expecting should be delivered soon. In every corner of the campus, the news that Lin Feng got a BMW spread like wildfire, like a virus, instantly detonating the entire campus network and social circle. Chapter 10, A Slap in the Face, the X is dumbfounded. Just as Lin Feng expected, the news of Lin Feng driving a BMW swept the entire Jinling University at the speed of a hurricane. Campus forums, WeChat groups, and moments were almost all flooded with this explosive news. Various speculations and discussions were rampant. Some said he won a lottery worth tens of millions, some said he was actually a hidden rich second generation, and some even said he was kept by a rich woman. Of course, the center of all these discussions is inseparable from another person, ex-girlfriend Zhou Qian. Ha, Zhou Qian must be regretting this now, right? She just dumped me and I'm driving a BMW. The best face slapping scene of the year. Please tell me how much psychological trauma Zhou Qian has suffered. You thought they were poor at first, but now they are rich. Are you dumbfounded? I wonder what Zhao Kai's expression is now. Naturally, these discussions also reached the ears of Zhou Qian and Zhao Kai. The two were dating in a cafe near the school. When they saw the messages and it popping up on their phones, their faces became extremely ugly. Lin Feng? Driving a BMW? How is that possible? Zhou Qian screamed, with disbelief written all over her face. Where did he get the money? It's absolutely impossible. It must be fake. Zhao Kai's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He knew Lin Feng's family background better than Zhou Qian, and he would never believe that Lin Feng could afford a BMW. It's probably rented. You're just pretending to be rich. Zhao Kai said sourly, but he felt a little irritated in his heart. He was most proud of his family background and wealth. Now Lin Feng, the poor loser whom he always looked down upon, actually drove a luxury car, which made him feel that his superiority was challenged. No. Let's go check it out. I want to see if he really has a BMW. Zhou Qian couldn't sit still anymore, so she pulled Zhao Kai and walked out. She didn't believe it, and she didn't want to believe it was true. The two of them angrily came to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory, and sure enough, they saw the brand new white BMW 3 Series parked in the most conspicuous position, surrounded by a number of students watching the fun. Lin Feng just walked out of the dormitory building with a bottle of water in his hand, as if he was preparing to play basketball. Seeing Lin Feng's brand new sportswear and his relaxed and confident demeanor, and then looking at the dazzling BMW, Zhou Qian and Zhao Kai's faces became even uglier. Lin Feng. Zhao Kai couldn't help but shouted first with a strong sense of gunpowder. Lin Feng turned around and saw that it was them. He showed a playful smile on his face. Hey, isn't this Mr. Zhao and Miss Zhou? What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Feng, is this car yours? Zhou Qian couldn't help but ask, her voice a little dry, her eyes looking back and forth between Lin Feng and the BMW with complicated eyes. What else? Lin Feng shrugged, walked to the car, and leaned against the door naturally. Could it be yours? Seeing Lin Feng's calm demeanor, Zhao Kai became even more angry. He took a step forward and said sarcastically, "Oh, Lin Feng, you're so good, you've invested a lot of money? It costs a lot to rent a car for a day, right? You're even using this kind of trick just to show off and pick up girls? Isn't that interesting?" He was certain that Lin Feng's car was rented, and he wanted to expose him in public and embarrass him. The students who were watching the fun around also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear how Lin Feng would respond. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Zhao Kai said, Lin Feng was not angry, but laughed, shook his head, and looked at him like a fool. Rented? Zhao Kai, not everyone is like you, relying on their dad. Do you think I am someone who needs this little rent? As he spoke, he pulled his wallet out of his pocket and opened it seemingly casually. The onlookers were sharp-eyed and immediately saw a thick stack of red banknotes in the wallet. At least several thousand or even tens of thousands. Lin Feng shook the expensive smartwatch he just bought on his wrist, also bought with rebates, and said calmly, "Oh, by the way, I just bought a watch, it feels good." "What, Mr. Zhao wants one too? I have some change here, I can lend it to you." As soon as these words came out, a burst of suppressed laughter suddenly rang out around them. Everyone knows that Zhao Kai's family is rich, but he himself may not be as extravagant as Lin Feng is now. Lin Feng's words are simply a slap in the face. Zhao Kai's face instantly turned the color of liver, and he was shaking with anger. "Don't be so proud. What's so great about having a few stinky money? You must have been lucky." Zhou Qian was also stunned. She looked at the thick stack of cash in Lin Feng's wallet, the famous watch on his wrist. Although she didn't recognize the brand, it looked very expensive, the brand new BMW behind him, and the calm and confident smile on his face. A terrible thought arose in her mind. Could it be that Lin Feng was really rich? He wasn't renting it? He wasn't pretending? An indescribable regret and jealousy gnawed at her heart like a poisonous snake. If she hadn't been so snobbish and hadn't broken up with him, wouldn't she be the one standing beside him and enjoying all this? Lin Feng was too lazy to waste any more words with these two jumping clowns. The effect of slapping them in the face had already been achieved. He opened the car door, got in the driver's seat and started the engine. The BMW made a pleasant roar. He lowered the car window and looked at Zhao Kai, whose face was turning pale, and Zhou Qian, who was in despair. A mocking arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I just bought this car, and I paid in full." After saying that, without waiting for the two to react, he casually shifted gears and lightly stepped on the accelerator. The white BMW 3 Series was like an elegant flash of lightning, disappearing into the distance under the gazes of countless complicated people, leaving behind only the stunned Zhou Qian, Zhao Kai, who was so angry that he almost vomited blood, and the people all around exclaiming and discussing Lin Feng's counterattack. Under the sunshine, Lin Feng held the steering wheel, feeling the surging power of the engine, his heart filled with unprecedented joy. "The first time I slapped someone in the face, it was a success. This is just the beginning." Chapter 11. The whole school is talking about it. Some are happy and some are sad. The news that Lin Feng drove back to school in a BMW, although it was rented, no one knew about it except himself, was like a blockbuster bomb, creating huge waves in the relatively calm waters of Jinling University. In just one afternoon and one evening, the campus forum server was almost overwhelmed. Tieba, WeChat groups, and moments of various grades and majors were almost all occupied by the two keywords Lin Feng in BMW. Breaking news! Lin Feng from the Computer Science Department received a BMW 3 Series, and his counterattack shocked the whole school. This is the most common and eye-catching headline. Hundreds or even thousands of stories high were built under the post, with endless discussions and speculations. Is this true? Lin Feng? The taciturn guy? The one who can't even afford to buy a decent piece of clothing? It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. The latest white 3 Series, so cool. When Lin Feng got out of the car, his aura, wow, he was completely different from before. Where did he get the money? At least 4 or 500,000, right? According to insider information, he won the first prize in a scratch-off lottery a few days ago. 10 million. This version is the most widely circulated and is most in line with everyone's imagination. Bullshit. I heard that his house was demolished and he lost 8 figures in compensation. You are all out. My cousin is in the student union, and I heard that she is actually a hidden rich second generation. She was pretending to be poor to test her girlfriend. Isn't the above person's imagination too wild? But it's not impossible. That's how it's played out in TV dramas. The worst one is Zhou Qian, right? She kicked someone out, and the next thing she did was drive off in a BMW. She got slapped in the face. Ha ha ha, I can already imagine Zhou Qian fainting in the toilet. Zhao Kai must be mad as hell. He wanted to humiliate someone with money, but it turns out that the person is richer than him, at least it seems so. Various versions of rumors were flying around, some were envious, some were jealous, some were speculating, and some were just watching. The name Lin Feng had almost no presence on campus before, but now it has become popular throughout the school in an unexpected way. In the boys' dormitory building, dormitory 302 where Lin Feng was located had become a tourist attraction. Many students from other dormitories came over, wanting to find Lin Feng for information, or simply wanting to see this new rich man. At this moment, Fatty Wang was hugging Lin Feng's thigh excitedly, spitting all over the place. Madman. Tell me the truth. What happened? Did you really win the jackpot? How much money? Is it enough for us to open an internet cafe directly after graduation? Lin Feng pushed him away, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Go away, don't talk nonsense. I was just lucky and made a little money, so I bought a car for transportation. He explained half-truthfully, but he felt very happy in his heart. Xiao Qian? A BMW called Xiao Qian? You've changed, madman. You weren't like this before. Fatty Wang shouted exaggeratedly, no. I have to treat you today. Everyone in the dormitory. The most upscale restaurant. Okay, I'll treat you, no problem. Lin Feng agreed with a smile. His brothers were happy, so spending some money was nothing. He could get a rebate anyway. In sharp contrast to the jubilation in the dormitory is the low pressure in a bedroom of the girls' dormitory. Zhou Qian sat on the bed in despair, looking at the messages and comments on her phone that mocked and pitted her. Her face turned pale and her eyes were red. She told herself over and over again that Lin Feng's car must have been rented and fake. But deep in her heart, there was a voice that kept saying, what if it's true? When she thought of Lin Feng's indifferent and confident eyes when he left, her heart ached and regret overwhelmed her like a tide. Zhao Kai was not having a good time either. He had become the target of ridicule in his own small circle of rich second generations. Brother Kai, I heard that your love rival is driving a BMW? TSK, how does it feel to be counterattacked by a loser? Every message seemed to slap him in the face. He was so angry that he threw his phone, and his hatred for Lin Feng became stronger. He swore that he must find a chance to make Lin Feng look bad. At this moment, in another girls' dormitory, the atmosphere was completely different. Several of Su Wanner's roommates were gathered together, excitedly discussing Lin Feng. Wanner, did you see that? Lin Feng is really driving a BMW. So handsome. Do you think he is hiding his strength on purpose? Just to see Zhou Qian's reaction? It's possible. Rich people nowadays like to play this game. Wanner, didn't you say before that Lin Feng is a good person? Now it seems that he is not only a good person, but also very capable. Su Wanner sat at the desk, holding a book in her hands, but her mind was not on the book at all. A hint of curiosity flushed on her fair cheeks, and the image of Lin Feng leaning against the BMW, smiling and nodding at her, kept appearing in her mind. The contrast between that confident and calm look and the silent boy who always kept his head down was too great. What on earth did he go through? Was it really just as simple as winning the lottery or having his house demolished? Su Wanner found that she was becoming more and more curious about this boy who suddenly became dazzling. Lin Feng just smiled at the ups and downs in the outside world. He sat at his desk, ignoring the noisy discussions and inquiring gazes outside, and calmly opened the system panel. After the consumption and rebates over the past few days, especially the large amount of rebates from car rental yesterday, his bank card balance has reached an astonishing 230,000 yuan. 230,000. This amount of money may not be a big deal in a big city like Jinling, but for him, a college student who has not yet graduated, it is definitely a huge sum of money. However, Lin Feng was not carried away. He knew very well that the rented BMW could only last for a few days, and if he wanted to really stand up straight, he must have stronger strength. Wealth is just the first step. He glanced at the prompt driving school registration successful on the system panel. That's right, the next step is to get a driver's license. Mastering a skill is far more important than the false halo that comes with renting a car. Moreover, only with a driver's license can you truly drive freely when you buy your own car. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with determination. His road to counterattack has just begun, and he must seize every opportunity to improve himself. As for those rumors and other people's opinions? When the day comes when he truly reaches the top, all the doubts and ridicule will turn into awe and admiration. Chapter 12 System Upgrade Daily Quota Exceeds 10,000. The next morning, the sunlight shone into the dormitory through the gaps in the curtains, and Lin Feng woke up from his sleep. He stretched out of habit, his consciousness sank into his mind, and prepared to check the system quota refreshed today. However, when he looked at the system panel, he was stunned by the scene before him. The originally simple system interface was now shining with a faint golden light, and a mysterious atmosphere was spreading. The text and icons on the interface had undergone visible changes, becoming more refined and more technological. Then, a system prompt sounded in his mind, which was clearer and more pleasant than before. Ding! It is detected that the host's cumulative rebate amount has reached 200,000 yuan. Meet the system upgrade conditions. The system is upgrading 10%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the unlimited rebate system has been successfully upgraded to LV2. System upgraded? Lin Feng lost all sleepiness in an instant, his heart was pounding, and he almost jumped out of bed with excitement. He looked carefully at the upgraded system panel, which clearly listed the new privileges of LV2. Unlimited rebate system LV2. Host, Lin Feng. Level privileges. Limit soars, daily consumption limit increased to 10,000 renminbi. Guaranteed minimum increase, the minimum rebate rate is increased to 1.5 times. This means that you will no longer lose money on consumption, and you will earn a small profit on the guaranteed minimum. Critical hit enhancement, the probability of triggering high rebates 10 times and above is slightly increased. Reward optimization, the probability of triggering special rewards such as skills, attributes, special items is slightly increased. Daily quota of 10,000 yuan? Lin Feng widened his eyes, he couldn't believe it. From 3,000 yuan at LV1, which was briefly increased due to the triggering of a 100x rebate, it soared directly to 10,000 yuan. An increase of more than 3 times. And the minimum rebate rate has become 1.5 times. What does this mean? It means that even if he has bad luck every day, as long as he only triggers the minimum rate every time he consumes, he can still make a net profit of 5,000 yuan. 5,000 a day, that's 150,000 a month. This does not include situations where high rebates and special rewards are triggered. Oh my god! Lin Feng excitedly covered his mouth with his hands, fearing that he would burst into laughter and wake up his roommates who were still sleeping. It's coming! This time it's really coming. The speed of making money is even faster than a money printing machine. He forced himself to calm down and continued to check the system panel. At the bottom of the panel, there were originally only basic information such as spending amount and rebate record, but now there are several new icons that are gray and unclickable. The first icon looks like a shopping cart, with the following words written below it: System Mall LV3 unlocked. The second icon, which looks like a data analysis chart, is labeled Investment Assistant LV4 unlock. The unlock level has been adjusted here to make the rhythm more reasonable. The third icon, which resembles a human silhouette, is labeled Skill Panel LV3 unlocked. System Mall? Investment Assistant? Skill Panel? Lin Feng's heartbeat accelerated again. Although it is not available now, it undoubtedly indicates that the system will have more powerful functions in the future. What will be in the store? Can I buy superpowers? Black technology? Or a panacea? Investment assistant? Can it help me make money by investing in stocks? Skill panel? Can I see my abilities and upgrade them? Endless fantasies swirled in Lin Feng's mind, making him full of unprecedented expectations for the future. He took a look at the balance of his bank card. After the accumulation of the past few days and the rebate from yesterday's car rental, it had reached more than 250,000. Plus the 10,000 yuan spending limit refreshed today. Lin Feng felt full of energy. No, we can't waste this precious 10,000 yuan. It must be spent immediately and exchanged for more rebates. What should I buy? Lin Feng touched his chin and began to think. I have enough clothes and shoes for now, and I have no shortage of daily necessities. Got it. His eyes fell on the old laptop on the desk, which was still usable but had outdated configuration. As a computer science student, a high-performance computer is an essential productivity tool. Whether it is programming, running data, or the analysis software needed for studying financial investment in the future, it requires strong performance support. Before, I had no money, so I had to make do with it. Now that I have a credit limit of 10,000, I can upgrade to a truly top-notch laptop. That's it. Lin Feng immediately got up from the bed, washed up, changed into new clothes, and prepared to go out and head straight to the computer city. The 10,000 yuan limit must be spent wisely to get more rebates. Chapter 13 Top Configuration. Get a 10,000 yuan computer in seconds. With high expectations for a new computer and a desire for high rebates, Lin Feng took a taxi and headed straight to the largest computer and digital plaza in Jinling City. With previous experience, he had a clear goal this time. He simply ignored the ordinary brand areas that focused on cost-effectiveness and went straight to the high-end brand area located in the core area of the mall. Here are gathered top gaming laptops and high-performance design laptop brands such as Alienware, Republic of Gamers, and MSI. Each one is very expensive, costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. As soon as Lin Feng walked into an Alienware store, he immediately felt an atmosphere different from that of ordinary areas. The store decoration was very high-tech, the lighting was cool, and the laptops on display were all exaggerated in shape and powerful in performance. However, the shopping guides in the store also seemed to have a sense of high-end arrogance. A female shopping guide who was wearing a professional suit and had delicate makeup but a scrutinizing look in her eyes, saw Lin Feng come in and just looked him up and down. She saw that although he was dressed neatly, he was too young and did not look like he had purchasing power, so she did not take the initiative to approach him, but continued to chat in a low voice with her colleague next to her, with a hint of perfunctoriness on her face. Lin Feng didn't care and walked to a new model that looked the coolest. This model had a top-level processor, a flagship graphics card, and a high refresh rate screen, and its performance parameters were monster level. Just as he was carefully looking at the configuration label, a slightly sarcastic voice came from the side. "Hey, isn't this Lin Feng, our school's BMW brother? Why, you drive a BMW and you want to see aliens? This thing is not cheap, any one of them is enough to pay for a month's rent for your BMW, right?" Lin Feng looked back and saw that the person who was talking was a boy from the next class, named Li Hao. His family had a little money and he liked to show off. He was the same as Zhao Kai and he also looked down on Lin Feng. At this moment, he was hugging a girl who was dressed in a seductive way with a teasing smile on his face. He had obviously also heard the news that Lin Feng drove a BMW, but like Zhao Kai, he believed that Lin Feng was renting the car to show off. The girl also agreed with a sweet smile. "Brother Hao, it's okay for me to come and have a look. It's good to broaden my horizons. But this computer is precious, brother, please don't touch it. If you break it, you can't afford the compensation." The couple sang the same tune, attracting the attention of the shopping guides and other customers nearby, with looks of anticipation. The female shopping guide even curled her lips slightly, obviously thinking that Lin Feng was a poor student who just wanted to look but not buy and came here for the free experience. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't want to pay any attention to such a fly, but the other party provoked him by name. If he didn't respond, he would be doing what they wanted. He didn't get angry, but just glanced at Li Hao calmly, then turned around and said directly to the female shopping guide who had been indifferent to him before, "Hello, do you have this Alienware X17 or 2, i9 processor, RTX 3080 graphics card, 32GB memory, 2TB solid-state drive, 360Hz refresh rate screen version in stock?" He spoke steadily and fluently recited a long list of precise configuration models, which was even more detailed than the configuration label next to it. It was obvious that he had done his homework, or he came here just for this top-of-the-line flagship phone. The female shopping guide was stunned, and the perfunctory expression on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by surprise. She didn't expect that this ordinary-looking young student actually knew so much about such high-end configurations, and specifically asked for the top configuration. Li Hao and the girl next to him were also dumbfounded, with mockery frozen on their faces. They thought Lin Feng was just looking around, but he didn't expect him to ask for the highest configuration. They also knew that the official price of this computer was close to 30,000 yuan. Sir, we just happen to have one of this top-of-the-line models in stock." The female shopping guide quickly put on a warm smile and asked, "Do you want?" Lin Feng interrupted her before she could finish, "Just for this one, let's get the ticket. Pay by credit card, full payment. Clean and decisive, without any hesitation." The whole place fell silent again. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng, filled with shock and disbelief. A student buys a top-of-the-line Alienware for 30,000 yuan without blinking an eye? And he even wants to pay the full amount? Li Hao felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped hard. He had just been mocking the other person for not being able to pay the rent, but the other person wanted to pay the full amount for a top-of-the-line computer. What an irony! The female shopping guide was so excited that her heart was pounding. This was a big order. She nodded and bowed quickly. Okay. Sir, please come this way. I will do it for you right away. Lin Feng took out his bank card and calmly entered the password on the POS machine. Amount paid, 29,888 yuan. Ding! The host's consumption was detected to be 29,888 renminbi. It is detected that the upper limit of today's consumption is 10,000 yuan, and the amount exceeding will not be included in the rebate range. Determine the rebate rate based on a quota of 10,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the LV2 bonus, triggering 7 times the rebate. Get a rebate of 70,000 renminbi. The rebate has been automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card account ending in XXXX. Although there was no rebate for the excess amount, I still used up the full 10,000 yuan limit and received a rebate of 70,000 yuan. Lin Feng was satisfied, and the balance of his bank card instantly soared to more than 320,000. Amid the flattering and grateful smile of the female shopping guide, amidst the dejected gazes of Li Hao and the girl who wished they could find a hole to crawl into, and amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the surrounding customers, Lin Feng calmly took the packaged computer and invoice, carried the brand new flagship phone, and turned away in style. Not a single unnecessary word, not a single unnecessary look. Because he knew that absolute strength was the loudest slap in the face and the most thorough slap in the face. Walking out of the computer city and breathing the fresh air outside, Lin Feng weighed the heavy computer in his hand. This is not just a computer, but also proof that he can use the power granted by the system to fight back against those who despise and ridicule him. This feeling made him feel more refreshed than the simple increase in wealth. Next, it was time to report to the driving school. I wondered how the legendary strict coach would react when he saw his student driving a BMW. Lin Feng's lips curled up in anticipation. Chapter 14, Driving School Practice, Encountering a Cool Female Instructor. Just 2 days after registering for the driving school, Lin Feng received a notice that he could go for his first practical driving practice. The location is a large comprehensive training ground on the outskirts of the city, a bit far from the school. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to drive his temporary car, a rented white BMW 3 Series. On the one hand, it is convenient, and on the other hand, he also wants to see what it would be like to drive a luxury car to a driving school to practice driving. Sure enough, when Lin Feng drove the white BMW slowly into the slightly shabby and dusty driving school training ground, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Most of the vehicles parked on the training ground were training cars purchased by the driving school, mainly old models of Santana and Jetta, or some cheap domestic models. Lin Feng's brand new and shiny BMW 3 Series stood out among them. The students who were practicing driving on the field all looked around and whispered to each other. Oh my god! BMW! Who drives this? I don't know, you're a new student? You're so rich, but you're still here to learn manual transmission? Driving schools usually focus on manual transmission models. TSK, poverty limits my imagination. Even the old coaches who were sitting in the shade of the trees smoking and chatting and were used to seeing all kinds of students cast curious glances. Lin Feng parked the car at the designated assembly area and got out of the car. He was wearing a comfortable sportswear today, which, combined with his tall figure and refreshing hairstyle, made him look sunny and handsome. The middle-aged person in charge of arranging coaches at the driving school saw Lin Feng and his BMW, his eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. He obviously thought Lin Feng was a rich young man who came to experience life. Is this student Lin Feng? Are you here to practice subject 2? The person in charge greeted him enthusiastically. Yes, thank you for your help. Lin Feng replied politely. No trouble, the person in charge rubbed his hands, his eyes rolled, as if he had thought of something. Shaolin, in order to ensure the quality of teaching, our driving school has equipped each student with an experienced coach. However, considering your special situation, he glanced at the BMW meaningfully, we have specially arranged for you a gold medal coach from our driving school, with absolutely excellent skills, to ensure that you learn quickly and well. Lin Feng was a little confused. What special situation? But he didn't think much about it and nodded, okay, thank you for the arrangement. The person in charge immediately picked up the intercom. Coach Lee, the new student you are bringing in has arrived. He is at the gathering point in Area A. The one driving the BMW, yes, that's him. Soon, a tall and beautiful figure jumped out from the training car not far away and walked quickly towards this side. Lin Feng took a closer look and was slightly stunned. The coach who came over was a very young female coach, about 24 or 25 years old. She was wearing a tight black sportswear that perfectly outlined her hot and sexy body curves. Her long black hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and a stunning face. Her facial features are bright and elegant, her skin is a healthy wheat color, her eyes are sharp, and she has an aura that makes her look heroic and even a little bit tough to mess with. She is Li Man, one of the most popular coaches in our driving school. The person in charge introduced with a smile, Coach Li, this is our new student Lin Feng. Li Man crossed her arms and first looked Lin Feng up and down with a sharp and scrutinizing gaze. Then she glanced at the eye-catching BMW 3 Series next to her, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a smile. Hey, a young master who drives a BMW, do you need to come to our shabby place to learn how to drive a shabby Jetta? She spoke in a clear voice, but her tone was full of obvious ridicule and a subtle hint of disdain. Or, in other words, a sense of distance brought about by the stereotype of rich people. Lin Feng heard the sarcasm in her tone, but he was not angry. After all, driving a BMW, although it was rented to the driving school, could easily lead to misunderstanding. He smiled and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Hello, coach. My name is Lin Feng. The car belongs to my family and I am not very good at driving, so I need to come and learn from you. Coach Lee, please give me more guidance." His attitude was frank and polite. He did not appear to be attentive because the other person was a beauty, nor did he get angry because of the other person's teasing. Li Man didn't seem to expect Lin Feng to react like this. She originally thought that this young man who drove a luxury car would be either arrogant or frivolous. Lin Feng's calm and composed attitude surprised her. She raised her eyebrows, and her sharp eyes softened a little. Okay, your attitude is okay. Follow me and get in the car. After saying that, she turned and walked towards a white Jetta training car next to her that looked fairly clean. Lin Feng followed behind her, looking at her neat back and her heroic figure as she walked with the wind, and couldn't help but reveal an amused smile at the corner of his mouth. This beautiful coach seems interesting. The following driving practice process should not be too boring. The person in charge looked at the two people's backs and smiled as if to say as expected. Li Man was a well-known thorny coach in the driving school. She had a hot temper and was very strict with her students. She especially couldn't stand those lazy rich second generations. Letting her take care of this kid driving a BMW would just be a good way to put a dent in his prestige. But he didn't expect that Lin Feng's performance would completely exceed his and Li Man's expectations. Chapter 15, Rapidly Mastering Driving Skills, the coach is impressed. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Man began to explain the basic operating principles and test rules of Subject 2. She spoke quickly and clearly, but her tone was still somewhat businesslike and cold, even a little impatient. Watch the spot, turn the steering wheel all the way, pay attention to the speed, and don't stall the engine. Do you understand? If you understand, go up and try it yourself. Lin Feng listened carefully and silently took note of the key points. Although he had the system, it could not directly give him driving skills. However, he felt that his learning ability and reaction speed seemed to be much stronger than before. It might be the subtle influence of the system, or some kind of spiritual improvement brought by the previous 100-fold rebate. He sat in the driver's seat, adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, took a deep breath, and started the first project backing into the parking space. Li Man folded her arms and leaned outside the car, ready to watch the BMW young master fumbling and making a fool of himself. In her opinion, it was good enough for such a spoiled young man to drive the car in a straight line. However, what happened next made her eyes widen. Lin Feng's operation was extremely smooth and steady. Shifting gears, releasing the handbrake, slowly lifting the clutch to control the speed, observing the rearview mirror, and turning the steering wheel, each action seemed precise and coordinated, as if he had practiced it countless times. The vehicle backed up steadily along the predetermined trajectory, neither more nor less, and parked precisely within the parking space, with the vehicle body maintaining a perfect distance from the sideline. Success at the first try. And it is a textbook-level perfect storage. Li Man was stunned and rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had seen it wrong. You really have never driven a car before? She couldn't help but ask, her tone full of disbelief. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Driving school was my first time touching a steering wheel." This was the truth, he had only ridden shared bicycles before. Li Man looked at him suspiciously and asked him to try parallel parking again. The result was the same. Lin Feng's operation was smooth. He found the point, turned the wheel, and returned the wheel in one go. The vehicle was parked perfectly in the designated area again. Next is the S-bend, right angle turn, and parking, and starting on a ramp. For each project, Lin Feng would start to operate it after Lin Man finished explaining the key points and precautions, and almost all of them passed perfectly in one go. He could even draw inferences about certain details and make more precise fine-tuning according to the actual situation of the vehicle and the subtle differences of the site. For example, when taking an S-curve, he can predict the adjustment range of the steering wheel in advance based on the feedback from the wheels passing over different road surfaces when starting on a slope. His control over the semi-clutch state of the clutch is even more precise than that of some experienced drivers, and he can start smoothly, never stall, and never slide backwards. Li Man was completely dumbfounded. She stood by and watched Lin Feng easily complete the projects that gave countless novice students headaches time and time again, and felt that her own worldview was impacted. Is this guy still a human? He is possessed by the god of cars. She has been teaching students for so many years and has seen all kinds of weirdos, but she has never seen anyone as perverted as Lin Feng. On the first day of driving practice, I mastered all items of Subject 2, and was more proficient than many students who had practiced for several months. Hey! Lin Feng! Li Man couldn't help but shout. Her tone had changed from the initial disdain to shock and curiosity. Tell me the truth, are you the illegitimate son of a racing driver? Or have you ever secretly practiced karting? Lin Feng stopped the car and looked at her surprised and suspicious expression, and found it a little funny. Coach Li, really not. Maybe I am more talented. Talent? Li Man rolled her eyes. You call this talent? You're a monster. You'd be wasting your talent if you don't drive an F1 car. Although she complained, the way she looked at Lin Feng had completely changed. Shock, admiration, curiosity, and other emotions were intertwined. He originally wanted to give the other party a warning, but ended up being severely shocked himself. She no longer called him young master, but called him Lin Feng directly, and her tone changed from cold and aggressive to casual and familiar. She even took out a bottle of water from her bag and handed it to Lin Feng. Here, have a drink and take a break. With your progress, you can practice Subject 3 directly tomorrow. Lin Feng took the water and thanked him. Li Man leaned against the car door and looked at him with interest. Lin Feng, what does your family do? You look young, but you can drive a BMW. She was still very curious about Lin Feng's background. Lin Feng smiled and did not give a direct answer. It's just an ordinary family. The car was bought by my family. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Li Man curled her lips and did not ask any more questions. However, her favorability towards Lin Feng was skyrocketing. This boy is not only handsome and rich, at least he looks so, but also gifted and low-key. He is simply the epitome of perfection. During the following practice time, the atmosphere became much more harmonious. Li Man even started chatting with Lin Feng about topics other than driving lessons, and occasionally made a few jokes. At the end of the practice that day, Li Man patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "Okay, you have no problem with the second subject, your skills are better than mine. Come and practice the third subject tomorrow. I will talk to the person in charge and apply for an early test for you." Lin Feng looked at the genuine appreciation and smile on her face, and felt quite happy. It seems that this dashing beauty coach has been initially conquered by her own talent. Is this another benefit brought by the system? Lin Feng was in a good mood and drove his BMW away from the driving school. He didn't know that after he left, Li Man boasted to other coaches in the coach lounge that he had trained a driving genius that is rare in a century, which made everyone curious about who Lin Feng was. Lin Feng had already become a legend at the driving school before he even took the test. Chapter 16 Library Incident, Knowledge is Power. It was a sunny afternoon on the weekend. Lin Feng did not choose to go for a ride in his BMW, but came to the school library. He needs to calm down and learn some knowledge about financial investment. Although the system is powerful, it is only a tool after all. One's own knowledge and judgment are the foundation. Especially since the system is about to unlock the investment assistant function. If he knows nothing about it, he may not be able to maximize its effectiveness. He found a quiet corner by the window and sat down, placing the brand new Alienware laptop on the table. The powerful performance of the top-of-the-line machine was immediately apparent. It booted up very quickly and ran very smoothly. Lin Feng opened several professional financial analysis software. He had just purchased them with the system quota yesterday and received a rebate, and the screen was instantly filled with complex candlestick charts, data tables, and various technical indicators. Although he couldn't quite understand it yet, Lin Feng was not discouraged. He took out basic textbooks such as securities investment and financial markets borrowed from the bookshelf and began to study them seriously. He was watching very attentively, his brows slightly furrowed, sometimes looking at the charts on the computer screen thoughtfully, and sometimes picking up a pen to quickly write something down in his notebook. His serious look on his face and the high-tech, obviously valuable laptop in front of him formed a strange combination that attracted the attention of many people around him. Among them was Sue Warner, who was sitting not far from him. Sue Warner also came to the library to study today. As soon as she came in, she noticed the familiar figure sitting by the window. There was no way Lin Feng and his Alienware laptop were too conspicuous. Seeing that Lin Feng did not indulge in pleasure like other people who suddenly became rich, but was studying professional knowledge in the library so seriously, Sue Warner became more curious and surprised. She found that she could no longer see through this boy. He seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mystery, sometimes flamboyant driving a BMW, sometimes reserved studying hard, full of contradictions, yet exuding a unique attraction. She couldn't help but look at Lin Feng a few more times. Seeing his focused profile and the look of serious thinking, she felt a sense of admiration for no reason. The library was very quiet, and most of the students were concentrating on studying. However, there are always some discordant voices. At a table not far behind Lin Feng, there were 3 tall and strong boys in basketball uniforms. They were not reading, but talking and laughing in low voices while playing mobile games. Although the sound was not loud, it was particularly harsh in the quiet environment. There were several students around who frowned and cast dissatisfied glances at them, but the 3 boys seemed unaware of it. Instead, they became even more aggressive and occasionally uttered a swear word or two. Finally, a girl wearing glasses sitting next to them couldn't help but whispered, "Students, this is a library, can you please keep your voice down?" Upon hearing this, the 3 boys not only did not restrain themselves, but instead raised their heads and looked at the girl with displeasure. One of the boys with a shaved head sneered, "Hey, junior sister, you are so nosy. Are you bothered by our talking?" Another boy with dyed yellow hair also joined in the fun. "That's right, the library is owned by your family, right? We can say whatever we want." The girl was frightened by their arrogant attitude, her face turned red and she dared not speak anymore. The students around were angry but dared not say anything. After all, these 3 boys did not look like good people and might be the troublemakers in the sports department. No one wanted to cause trouble. Lin Feng's thoughts were also interrupted by their noise. He frowned and looked up at the 3 boys. Just happened to meet the provocative gaze of the man with a crew cut. "What are you looking at? Pretty boy." Seeing Lin Feng looking at him, the crew cut man said in an even more arrogant tone, "Are you not convinced? Do you believe I will beat you up?" The 2 companions next to him also stood up, rubbing their hands, as if they were ready to take action. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. If he had encountered this situation in the past, he would most likely choose to swallow his anger or quietly change his position. But now, he is no longer the Lin Feng of the past. He stood up slowly, without any fear, and calmly met the gazes of the 3 boys. He said in a low but clear voice, "First, the library has clear rules prohibiting loud noises. You have already affected other students' studies. Second, your words just now were insulting and threatening in nature. I can regard them as provocation." He paused, took out his phone, and the recording interface was clearly displayed on the screen. "Third, I have recorded everything you said and did just now. If you continue to cause trouble, I don't mind handing this recording over to the school security department or the student affairs department for processing. By the way, I am quite familiar with Director Zhang of the Student Union's Discipline Inspection Department. I think he should be happy to deal with this kind of behavior that disrupts campus order." Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was clear and logical, and his tone carried an unquestionable aura. He did not threaten to take action directly, but instead brought up school rules and connections. The contact information of the student union minister was the connection resource that came with a previous purchase rebate he received, and while he might not be that familiar with them, it was enough to scare people. This is called defeating the enemy without fighting. Knowledge and brains are sometimes more powerful than fists. The 3 athletes obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to do this. Looking at the recording interface on Lin Feng's phone and hearing him mention the student union minister, their arrogance suddenly diminished. Although they are arrogant, they also know that if the matter really reaches the school level, they will be in trouble and may even be punished. The crew-haired guy's face turned pale and blue, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He just glared at Lin Feng fiercely, then called out to his companions, "Damn it, bad luck. Let's go. Let's go somewhere else to play." The three of them packed up their things cursing and left the library in shame. The students around him all looked at Lin Feng with admiration and gratitude when they saw this scene. The girl with glasses who was scolded before even whispered thank you to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then sat down again. He didn't notice that Su Wanner, who was sitting not far away, had been watching all this silently from beginning to end. She saw that when Lin Feng faced three arrogant athletes, he did not choose to retreat like others did, but solved the problem calmly, rationally, and orderly, without exacerbating the conflict and maintaining order in the library. This calmness, wisdom, and responsibility made her favorability towards Lin Feng soar again. She discovered that this boy not only became more handsome and wealthy, at least it seemed so, but more importantly, he had also undergone a complete transformation on the inside, becoming confident, decisive, and full of charm. For the first time, Su Wanner's heart was touched by a boy. She looked at Lin Feng's focused face as he returned to his studies, and a touching smile rose unconsciously at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 17: Zhao Kai's Dirty Tricks, Malicious Reporting. Ever since the last time he drove a BMW and slapped someone in the face, Lin Feng has become the most popular person in the school. Wherever he goes, he can feel the envy, jealousy, or curiosity of others. In sharp contrast to this is Zhao Kai's situation. Not only did he lose face in front of everyone and become a laughingstock in private, but his pursuit of Su Wanner was also affected. Su Wanner had been much colder towards him recently, and seemed to be getting closer to Lin Feng, although they only met by chance in the library and had a few normal exchanges. All this made Zhao Kai jealous to the point of going crazy. He couldn't understand how that poor guy Lin Feng had such good luck that he could have a new outfit, a top-of-the-line computer, and even drive a BMW in such a short period of time. Winning a scratch lottery ticket? Demolition? Rich second generation pretending to be poor? Zhao Kai felt that these speculations were unreliable. Based on his understanding of Lin Feng's family background, it was possible for him to win a small prize of a few thousand or a few hundred yuan, but it was impossible for him to support such extravagant consumption. The only explanation is that Lin Feng's money came from an illegal source. Once this idea came into being, it grew wildly in Zhao Kai's heart like a vine. "Brother Kai, do you think that Lin Feng is doing something illegal? For example, campus loans, naked loans, etc.? Or is he simply involved in gambling and money laundering outside?" A lackey beside Zhao Kai speculated. "Yes, Brother Kai. How else can we explain why he suddenly became so rich? This must be the case." Another lackey also echoed. The more Zhao Kai thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. People like Lin Feng who are afraid of poverty will definitely lose control once they have the chance to make quick money. They might have already fallen into it. A vicious plan quickly took shape in Zhao Kai's mind. He wants to destroy Lin Feng. Since a head-on confrontation won't gain any advantage, the shadow of being slapped in the face last time is still there, let us use underhanded tactics. He wanted the school to investigate Lin Feng. As long as it was proven that Lin Feng's source of funds was problematic, he would be given a warning at the least and expelled from school at the worst. We'll see how arrogant he is then. Thinking of this, a ferocious smile appeared on Zhao Kai's face. He immediately took action and secretly collected some so-called evidence such as photos of Lin Feng driving a BMW. Although he rented it, it could be misleading, and heard that he bought a very expensive computer and spent money in high-end restaurants, etc. Then, he hid in his dormitory and wrote an anonymous letter of denunciation. In the letter, he exaggeratedly described Lin Feng's recent series of abnormal high consumption behaviors, which formed a huge contrast with his poor family background, and strongly hinted that the source of Lin Feng's funds was extremely suspicious and might be involved in illegal and criminal activities, such as participating in illegal online loans and violent debt collection, indulging in online gambling, and even being used by illegal gangs outside the school for money laundering. He also expressed deeply saddened that Lin Feng's behavior not only corrupted his personal character, but also seriously damaged the reputation of Jinling University. He urged the school leaders to attach great importance to it, immediately launch an in-depth investigation into Lin Feng, find out the source of his funds, and deal with him seriously to serve as a warning to others. After writing it, he revised it several times to ensure that the tone was earnest and the evidence was conclusive, although they were all groundless speculations. Then, he took advantage of the cover of night and secretly stuffed the printed anonymous letter of complaint into the crack of the door of the counselor's office. After doing all this, Zhao Kai breathed a sigh of relief, with a smile of success on his face. "Lin Feng, let me see how you die this time." The next morning, just after Lin Feng finished a professional class, his cell phone rang. It was the instructor calling. "Student Lin Feng, are you free now? Please come to my office." The counselor's tone sounded a little serious. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. He didn't seem to have done anything wrong recently, right? With a hint of doubt, he came to the counselor's office. The counselor was a middle-aged man in his 30s wearing glasses. He was usually kind to students, but today, his expression was a little solemn. "Student Lin Feng, please sit down." The counselor pointed to the chair opposite. After Lin Feng sat down, the counselor said, "It's like this, Lin Feng, this morning, I received an anonymous letter reporting you." Anonymous report letter? Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and he understood instantly. It must be that bastard Zhao Kai's doing. He suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "Oh? Report me for what?" The counselor looked at Lin Feng and said, "The letter shows that your recent consumption level does not seem to match your family situation. The reporter suspects that there may be some problems with your source of funds. I hope the school can understand the situation." The counselor was rather tactful and did not directly mention the malicious speculations in the letter. But Lin Feng knew with his toes that there was definitely nothing good in the letter. Zhao Kai's move was insidious enough. He wanted to use the school's rules and regulations to discredit himself. Lin Feng sneered in his heart, but his face showed a slightly surprised and aggrieved expression. "Counselor, who is maliciously slandering me? My money comes from legitimate sources, how could there be a problem?" The counselor nodded. "Well, I believe that most of the students are good. However, since someone has reported the situation, the school needs to understand it according to procedures in order to be responsible for the students. Lin Feng, can you explain your recent financial situation? For example, is your family supporting you, or do you earn income through part-time jobs or other means? The test is coming." Lin Feng knew that this question had to be answered well. If he was vague or gave an unreasonable explanation, it would probably arouse the school's suspicion, which would be exactly what Zhao Kai wanted. He needed a perfect explanation. Lin Feng took a deep breath and his brain started working rapidly. He looked at the counselor's inquiring eyes and had a preliminary response plan in mind. "Counselor, please rest assured that my money is absolutely legal and compliant." Lin Feng raised his head and met the counselor's gaze, his tone calm and confident. "However, this matter is a long story and involves some personal privacy. I hope to have a chance to sort out the relevant supporting materials and explain it to you in detail. At the same time, I also hope that the school can protect my privacy and reserve the right to hold the malicious reporter accountable." He did not give an explanation immediately, but adopted a strategy of delaying and counterattacking, which not only showed his willingness to cooperate with the investigation, but also hinted that someone was maliciously accusing him, thus defeating the counselor. The counselor was silent for a moment after hearing this. He also felt that this anonymous letter might contain personal grudges. Lin Feng's request was reasonable. "Okay." The counselor nodded, "Then you should prepare the relevant materials as soon as possible. The school will not wrongly accuse any good student, but it will not let go of any violation of rules and regulations. You go back first and wait for your materials." "Okay, thank you, counselor." Lin Feng stood up and said goodbye politely. Walking out of the counselor's office, Lin Feng's face instantly darkened. "Zhao Kai. Just wait for me. This time, not only will I bring disgrace upon you, I will also let you know what it means to bring disaster upon yourself by committing evil. However, the most urgent task at the moment is where to get a legal income certificate that can convince the school." Lin Feng frowned and placed his hope on the omnipotent system in his mind. Chapter 18, New Uses of the Legal Income Proof System. Back in the dormitory, Lin Feng closed the door with a gloomy face. Zhao Kai's anonymous report was like a thorn that made him feel uncomfortable. Although he believed that he could handle it, the feeling of being stabbed in the back was really disgusting. "The biggest problem now is how to reasonably explain to the school why I became rich in such a short period of time. Just say that he has a system? Unless he is mentally ill, this is definitely the biggest secret and he can't tell anyone. Saying you won a lottery? That can explain where the first sum of money came from, but it can't explain the subsequent high consumption. You can't win the lottery every day, right? He said his family gave it to him?" The counselor must know his family situation, and this lie would be exposed immediately. "You say you have a part-time job? What part-time job can make hundreds of thousands of dollars in a month? Unless it is illegal." Lin Feng felt a bit of a headache. He needed a source that looked reasonable, could generate continuous income, and was difficult for the school to easily verify. Internet investment? It seems to be a good direction. Nowadays, many college students speculate in stocks and cryptocurrencies. Although the probability of making a lot of money by luck is low, it is not impossible. However, he had never made any investment. Where could he get the transaction records and proof of income? Do I have to Photoshop it myself? The risk is too great. If it is discovered, the consequences will be even more serious. Lin Feng scratched his hair irritably and subconsciously immersed his consciousness in the system panel. After the system was upgraded to LV2, preview icons for several new features were unlocked, but they were all gray and unclickable. System Mall LV3 unlock. Investment Assistant LV4 unlock. Skill Panel LV3 unlock. Lin Feng tried to click on the gray icons with his mind, but there was no response. System, is there any way to help me solve the problem at hand? Lin Feng tried to communicate with the system in his mind. He remembered that the system seemed to have a certain degree of intelligence. After a while, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The host's current needs have been detected. Generate a legal income certificate to deal with external doubts. The current system level is LV2, and the authority is insufficient to directly generate a flawless permanent wealth track. However, the system can provide auxiliary services within LV2 authority to help the host deal with temporary investigations. There is a way. Lin Feng was invigorated and asked quickly, what auxiliary services? Ding! After consuming specific resources, the system can generate a virtual income voucher and supporting simulated data flow traces with a certain timeliness for the host, which is sufficient to cope with routine non-judicial investigations. The types that can be generated include but are not limited to network investment income, manuscript fee copyright income, online part-time job remuneration, virtual item trading profits, etc. This service requires a large amount of rebate. Please choose carefully. Lin Feng widened his eyes. Virtual income voucher? Simulated data flow trace? Isn't this what he needs most right now? Although it is time sensitive and only responds to routine investigations, it is definitely more than enough to deal with school counselors. Great! Lin Feng slapped his thigh excitedly. Tell me quickly, how to generate it. How much rebate money do I need to consume? Ding! Detected that the host's requirements tend to be network investment income type of proof. Generate a temporary income voucher that is sufficient to cover the host's recent within 30 days wealth growth and includes detailed virtual transaction records, screenshots of fund flows, and platform virtual or real niche platform certification. It requires a one-time consumption of 100,000 rebate funds. The certificate and simulation data are valid for 90 days, after which the relevant virtual traces will be automatically deleted. 100,000? Lin Feng took a breath of cold air. The total assets in his bank card are only over 320,000 yuan, and nearly one-third of it will be spent in one go. Too expensive. It's a steal. Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. How many things could he buy with this 100,000 yuan, and how much rebate could he get? But if he didn't solve the current troubles, and was caught by the school, or even succeeded in being slandered by Zhao Kai, the consequences would be disastrous. Not to mention continuing to use the system to make money, it would even be a problem whether he could graduate successfully. After weighing the two options, it seems that the 100,000 yuan has to be spent. Lose money to avoid disaster. Moreover, spending this money can not only resolve the crisis, but also turn the tables on Zhao Kai. Let him lose more than he gains. Thinking of this, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. System, I confirm the generation. Just select the network investment income type. Ding! Confirm the consumption of 100,000 rebate funds, generate a temporary network investment income certificate and supporting simulation data. Generating, estimated to take 10 minutes. A progress bar appeared on the system panel. Lin Feng watched as his bank card balance instantly decreased by 100,000 to more than 220,000, and he felt heartbroken. But he knew it was a necessary price. 10 minutes later. Ding! Temporary income certificate online investment income virtual currency direction has been generated. Related simulated transaction records and fund flows have been synchronized to the encrypted cloud server valid for 90 days. The electronic version of the voucher has been stored in the system inventory. The host can view, print or selectively display it at any time. Lin Feng quickly opened the system inventory and saw a beautifully crafted PDF document lying there quietly. He opened the document with his mind. The title of the document is Personal Digital Asset Investment Short-Term Income Report, which records in detail how Lin Feng accurately seized several market fluctuations in the past month through a niche overseas digital currency trading platform which Lin Feng had never heard of, and luckily used an initial capital of several thousand yuan to make hundreds of thousands of profits through high-leverage short-term operations. Not only are there total profit statistics, but there are also detailed data such as buy price, sell price, transaction time, leverage multiple, profit amount, etc. for each transaction, and even screenshots of the K-line chart of the trading platform and fund flow screenshots. The entire report is well made, with clear logic, detailed data, and looks seamless. Lin Feng was stunned. This system is awesome. These $100,000 are worth it. With this perfect evidence, he wanted to see if the counselor would still be suspicious. What tricks could that bastard Zhao Kai play? Lin Feng raised his lips into a confident sneer. He immediately sent the PDF document to his email, then went downstairs to the printing shop and had a thick stack of color prints of the report. Holding this heavy evidence, Lin Feng walked directly to the counselor's office. The time to fight back has come. Chapter 19, Perfect Counterattack in front of the counselor. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng knocked on the door of the counselor's office. Please come in. The counselor's voice came from inside. Lin Feng pushed the door open and saw the counselor sitting behind his desk marking documents, his face still looking somewhat serious. Counselor, you are looking for me. Lin Feng said calmly, holding the thick folder in his hand. The counselor looked up and saw that it was Lin Feng. He put down the pen in his hand and pointed to the chair opposite him. Well, Lin Feng, please sit down. How have you thought about it? About your recent financial situation. His tone was more formal than last time, and it was obvious that he took the issues raised in the anonymous letter very seriously. Lin Feng put the folder on the table, with a frank and slightly helpless smile on his face. Counselor, I have prepared the relevant supporting materials and was just about to explain it to you. Oh? Tell me about it. The counselor leaned forward slightly, looking interested. Lin Feng opened the folder and handed over the color-printed Personal Digital Asset Investment Short-Term Income Report. Counselor, this is what happened. Lin Feng began his performance. Actually, since last semester, I have been interested in emerging digital currencies, which are commonly known as virtual currencies and bitcoins. I have also read some related materials in my spare time. About a month ago, I used the little living expenses I had saved from my frugal life, about 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, to register an account on a foreign, relatively niche digital currency trading platform. The platform name and website are in the report, thinking that I could try a small amount to see if I could earn some pocket money. The counselor listened and flipped through the report in his hand, frowning slightly. He had heard of college students speculating in cryptocurrencies, but it was extremely risky, and 9 out of 10 people would lose money. How could Lin Feng, a poor student, have the courage and capital to do this? Lin Feng seemed to see through his doubts and continued, I didn't understand it at first, and I lost some money. But later, maybe I was lucky, and I happened to catch a big market trend. It was the Dogecoin surge some time ago, you may have heard about it? The counselor nodded. The news about Dogecoin's surge in value some time ago was indeed very popular. I didn't know what I was thinking at the time, but I somehow went long with high leverage before it started. Guess what happened? In a few days, it increased dozens of times. Lin Feng's face showed just the right amount of excitement and relief. Later, I used the money I earned to do a few short-term trades. There were gains and losses, but overall, my luck has been good, and I have gradually grown to my current size. He pointed to the report and said, this report contains my detailed transaction records and screenshots of fund flows. The time and amount all match. The total profit is probably about more than 300,000 after tax. He deliberately said less to make it seem more realistic. The counselor lowered his head and looked through the report carefully. The report is indeed very professional. It not only has clear transaction record tables, accurate buy and sell points, and clear profit and loss calculations, but also has K-line chart screenshots and fund transfer screenshots as evidence. Even the logo and interface of the trading platform are imitated vividly. Although the counselor is not a financial professional, he can see the intention of this report. He picked up his phone again and tried to search for the niche overseas trading platform mentioned in the report, and found that he could actually find relevant information online. Of course, this is all part of the system simulation data, but there is very little information, and it does look like an unknown small platform. This makes Lin Feng's explanation more credible. After all, the more niche the platform, the more likely it is that there will be information asymmetry and opportunities to get rich quickly. Of course, it is also possible to run away directly. The counselor was amazed. Lin Feng's luck was too good to be true, wasn't it? With a capital of a few thousand yuan, he made over 300,000 yuan a month? He was truly a chosen one. Although he found it a little unbelievable, the evidence before him was so detailed and logically self-consistent that he could not find any obvious flaws. So that's how it is. The counselor put down the report and looked at Lin Feng with a look that had changed from scrutiny to amazement and a hint of envy. Student Lin Feng, you are so lucky. However, virtual currency investment is extremely risky and volatile. You are lucky to have made money this time, but you must not get addicted. You still have to focus on your studies, understand? I know, counselor. Lin Feng immediately pretended to accept the teachings humbly. I have already withdrawn most of the funds and left a small part in it. I dare not play such a big game again. This time it was really a fluke. Well, I'm glad you think so. The counselor completely dispelled his doubts, nodded, and smiled. It seems that someone did maliciously slander you in that anonymous letter. He returned the report to Lin Feng, and his tone became gentler. Student Lin Feng, you have been wronged in this matter. Don't worry, the school will definitely protect law-abiding students. The school is also firmly opposed to this kind of anonymous, unfounded, and malicious reporting. Although the counselor did not say it explicitly, Lin Feng could tell that there was something else behind his words. The counselor probably already guessed who did it. Zhao Kai didn't have a good reputation in the school. Although he couldn't deal with Zhao Kai directly without evidence, he would definitely teach Zhao Kai a lesson in the subsequent student management work. Thank you, counselor, for your understanding and trust. Lin Feng said with tears of gratitude, but his heart was filled with joy. The crisis was resolved. And Zhao Kai was defeated. This 100,000 yuan rebate is totally worth it. Lin Feng put away the report, thanked the counselor again, and left the office feeling refreshed. The sun shone on him and he felt more relaxed than ever before. Zhao Kai, your plot has failed. Now it's my turn to prepare a surprise for you. Chapter 20. Zhao Kai was dumbfounded. He lost more than he gained. Zhao Kai's mood these days is like riding a roller coaster. Ever since he stuffed the anonymous letter of complaint into the counselor's office, he has been in a state of excitement and anxiety. What excited him was that he imagined Lin Feng being called in for a talk by the counselor, and then being investigated by the school because he couldn't explain the source of the funds, and finally being punished or even expelled. Just thinking about it made him feel relieved. What makes me anxious is, what if Lin Feng really has some background, or what if the counselor doesn't take him seriously? He waited like this for 2 days, feeling anxious and worried. However, the expected news of Lin Feng being punished did not come yet. On the contrary, he saw that Lin Feng still went to class and library as usual, and even drove the rented BMW. Zhao Kai still firmly believed it was rented to the driving school to practice driving with a happy face. His life was so comfortable. Zhao Kai was dumbfounded. What happened? Did the counselor not receive the letter? Or did he not take it seriously at all? He was very nervous and fidgety. Just as he was about to find out more about the situation, he received even more disturbing news. That afternoon, the counselor held a regular class meeting for this grade. After talking about some routine matters, the counselor suddenly changed the subject and said with a serious expression, "Recently, I have received some anonymous, false reports against our classmates. Here, I want to emphasize one point." He paused and glanced sharply at the students in the audience, especially pausing for a moment in the direction of Zhao Kai. We at Jinling University advocate a school spirit of fairness, justice, unity, and friendship. Students should help each other and make progress together. We firmly oppose any form of malicious slander and anonymous false accusations without factual basis. Such behavior not only wastes school resources, but also hurts the feelings of students and destroys campus harmony. I hope that students who have similar ideas will take care of themselves. Once verified, the school will definitely deal with it seriously. Although the counselor did not mention anyone by name, the meaningful look and stern tone made Zhao Kai feel instantly uneasy and his face turned pale. The counselor knows. He must know that he did it. It's over. Zhao Kai's heart sank to the bottom. What made him even more devastated was that after the class meeting, he immediately found out the truth of the matter through his lackeys. Brother Kai. This is bad. I asked our class committee member, and he said that the counselor had a talk with Lin Feng. What's the result? Was Lin Feng dealt with? Zhao Kai asked anxiously. No. I heard that Lin Feng produced evidence. He said that he made his money from online investment. He was lucky and made hundreds of thousands. The counselor believed it. What? Internet investment? Just relying on him? Zhao Kai was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. How is it possible? He knows nothing about investment. It must be fake. How could the counselor believe it? I don't know, but the class committee said that the counselor did not pursue the matter any further and even reprimanded the anonymous whistleblower at the class meeting. Zhao Kai completely collapsed in the chair, his face ashen. His carefully planned conspiracy not only failed to bring down Lin Feng, but instead allowed Lin Feng to prove his ability in front of the counselor, and also dug a hole for himself. The attempt to steal a chicken ends up with the loss of the rice. This is such a great shame. In the next few days, Zhao Kai clearly felt the special care from his counselor. For example, before when he was occasionally late or left early, the counselors would turn a blind eye, but now they will specifically criticize him by name. For example, some awards and scholarships that he could easily get in the past because of his family background, but now the counselors have blocked him for various reasons. Although these were just minor troubles, they made Zhao Kai feel unprecedented frustration and chill. He knew that his impression of the counselor had completely hit rock bottom. And all this is thanks to Lin Feng. With new and old grudges added together, Zhao Kai's hatred for Lin Feng not only did not decrease because of this failure, but reached an unprecedented peak. He watched Lin Feng still enjoying his success on campus, and even getting closer and closer to Su Wan'er. The jealousy and resentment in his heart almost consumed him. Lin Feng, I'm not done with you. Zhao Kai gritted his teeth, his eyes vicious. Since the school route doesn't work, don't blame me for using other means. He began to think of a more direct and vicious way of revenge. Since I can't beat you within the rules, I'll play with you outside the rules. A bigger storm seems to be brewing in secret. Chapter 21: The first pot of gold to achieve $1 million asset. Having successfully resolved Zhao Kai's anonymous reporting crisis, Lin Feng felt extremely relieved. What made him laugh and cry was that the news that he had become rich through online investment had quietly spread in a small circle. Although most people still did not believe it, some people, especially some classmates who were also interested in financial investment, began to worship him as an investment genius and young stock god. There were even several classmates from different majors who found him through various channels, hoping to ask him for investment advice, or simply wanted to get rich with him. Lin Feng naturally declined the offer with reasons such as it was just luck and I can't guarantee it. Are you kidding? He relied on the system, so how could he know anything about investment? If he really let others to lose money, it would be a big trouble. However, this also reminded him that as his wealth continued to grow, he would certainly face more similar attention and inquiries in the future, and he needed to think of a response strategy as soon as possible. Having resolved his worries, Lin Feng devoted more energy to the business of making money. After the system was upgraded to LV2, the daily spending limit of 10,000 and the minimum rebate of 1.5 times brought his wealth accumulation speed into a new stage. He no longer bought things worth a few hundred or a few $1,000s as he did before, but began to try larger purchases. He bought himself several sets of higher-end clothes and shoes, all of which were second-tier international brands, costing several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan each. Ding! Spend 8,000 yuan clothing, trigger 3 times rebate, get 24,000 yuan. He began to pay attention to skin care and maintenance, and bought a complete set of high-end men's skin care products, spending thousands of yuan. Ding! Spend 5,000 yuan skin care products to trigger 4 times rebate and get 20,000 yuan. He purchased more paid knowledge courses covering multiple fields such as finance, management, law, and even psychology, constantly enriching his brain. Ding! Spend 6,000 yuan courses, trigger 2 times rebate, get 12,000 yuan. He even went to a high-end private cinema and booked a private theater to watch a newly released blockbuster movie, experiencing a luxurious movie-watching experience. Ding! Spend 1,000 yuan movie viewing to trigger 5 times rebate and get 5,000 yuan. He fully utilized the daily quota of 10,000 yuan in various ways and converted it into a steady stream of rebates. The balance of his bank card skyrocketed at an astonishing speed. 400,000, 500,000, 700,000. In just over a week, his total assets soared from more than 200,000 to over 800,000. He was only one step away from his goal of becoming a millionaire. The feeling of free growth of wealth is simply intoxicating. As his wealth grows, Lin Feng's vision and consumption concepts are also quietly changing. Although the rented BMW 3 Series was still eye-catching, in his opinion, it was no longer impressive enough. Moreover, a rented car is not your own after all. Not only do you have to return it on time, but you also feel a little uneasy every time you drive it out. If someone finds out that you rented it one day, you will be slapped in the face. No, I must own a car that truly belongs to me as soon as possible. Lin Feng began to study the automobile market seriously. With his current financial resources, which will soon exceed 1 million, it would be no problem for him to buy a BMW 5 Series or Mercedes-Benz E-Class of the same level as Zhao Kai. But he didn't want to do that. Firstly, changing to a 5 Series right after driving a 3 Series rented is too deliberate and too eye-catching, which may easily cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, his current goal is not just to slap Zhao Kai in the face, but to build his own career and influence. An overly ostentatious luxury car does not fit his current strategy of low-key development. He needs a car that can show his status and taste without being too high-profile, and at the same time is practical and comfortable. After some screening and comparison, Lin Feng set his sights on the mid-size luxury SUV market. Cars of this level, such as Mercedes-Benz GLC, BMW X3, Audi Q5L, etc., generally have prices between 400,000 and 600,000 yuan. The brands are well known, the space is large enough, and the appearance is calm and elegant, which is very in line with his current needs. Among them, Mercedes-Benz GLC is Lin Feng's favorite for its elegant interior and comfortable driving experience. The target is set. When the bank card balance officially exceeds 1 million, go to the 4S store to pick up a Mercedes-Benz GLC. Lin Feng was full of anticipation. Owning a luxury SUV of his own would be another important milestone in his life. Achieve $1 million asset. Pick up the car. The new goal fills Lin Feng with motivation. Chapter 22, 4S Store Situation, Sales Faces. 2 days later, with Lin Feng's unremitting squandering, accompanied by a not-so-small rebate, he bought the latest flagship phone, triggering an 8-fold rebate. His bank card balance finally broke through the 1 million mark. Looking at the 7-digit number on the mobile banking app, Lin Feng was extremely excited. Millionaire? Not long ago, this was a goal he could not even think of, but now he has easily achieved it. Goal achieved, next step, pick up the car. On the weekend, Lin Feng specially changed into that casual suit and took a taxi directly to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store located in a bustling area in the city center. This 4S store is large in scale and magnificently decorated, with a huge 3-pointed star logo shining brightly in the sun. The showroom is brightly lit, with brand new Mercedes-Benz sedans and SUVs parked in an orderly manner, exuding a unique luxurious atmosphere. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked in. Perhaps because he looked too young and came alone, no sales staff immediately greeted him enthusiastically when he entered the showroom. Several men and women who looked like senior salesmen were gathered together, drinking coffee and chatting and laughing. They just glanced at him casually and continued with their own topic, obviously not considering him as a potential customer. There was only a young girl standing near the front desk who looked like an intern. When she saw Lin Feng coming in, she timidly wanted to step forward and say hello, but an old salesperson next to her with a slightly contemptuous look nudged her with his elbow, signaling her not to bother. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seems that this phenomenon of treating people differently based on their status is prevalent in every industry. But he didn't care and wandered around the exhibition hall by himself. His eyes soon locked on the display area of his target model Mercedes-Benz GLC SUV. A GLC 300L dynamic model in obsidian black was parked there quietly. Its smooth body lines and majestic front-face design all revealed the unique elegance and luxury of Mercedes-Benz. Lin Feng walked forward and carefully observed the exterior and interior of the vehicle. Just then, a middle-aged man who looked like a sales manager, a little fat, with a greasy hair, walked over with a professional fake smile on his face. "Hey, little brother, are you looking at cars?" he said casually, with a condescending tone. "GLC, you have a good taste. But this car is not cheap. It costs more than 500,000 yuan. Just take a look, it's okay to get to know it, it's good for young people to broaden their horizons. When you have money in the future, you can consider it." His words seemed polite on the surface, but in fact they were full of contempt and flattery. He did not regard Lin Feng as a real buyer at all. It was more like he was sending away a student who came to broaden his horizons and use the air conditioning. Lin Feng felt a little unhappy after hearing this, but he was too lazy to argue with him. He opened the door and got into the driver's seat, feeling the comfort of the seat and the luxury of the interior. Then he looked up at the greasy supervisor and asked calmly, "This GLC 300L dynamic model uses the M254's 2.0T engine, right? It's paired with a 9-AD gearbox, with a maximum power of 190 kilowatts and a peak torque of 400 Newton meters. How much discount is available in the store now? Do you have any cars in stock? How long does it take to pick up the car?" He asked a series of extremely professional questions about engine models, power parameters, preferential policies, etc., with a steady pace and clear logic. The fake smile on the greasy supervisor's face froze instantly, and his eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect that this young man who looked like a student actually knew so much about the configuration and parameters of the GLC. He even explained the engine model clearly. This is definitely not just a casual Livelo. He hesitated for a long time and couldn't answer the question about the specific preferential policies and car delivery period. Or he didn't want to reveal too much about the bottom price to Linfong, a potential small customer. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, a clear and pleasant female voice came from the side. "Hello, sir. For the GLC 300L dynamic model you asked about, our store currently offers a cash discount of X yuan, plus some free gifts and financial interest subsidies. As for the cars in stock, there are a few black and white cars available for pickup on the same day, but other colors may require reservations, which takes about 1 to 2 weeks." Linfong turned around and saw that the person who was speaking was a young saleswoman wearing a Mercedes-Benz uniform. She looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, with a pretty face, a ponytail, a sincere and friendly smile on her face, and bright and professional eyes. She seemed to be a new employee who had just joined the company. She was standing in the corner and had no chance to interrupt. Only when she saw the greasy supervisor was stuck did she muster up the courage to step forward and answer Linfeng's question. Her answers were clear and well organized, her data was accurate, and her attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, which made people feel like spring breeze. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Qian. I'm a sales consultant here. I'm very happy to serve you." The female salesperson smiled and extended her hand. Linfong immediately developed a liking for the saleswoman named Zhang Qian. Compared with the greasy supervisor and those snobbish old salesmen, she was simply a world apart. He extended his hand and shook Zhang Qian's hand, then said, "Hello, my name is Linfong. Let me introduce you to me." "Okay, Mr. Lin." Zhang Qian's eyes lit up, and she was excited. She could tell that the young Mr. Lin in front of her might be a real big customer. This was her first important opportunity since she joined the company. The greasy supervisor and several other veteran salesmen were stunned when they saw the scene, and then they showed regret and jealousy on their faces. They never thought that this seemingly inconspicuous young man was actually here to buy a car. And it seemed that he was very knowledgeable. They just watched as the newcomer Zhang Qian took Linfong to the customer negotiation area next to them, preparing to introduce the car model configuration and price in detail. A feeling of regret for missing out on 100 million spread among several veteran salesmen. Chapter 23, Picking up the car with full payment shocked the whole audience. In the comfortable and quiet customer negotiation area, Zhang Qian took out a tablet computer and began to introduce to Linfong in detail the various configurations, optional packages and specific car purchasing procedures of the Mercedes-Benz GLC 300L Dynamic Edition. Her explanation was very professional and detailed, and she introduced every function point in a perfect way, without being too complicated, and able to highlight the advantages and highlights of Mercedes-Benz. Moreover, her attitude was always enthusiastic and her smile was sincere, which made people feel very comfortable. While listening, Linfong asked some questions from time to time, and Zhang Qian answered them fluently. Soon, both parties finalized all the details including vehicle configuration, color. Linfong finally chose the classic obsidian black, insurance plan, purchase tax, etc. Zhang Qian tried her best to apply for the current largest cash discount for Linfong, and gave him some practical products, such as full car film, floor mats, driving recorders, etc. In the end, after all the costs were calculated, the landing price of this Mercedes-Benz GLC 300L dynamic model was about 550,000 yuan. "Mr. Lin, that's the price." Zhang Qian handed the final quotation to Linfong, and then said with a smile, "We also provide a variety of flexible financial loan plans, the lowest down payment can be 30%, and the procedures are also very convenient." You are considering. She originally thought that Linfong would choose to buy the car with a loan. After all, for most young people, it is still very stressful to come up with a full payment of more than 500,000 yuan at one time. However, Linfong simply waved his hand and interrupted her, his tone calm but with an unquestionable power. "No need to introduce a loan, I'll pay the full amount. It was just a simple sentence, not very loud, but in the relatively quiet negotiation area, it was like a bolt from the blue. Full payment? Zhang Qian was stunned for a moment, her beautiful big eyes filled with disbelief. Her colleagues beside her, as well as other customers and salespeople who were consulting or processing formalities in the negotiation area, also heard Lin Feng's words, and they all looked over in shock. Are you kidding me? A young man who looks like he is in his early 20s at most, wants to pay the full price for a Mercedes-Benz GLC worth more than 500,000 yuan? What kind of family background does this require? A second-generation rich man? Or a young genius who has successfully started his own business? For a moment, the entire negotiation area fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng, full of curiosity, envy, and inquiry. Those old salesmen who had been indifferent to Lin Feng before were now regretting it. They had pushed such a big fish to the newcomer Zhang Qian. Lin Feng ignored the looks around him, calmly took out his bank card from his wallet, and handed it to Zhang Qian, swiped the card. Zhang Qian finally woke up from her dream. Her hands were shaking with excitement as she took the bank card. Her voice was trembling a little. Okay, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. She hurriedly took her bank card and POS machine and ran to go through the card swiping procedure, fearing that the money would be lost. Soon, the card swiping was completed. The POS machine spits out a long purchase slip. Mr. Lin, please sign here. Lin Feng took the pen and signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Just as he finished signing, the long-awaited system prompt sound in his mind came as expected, and it was unprecedentedly shocking. Ding! It was detected that the host had made an extremely large amount of consumption, 550,000 renminbi. Meet the high consumption incentive conditions. Super rebate determination is in progress. Ding! 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 Congratulations to the host. Triggering the highest level of critical strike 10 times the rebate. Get rebate, 5,500,000 renminbi. The rebate has been automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card account ending in XXXX, please check it. Boom! Lin Feng felt like his brain was blown up by a nuclear bomb. 55 million and a half? Buy a car worth 550,000 yuan and get a direct rebate of 5.5 million yuan? 10 times critical strike. It actually triggered a 10 times critical strike. Lin Feng's heart was beating wildly, and blood was surging in his veins like magma. He had to hold back so as not to scream out. He quickly checked his bank card balance. The original balance of over 1 million yuan, after deducting the 550,000 yuan car payment, instantly poured in a huge sum of 5.5 million yuan. Total assets soared to an astonishing nearly 6 million yuan in an instant. 6 million! He, Lin Feng, is now a real millionaire. And he is only one step away from becoming a multi-millionaire. The huge surprise and the impact of wealth made Lin Feng feel a little dizzy, but more of it was an unprecedented sense of steadiness and heroism. At the same time, Zhang Qian, the new salesperson who successfully signed this huge full payment order, was also extremely excited. The commission from this order was enough for her to work hard for several months or even half a year. She looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Mr. Lin. Thank you so much. You are our most valued customer. Zhang Qian was so excited that she was incoherent, her cheeks flushed. I will go and handle the car pickup procedures for you now. I guarantee that you can drive your new car today. Thank you for your help. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, trying his best to remain calm. The other salespeople and customers around looked at this scene with mixed feelings, including envy, jealousy, and regret. The greasy sales manager from before had a gloomy face and wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Lin Feng ignored them and just sat quietly on the sofa in the negotiation area, drinking the coffee that Zhang Qian had just brought him, but his heart was already surging. Worth 6 million. Get the Mercedes-Benz GLC. In just less than a month, his life changed dramatically. All this seems like a dream, yet it is so real. Lin Feng knew that his legendary journey had just begun. Chapter 24: New Troubles and Goals of Financial Freedom. Sitting in the driver's seat of the brand new Mercedes-Benz GLC and smelling the unique leather scent of the new car, Lin Feng couldn't calm down for a long time. Nearly 6 million in bank deposits and a luxury SUV of your own. Just a month ago, he was still the poor student who was worried about a few hundred yuan of living expenses and was ruthlessly abandoned by his materialistic girlfriend. But now, he has transformed himself into a hidden billionaire with a net worth of millions. This huge transformation brings not only excitement and joy, but also a sense of security in achieving initial financial freedom. At least, in the foreseeable future, he no longer has to worry about money. He can buy whatever he likes, experience a life he never imagined before, and even easily change the fate of himself and his family. This feeling is wonderful and intoxicating. However, after a brief moment of excitement, Lin Feng was not overwhelmed by the huge wealth. Instead, he began to calmly think about some new problems. The first problem is the sense of security of wealth. There is a huge amount of money of nearly 6 million in the bank card, which is an astronomical figure in the eyes of ordinary people. Will it attract the attention of the bank? Will it be frozen for some reason? Although the system-generated Internet Investment Income Certificate temporarily satisfied the school, if it faces stricter scrutiny, such as from the tax department, will this reason still stand up? What if the system suddenly disappears one day? These potential risks, like small thorns, made Lin Feng feel a little uneasy. He realized that having money alone was not enough, and how to safely and effectively manage and control this wealth was an issue that must be seriously considered. The second question is the purpose of consumption. The system relies on consumption rebates. During this period of time, he has been thinking about how to spend all the quota and buy various things to trigger the rebate. Although the process was very enjoyable and his wealth was growing rapidly, he gradually felt that this behavior of consuming purely for rebates seemed to lack creativity and a sense of accomplishment. The happiness brought by material enjoyments such as buying luxury cars, luxury goods, and eating big meals is direct, but it also seems a bit empty. He longed to do something more meaningful and that could better reflect his own value. For example, using this wealth to create greater value or realize some dreams that you never dared to think of before? The third issue is to tap the potential of the system. After the system was upgraded to LV2, although the amount and rebate rate were increased, he felt that this was far from the end of the system. The gray, unlocked function icons on the panel constantly reminded him. System Mall LV3 unlock. Investment Assistant LV4 unlock. Skill Panel LV3 unlock. These functions sound very powerful just by their names. What rare treasures will be in the System Mall? Can the Investment Assistant help him achieve exponential growth and wealth? Can the Skill Panel allow him to gain extraordinary power? He realized that the unlimited rebate system might be much more than just spending money and getting money back. It might hide a bigger secret and contain the power to change the world. Being satisfied with the status quo and just consuming and getting rebates every day is the biggest waste of the system. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart became hot again. He cannot be satisfied with the initial wealth and freedom, nor can he indulge in material enjoyment. He needs to set higher goals, explore the full potential of the system, and pursue greater power and a broader world. He quickly planned a new goal for himself in his mind. Short-term goal: accumulate wealth and complete system tasks as soon as possible if triggered, strive to unlock LV3 as soon as possible, open the System Mall and Skill Panel. At the same time, learn investment and financial management knowledge, find professional wealth management channels, maintain and increase the value of existing funds, and diversify risks. Mid-term goal: with the help of the system such as a future investment assistant, try to start his own business. Whether it is the internet, finance or other fields, he wants to build a business map that truly belongs to him and transform the advantages of the system into real influence. Long-term goal: continuously improve your own strength. Not only in terms of wealth, but also in other aspects of ability brought by the system such as fighting and knowledge in the skill panel. In the end, become a strong person who can truly control his own destiny and even influence the destiny of others. Wealth, strength, influence, he wants it all. After clarifying the new goal, Lin Feng felt suddenly enlightened. His previous confusion and anxiety were swept away, and were replaced by endless motivation and vision for the future. Action must begin immediately. He took out his cell phone and found the number he had just saved: Zhang Qian, a sales consultant at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. He remembered Zhang Qian saying that their 4S store also cooperated with some banks and wealth management institutions, and could provide relevant consulting services to high-end customers. Perhaps, through her, I can find a reliable financial advisor or channel? Lin Feng called Zhang Qian. Hello, who is this? Zhang Qian's clear voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of professional politeness. Advisor Zhang, it's me, Lin Feng. I just mentioned the GLC to you today. Ah. Mr. Lin. Hello, hello. Zhang Qian's voice immediately became enthusiastic and surprised. You called me so soon? Is there something wrong with the car? The car is fine, very good. Lin Feng smiled. I just want to consult you about something else. You said before that your store can recommend some wealth management services to customers? Zhang Xian was moved when she heard this, and she was even more certain that Lin Feng was not an ordinary young man. He had just paid for a luxury car and immediately considered wealth management. This was definitely the way of thinking of a rich person. She said quickly, Yes, Mr. Lin. We have in-depth cooperation with several top private banks, securities companies, and third-party wealth management companies. We can recommend the most professional and reliable consultants and services to you. I wonder what specific needs you have. I need a professional and reliable channel to help me manage some of my idle funds. The requirements are that it is safe and stable, and at the same time it can provide some high-quality investment advice. Lin Feng said, Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? Yes. Absolutely. Zhang Qian said with certainty, Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I know a very experienced wealth consultant with a very good reputation in the industry. He works in the private banking department of XX Bank, which we cooperate with. I will contact him for you right away. I will make clear arrangements for you. Being able to provide value-added services to big customers like Lin Feng is also a good opportunity for her to expand her network and improve her performance, so she will naturally do her best. Okay, thank you for your help. Tell me when you have any news. No trouble. You are too polite, Mr. Lin. I will reply to you as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng showed a smile. Leave professional matters to professionals. His focus should be on how to upgrade the system faster, improve strength, and... Lin Feng's gaze unconsciously drifted out the window, in the direction of Jinling University. Perhaps, it's time to find an opportunity to improve my relationship with that beautiful campus beauty? Wealth, career, and beauty, these are what a successful man should pursue. Chapter 25 Su Wanner's chance to seek help has come. Life seemed to have suddenly entered the fast lane. Lin Feng mentioned the news of the Mercedes-Benz GLC, and just like the previous BMW, it once again caused a stir on campus. This time, no one suspected that he was renting a car or pretending to be cool. After all, the Mercedes-Benz SUV with a full price of more than 500,000 yuan was there, which was a real strength. Lin Feng has really become a big shot. I declare that from today on, Lin Feng is my new idol. I heard he refused the loan and paid in full. He's so generous. I guess Zhou Qian has fainted in the dormitory from crying? Where's Zhao Kai? Is there any movement? This time, Zhao Kai completely disappeared. It was said that he had taken several days off since he was beaten up by Lin Fengbao at the last class reunion at KTV, and had not come to school. As a result, Zhou Qian also became much more low-key and no longer dared to show off like before. Lin Feng just smiled indifferently. He was just a clown, not worthy of his attention. The focus of his life now is, first, to use the daily quota of 10,000 yuan to continue making money and move towards higher wealth goals. Second, to seize the time to go to the driving school to practice driving and strive to master driving skills as soon as possible. Third, to frantically absorb knowledge in finance, management, and other aspects through books and online courses to prepare for the future. He leads a busy and fulfilling life, and can feel his progress and wealth growing every day. With the help of the investment assistant and the daily rebate, the balance of his bank card is steadily moving towards 7 million and 8 million. Just as Lin Feng was planning his life step by step, an unexpected WeChat message broke the peace. It was sent by Su Weiner. Lin Feng, are you there? When Lin Feng saw this name pop up, his heartbeat quickened for no reason. Ever since the last time they met by chance in the library and he helped her out, although the two of them exchanged WeChat, they haven't had much contact. They just nod and say hello when they occasionally meet on campus. She suddenly came to see me. What could be going on? Lin Feng immediately replied, Yes, Wanner, what's wrong? After a while, Su Wanner sent a message, which seemed to be a little hesitant and embarrassed. It's like this. I recently participated in a public welfare entrepreneurship project for college students, which mainly helps left-behind children in mountainous areas improve their learning conditions. The project went smoothly, but recently when purchasing a batch of learning materials, I encountered a small funding gap of about 10,000 yuan. All of our team members are still students, and we can't raise so much money in a short time. I'm embarrassed to ask my family for this little money, so I want to ask you, is it convenient for you to lend it to me first? I promise that I will pay you back as soon as the living expenses arrive next month or the project gets subsequent sponsorship. Lin Feng looked at the message and instantly understood Su Wanner's predicament. 10,000 yuan is indeed not a small amount for an ordinary student. Although Sue Warner's family is well off, her parents may be strict, or she may be shy and unwilling to ask for money from her family easily. And the project she participated in was a public welfare project, which may not be profitable, so it is normal to encounter difficulties in capital turnover. This is a godsend. The goddess took the initiative to ask for help. Isn't this a great opportunity for you to show your strength, get closer to her, and win her heart? Lin Feng suppressed his inner excitement and quickly tapped on the screen. 10,000 yuan, right? No problem. This charity project is very meaningful, I support it very much. However, it would be too polite to talk about borrowing. How about this 10,000 yuan is my personal sponsorship for your project, and you don't have to pay it back. I hope I can do my bit to help the children in the mountainous areas. He did not choose to borrow, but directly used the name of sponsorship. This not only solved the problem, but also showed his generosity, and would not put too much psychological burden on Sue Warner. It also showed his support for public welfare, killing two birds with one stone. After the message was sent, there was silence for a moment. Then, Sue Warner's message came back with obvious surprise and gratitude. Ah? Sponsorship? Lin Feng, how can this be so embarrassing? This 10,000 yuan from us, who are not even related to each other, is not a small amount of money for you, right? Lin Feng saw her reply and smiled. It seems that in the goddess' heart, he is still the ordinary classmate who needs to weigh the 10,000 yuan? But it's also good this way, as it can better highlight one's noble character of being generous and righteous. He replied, "Ha, Warner, you underestimate me. This little money is nothing to me. I think it's worth it to use it on meaningful things. Don't be polite to me. Please send me your project team's payment account or your account number, and I will transfer it to you now." There was silence again, as if they were digesting this information. Lin Feng, thank you so much. You are such a good person. Sue Warner's message was full of gratitude, and she even sent a hug emoticon. Our project team will definitely make good use of this money and bring your kindness to the children in the mountainous areas. When the project is finished, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Thank you very much. The word good man made Lin Feng's mouth twitch, but when he saw the promise of treating dinner at the end, he immediately became happy again. Good progress. No problem with eating, we're always here for you. Please send me your account number. Sue Warner quickly sent the account number and name of a corporate account. Lin Feng immediately opened his mobile banking app and transferred 10,000 yuan without any hesitation. Ding! The host has spent 10,000 renminbi. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering 5 times rebate. Get rebate of 50,000 renminbi. The money came back, and I made 40,000 yuan. Doing good deeds and making money, this feeling is so great. It has been forwarded, please check it. Lin Feng replied. Received. Lin Feng. Thank you again. You really helped us a lot. Sue Warner replied almost instantly, followed by a series of expressions expressing gratitude. You're welcome. I'm glad I can help you. Whenever your project needs material transportation or other help, you can always contact me. My car is always on standby. Lin Feng also showed his resources by the way. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. I can feel that Sue Warner on the other side of the screen must be very excited and grateful at this moment. Lin Feng knew that through this generous generosity, his image in Sue Warner's heart must have been raised several levels. From a somewhat mysterious suddenly rich classmate, he became a high-quality potential stock with strength, love, and willingness to help others. You are one step closer to your goal of winning the beauty. Lin Feng put down his phone and hummed a little tune happily. Next, they just have to wait for the goddess thank you banquet. That will be a key opportunity for the two to take their relationship to the next level. Chapter 26, Easily Solved, Goddess Favorability Soars. On weekend afternoons, the sun shines through the glass windows, casting mottled shadows on the wooden tables of the cafe. The air is filled with the rich aroma of coffee and soft background music, creating a warm and leisurely atmosphere. Lin Feng arrived at the agreed coffee shop a few minutes early and chose a quiet seat by the window to sit down. He deliberately wore a clean white shirt and casual pants today, and he looked refreshed and energetic. Not long after, Sue Warner appeared at the entrance of the cafe. She was wearing a simple floral dress, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, and a light makeup on her face, but she was still so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. However, there seemed to be a hint of worry and fatigue between her eyebrows. Seeing Lin Feng, Su Wanner's eyes lit up, and she walked over quickly with a slightly apologetic smile on her face. Lin Feng, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. No, I just got here too. Lin Feng stood up and pulled out a chair for her like a gentleman. Sit down. What would you like to drink? A cup of latte will be fine, thank you. Su Wanner sat down and put her small bag beside her. Lin Feng waved to the waiter and ordered 2 cups of coffee and snacks. While waiting for the coffee, the atmosphere was a little quiet. Su Wanner seemed to be still considering how to start, her fair fingers unconsciously stirring the corner of her clothes. Lin Feng noticed her awkwardness and took the initiative to break the silence, smiling and saying, Wanner, you seem a little tired. Are you busy with the project? Speaking of the project, Su Wanner sighed softly, with a worried look on her face. Yes, I have been running around for that batch of study materials recently. It was mainly because of the funding gap I told you about before. Although you generously donated 10,000 yuan, which solved the urgent problem, we encountered some new problems later. Oh? What's the problem? Can you tell me about it? Maybe I can help. Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, pretending to listen carefully. He knew that this was a good opportunity to learn more about the situation and show his abilities. Su Wanner hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. It's like this. Some of the materials we purchased are equipment for improving multimedia teaching conditions in mountainous schools, such as projectors and second-hand computers. In order to let more people understand and support our project, our team plans to make a promotional film to record the joy of the children when they received the materials and the improvement in their learning conditions. This is a good thing. Recording it with video can indeed have a good publicity effect. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's what we thought too. Su Wanner smiled bitterly. The script and shooting materials are almost ready, but we got stuck in the post-production stage. The computer configuration of the student in our team who is responsible for editing is too low. It is very slow to process those high-definition video materials, and the rendering output is so slow that it makes people frustrated, which seriously affects the progress. We want to go outside to find a studio to do it, but after asking around, the price is not cheap, at least several thousand, and our project funds are really not enough. It turned out that there was a lack of high-performance computers. After listening to this, Lin Feng immediately had a clue in his mind. For him, this was simply a simple matter. Seeing the embarrassment and anxiety in Su Wanner's clear eyes, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said calmly, I thought it was a big problem, but it turns out that you are short of a high-performance computer. Su Wanner was stunned. Well, this is not a big problem? A computer that can smoothly edit high-definition videos requires very high configuration and is not cheap. It's really not cheap, Lin Feng nodded, then changed the subject. However, I happen to have a computer with decent configuration, maybe I can help you. You? Su Wanner looked at him in surprise. Aren't you studying computer science? Do you usually require such high computer configuration for programming? I didn't buy this computer for programming. Lin Feng smiled and took out the high-tech laptop bag with the alien logo printed on it from his backpack. It's mainly for playing games occasionally. When Lin Feng put the brand new Alienware X17 R2 laptop on the table, Su Wanner's eyes widened instantly. Although she was not a computer enthusiast, she had heard of the Alienware brand and knew that it was a top-notch gaming laptop brand with extremely high prices. Moreover, the appearance and size of Lin Feng's computer were obviously flagship level. Is this an alien? Su Wanner covered her mouth in surprise. Lin Feng, when did you buy it? It must have cost tens of thousands, right? Well, I just bought it a while ago, the configuration is okay. Lin Feng said lightly, as if talking about a trivial matter. He turned on the computer, and after a smooth and cool boot animation, the desktop was revealed. The i9 processor, 3080Ti graphics card, and 32GB memory should be more than enough for editing your promotional video. Su Wanner was completely shocked. How can this be called a decent configuration? This is simply the best of the best. Not to mention editing promotional videos, it's enough to make Hollywood special effects, right? She looked at Lin Feng's calm demeanor, and then thought about her own team worrying about the several thousand yuan in production costs, and a complex and wonderful feeling surged in her heart. How many surprises does this boy in front of me have hidden? Lin Feng, this computer is too expensive. How can we use yours? Su Wanner quickly waved her hand to refuse, although she was very eager to solve the problem in front of her. What's expensive? I bought it to use. Lin Feng closed the computer and looked at Su Wanner with sincere eyes. Besides, I'm very happy to be able to contribute to your charity project. The computer is sitting here unused, and it's its honor to be able to help. He paused and added, of course, if you find it inconvenient to use my computer directly, I can also sponsor you some money. You can use it to rent a professional cloud rendering service, or simply buy a workstation with sufficient performance so that you can use it for a long time in the future. He proposed two solutions, one was to provide resources directly, and the other was to provide financial support again. His tone was natural, without any intention of charity or showing off, as if he was just discussing a very ordinary matter, and he fully considered the other party's feelings and the actual needs of the project. Sue Warner was completely moved. She looked at Lin Feng's face with a gentle smile, and the sincerity and openness in his eyes, and a soft corner of her heart seemed to be gently touched. The boy in front of her not only possessed astonishing wealth in her opinion, but more importantly, he was generous, kind, and considerate. He knew how to help others in a proper way while maintaining their dignity. This kind of ability and character is far more touching than what kind of car he drives or what kind of computer he uses. Sue Warner's cheeks flushed charmingly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Feng gradually changed from surprise and curiosity to deep gratitude and appreciation, and even mixed with a hint of heartbeat that she herself had not noticed. Lin Feng, she bit her lips slightly, her voice becoming much gentler, thank you. I really don't know what to say. You've helped us a lot again. Lin Feng smiled and said, don't be so polite, it's just a small favor. So which plan do you decide to use? Use my computer or should I sponsor some more funds? Sue Warner thought for a while and said, your computer must have the best performance, but our project team has a lot of people, so it may not be very convenient. How about you sponsor a little more? We can rent cloud services or see if we can buy a second-hand graphics workstation, so that we can be more efficient. She still felt that it was not appropriate to use Lin Feng's expensive computer directly. Okay, no problem. Lin Feng said without hesitation, how much do you need? I asked around and found out that renting a cloud service costs about 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, and buying a second-hand workstation might cost 15,000 to 20,000 yuan, Sue Warner said a little embarrassedly. Then let's make 20,000. Lin Feng took out his phone, this way you will have more money and can buy a better one. Is this the same project account as last time? Yes. Sue Warner looked at Lin Feng, who was about to transfer the money without hesitation, and her heart was deeply moved. Lin Feng transferred another 20,000 yuan on the spot. Ding! The host has spent 20,000 renminbi. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have triggered a 3x rebate. You will receive a rebate of 60,000 renminbi. Another net profit of 40,000. It feels great to do good things. Okay, I've transferred it. Lin Feng put down his phone and said easily. Sue Warner looked at the receipt notification on her phone, her eyes slightly moist. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng, her eyes bright as stars. Lin Feng, thank you. I really don't know how to thank you. Lin Feng felt a great sense of accomplishment when he saw the goddess being touched by his money power and personality charm. He knew that the time was right. He leaned forward slightly, got closer, looked into Sue Warner's eyes, and said half jokingly and half seriously, you really want to thank me? Yeah. Sue Warner nodded vigorously. Then Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth with a nice arc, next time you invite me to dinner, don't be so polite. Or if you don't mind, can you consider giving me a chance to serve you for a long time? His words carried just the right amount of ambiguity and tentativeness, and his eyes were gentle and focused. Sue Warner's face suddenly turned red, and even her ears were stained pink. How could she not understand the meaning of Lin Feng's words? Her heart began to beat like a deer. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. I'll think about it. Although she didn't agree explicitly, her shy look and the attitude of not directly refusing said it all. Lin Feng was overjoyed. It worked. The relationship between him and Sue Warner finally broke through the window paper and took a decisive step forward. In the following time, the atmosphere in the cafe became particularly harmonious and ambiguous. The two chatted about interesting things in school, their hobbies, and their aspirations for the future. Sue Warner talked more and her eyes were full of brilliance and smiles when she looked at Lin Feng. When leaving the cafe, Sue Warner took the initiative to say, Lin Feng, I'll treat you to a meal next weekend. Just as a formal thank you. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Feng agreed with a smile. Looking at Sue Warner's departing figure, Lin Feng felt like his heart was about to fly away. Not only did he easily solve the goddess problem and gain a lot of favorability, he also received generous rebates. More importantly, the relationship between the two had a breakthrough. It's all just perfect. Chapter 27 Special Reward, Obtain Combat Mastery. After helping Su Wanner solve the project problems and taking their relationship to the next level, Lin Feng was in such a good mood. Helping others not only earned him the favor of the goddess, but also earned him 40,000 yuan in rebates. This double happiness was simply too great. With a happy mood, Lin Feng drove his Mercedes-Benz GLC around the city, enjoying the comfort brought by wealth and strength. When passing by the city center square, he saw a news report playing on the big screen. A citizen bravely tried to catch a thief, but was unfortunately stabbed by the thief with a knife. He is currently receiving treatment in the hospital and urgently needs donations from all walks of life. Seeing this news, Lin Feng felt a little heavy. He remembered that he was just a poor student with nothing not long ago. If he encountered a similar situation, he would probably be powerless and even unable to protect himself. Now that he has wealth, perhaps he can do something for this heroic hero. Lin Feng immediately took out his mobile phone and searched for relevant news reports and official donation channels. After confirming that the information was correct, he donated 10,000 yuan to the foundation without hesitation. Ding! The host has spent 10,000 renminbi. Rebate rate determination in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have triggered a 3x rebate. You will receive a rebate of 30,000 renminbi. While donating, he also received a triple rebate. Lin Feng felt even more comfortable and felt that he had done something very meaningful. However, just as he was about to put away his phone, the system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind again, and this time the voice seemed more excited than before. Ding! Warning! Host behavior is detected to trigger the hidden judgment mechanism. The host's consumption behavior this time is in line with the system's core values. Wealth and power are used in the right way. Special reward determination in progress. Judgment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rare special reward, Skill Book Combat Mastery Elementary X1. What? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Skill Book? Combat Mastery Basic? Is he dreaming? I just donated money, but not only did I get a rebate, I also triggered a hidden condition and got a skill book reward? He quickly immersed his consciousness into the system space. Sure enough, in the empty system inventory, a virtual book emitting a faint white light was quietly floating. On the cover of the book, for large characters were written in a flamboyant style, Combat Mastery. Lin Feng's heart started pounding wildly. When the system was upgraded before, he saw the preview icon of the skill panel and had been looking forward to obtaining various powerful skills. Unexpectedly, happiness came so suddenly. Combat Mastery. As the name suggests, this is definitely a skill that improves close combat capabilities. In this world, wealth is important, but one's own strength is equally indispensable. Especially after experiencing the harassment of a villain like Zhao Kai, and the more complicated situation that may be faced in the future, having the ability to protect oneself or even fight back will undoubtedly greatly increase the sense of security. Lin Feng chose to use the skill book with his mind without hesitation. Ding! Confirmed to use the skill book Combat Mastery Basic. Skills are being infused, please stay conscious. In an instant, a huge and pure torrent of information poured into Lin Feng's mind. Boxing straight punch, swing punch, uppercut. Sanda's whip kick, side kick, knee strike. Grappling techniques, throat locks, counterattacks. There are also various basic force techniques, footwork movement, dodge and block, muscle memory. Countless knowledge, skills and experiences about hand-to-hand combat were deeply imprinted in his mind like a sudden enlightenment, as if he had been practicing these skills for several years. At the same time, subtle and wonderful changes were taking place in his body. He could clearly feel that his muscles seemed to become more coordinated, his nerves reacted faster, and the strength and flexibility of his limbs were improved. Every joint and every muscle in his body seemed to be reactivated and optimized, full of power and control. This feeling is so wonderful. In just a moment, he transformed from an ordinary college student who was powerless to a quasi-master who mastered basic fighting skills. When the flood of information stopped, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, with excitement and confidence flashing in his eyes. He subconsciously clenched his fist, feeling the power in his knuckles, and tried to swing his arms quickly a few times, causing a slight sound of wind. The movements were smooth and natural, full of explosive power. Ding! The host has successfully mastered the skill, Combat Mastery Elementary. Skill effect, greatly improves the host's unarmed combat ability, masters basic punching, kicking, and grappling skills, and improves reaction speed, strength control, and body coordination. Note, the skill effect is related to the host's own physical fitness, and can be further improved through subsequent training or the use of attribute potions. So strong. Lin Feng was so excited that he almost wanted to find a place to test his skills on the spot. He felt that now, let alone dealing with a fellow like Zhao Kai, he could easily handle even 2 or 3 ordinary strong adults. A sense of security. An unprecedented sense of security filled his heart. Wealth plus force, this is the real foundation of life. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm down his excitement. This unexpected gain made him more excited than earning millions of rebates. He glanced at the system panel and found that the gray, skill panel, icon was still not lit up. It seemed that he would have to wait until LV3 to officially check and upgrade his skill level. But it doesn't matter, you have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Now that I have mastered the basic combat proficiency, it is already a huge improvement. Lin Feng restarted the car and drove to the school happily. He even began to look forward to it. Would some ignorant hooligans or troublemakers come to his door so that he could try out his new skills? Of course, this is just a thought. He is not a brave and aggressive person. But the feeling of having power is indeed fascinating. This power can not only be used to protect yourself, but also to protect the people you care about at critical moments. For example, Su Wanner? Thinking of Su Wanner's beautiful and charming appearance, Lin Feng's heart warmed up again. Maybe, next time you go on a date with your goddess, you can find an opportunity to inadvertently show off your boyfriend power? Lin Feng raised his lips to a wicked smile, and seemed to step on the accelerator even deeper. Chapter 28, The hero saves the beauty and meets the gangsters. Night falls and the lights come on. The snack street outside the south gate of Jinling University is bustling with people. Lin Feng and Su Wanna walk side by side in the crowd. They had just finished dinner at a nearby restaurant with a nice environment. This was a dinner that Su Wanner had specially invited in advance to thank Lin Feng for his previous help. The atmosphere of the dinner was very good, and the two of them had a great time talking. After this period of contact and understanding, the affection between them continued to heat up, and they were already more and more like a couple. The way Su Wanner looked at Lin Feng also changed from the initial curiosity and gratitude to a little more appreciation and dependence, and occasionally she would reveal a girlish shyness. Lin Feng, thank you so much for today. I'm sorry for making you spend money again. Su Wanner said with a slightly red face as they walked out of the restaurant. Although it was her treat, when it came time to pay the bill, Lin Feng still rushed to pay and triggered the rebate again. Why are you being so polite to me? Lin Feng said with a smile, I'm already very happy that you can treat me to a meal. Besides, the food in this restaurant is really good. Yeah, I think it's delicious too. Su Wanner smiled sweetly. The moonlight sprinkled on her face, making her look particularly charming. The two walked slowly towards the south gate of the school. In order to avoid the crowded crowds in the snack street, they chose a relatively quiet and dimly lit path. This path was a shortcut back to the south gate of the school, and many students usually took it. However, just when they reached the middle of the path, about 100 or 200 meters away from the south gate of the school, an accident happened. Suddenly, 3 young men with colorfully dyed hair, strange clothes, and a strong smell of alcohol came out. Judging from their attire and demeanor, they were obviously the local hooligans who were not doing their jobs properly. The 3 gangsters walked crookedly, cursing something. When they saw Lin Feng and Su Wanner coming towards them, especially when they saw Su Wanner's stunning beauty, their eyes lit up instantly and they smiled with ill intentions. Hey! Look, guys! There's a beautiful girl here. The yellow-haired thug who was in the lead whistled and staggered to block the 2 men's way. The other 2 thugs also came over with a grin on their faces, looking at Su Wanner unscrupulously and laughing obscenely. Where had Su Wanner seen such a scene before? Being surrounded by 3 ruffians, she was so frightened that her face turned pale in an instant. She subconsciously hid behind Lin Feng and grabbed his arm. Lin Feng felt Su Wanner's trembling, and a surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart. In broad daylight, in the open air even though it was night, how dare he harass female students near the university? He is simply courting death. He took a step forward, completely protecting Su Wanner behind him, looked at the 3 thugs in front of him with cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Get out of the way." His voice was not loud, but the chill in his tone made the 3 thugs who were originally smiling slightly stunned. The yellow-haired hooligans shook their heads, and under the influence of alcohol, they became even more arrogant. Yo, kid, you are so arrogant? You want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Don't you know your own weight? The green-haired thug next to him also grinned and said, "Kid, get out of here if you know what's best for you. Leave this girl to have some fun with us guys. Otherwise, hey, I'll give you a taste of my fists." As he said that, the yellow-haired gangster actually stretched out his hand and was about to push Lin Feng's shoulder. A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. "There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you break in. I'll use you to try out my new combat mastery." Just when the yellow-haired gangster's hand was about to touch Lin Feng's shoulder, Lin Feng moved. His body instantly moved like a taut spring. With an extremely swift sideways movement, he easily dodged the yellow-haired man's push. At the same time, his right elbow was like a cannonball fired from a gun, with a sharp sound of wind, hitting the yellow-haired gangster's ribs hard. Bang! A muffled sound. Ah! The yellow-haired gangster let out a shrill scream, and the whole person instantly curled up to the ground like a shrimp that was hit, holding his ribs and wailing in pain. His face turned purple. All this happened in a flash. It was so fast that the other two thugs and Su Wanner who was hiding behind Lin Feng didn't react. The green-haired thug and the red-haired thug were stunned at first, and then they became furious. "Fuck! How dare you do that? Kill him!" The two men screamed and, relying on their numbers, rushed towards Lin Feng waving their fists. Lin Feng's mouth corners curled up in a cold arc. Well done. Combat mastery, skills are instantly brought to their peak. Facing the green-haired man who was rushing towards him, Lin Feng did not retreat but advanced instead. He took a half step forward with his left foot, slightly lowered his body, blocked the opponent's fist with his right hand, and turned his left hand into a knife, accurately cutting the green-haired man's wrist joint. Crack! A slight crisp sound. Ah! The green-haired gangster screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and felt a sharp pain in his wrist. His fists could no longer exert any power. Then, without stopping, Lin Feng gave a clean and neat side kick, like a whip, and kicked Greenhair's lower abdomen hard. Bang! The green-haired gangster flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hit the wall next to him, slid to the ground, covered his stomach and began to retch, completely losing his fighting ability. There is only one red-haired gangster left. He saw his two companions being knocked down by Lin Feng in an instant, and he was sobered up and a look of horror appeared on his face. He realized that he had hit a wall. This guy is a martial artist. Don't come over here. The red-haired gangster shouted in a timid voice, but his steps kept retreating, trying to escape. How could Lin Feng give him a chance? He took a leap forward with astonishing speed. In panic, the red-haired thug took out a nail clipper from his pocket. It could also be a small folding knife, depending on the plot, and waved it at Lin Feng recklessly. Lin Feng's eyes focused, and instead of dodging, he went forward to meet it. His arm was like a snake emerging from a cave. He instantly grabbed the wrist of the red-haired gangster holding the knife and twisted it downward. Grappling technique. Ah! The red-haired gangster screamed again, his wrist in unbearable pain, and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Lin Feng did not stop. He grabbed the opponent's shoulder with his left hand, and raised his right knee, slamming it hard into the red-haired gangster's abdomen. Woo! The red-haired gangster let out a muffled groan and collapsed. Lin Feng pushed the red-haired gangster, who fell limply to the ground, curled up into a ball, and lost the ability to resist. It takes less than half a minute. The three arrogant thugs were knocked to the ground by Lin Feng like chopping melons and vegetables. They were all holding their ribs or stomachs, groaning in pain, and could not get up anymore. The whole process is smooth, the movements are standard, and it is full of power and skill. Lin Feng stood there, took a deep breath, and felt the slight excitement brought by the adrenaline after the battle. The first actual combat, the effect is perfect. Combat mastery basic, it really lives up to its reputation. And Su Wanner, who had been hiding behind him, was completely stunned at this moment. She opened her mouth, her beautiful eyes widened, her face full of shock, disbelief, as well as deep admiration and a sense of security. The scenes just now were even more handsome than the martial arts stars in the movies. Even more decisive and efficient. She never expected that the gentle-looking Lin Feng could be so powerful when he took action. So safe. Looking at Lin Feng's tall and straight back, and feeling the confident, calm and fearless aura emanating from him, Su Wanner's heart began to beat wildly, uncontrollably. At this moment, Lin Feng's image in her heart was once again infinitely elevated. So cool. Chapter 29, Aftermath and Warning, Zhao Kai's Fear. Looking at the three hooligans who were groaning and losing their fighting ability on the ground, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He turned around and looked at Sue Warner, who was still a little frightened, and slowed down his tone and asked softly, "Warner, are you okay? I didn't scare you, did I?" Sue Warner came back to her senses, her face still pale, but when she saw Lin Feng's concerned eyes, she felt a warm current and an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. She shook her head, her voice still trembling. "I'm fine. Lin Feng, you were too awesome just now." The look she gave Lin Feng was full of admiration, as if she was looking at an omnipotent hero. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed by her look and smiled. "Nothing, I just learned self-defense for a few days. It's enough to deal with these thugs." He explained lightly, he couldn't say that he relied on system skills. "You're so good after just a few days of study?" Sue Warner obviously didn't believe it, but she didn't ask any further questions. Instead, her sense of mystery and good impression of Lin Feng deepened a little bit. Lin Feng walked up to the three thugs and looked down at them. The three thugs looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of fear, without any of their previous arrogance. Brother, please spare us. We were wrong. We didn't recognize a great man. We won't dare to do it again." The yellow-haired gangster covered his ribs and begged for mercy while enduring the pain. "Yes, big brother. We were drunk and confused for a moment. Please be magnanimous and let us go." Green-haired and red-haired also echoed. Lin Feng snorted coldly, "Now you know you are wrong? Why didn't you think about the consequences when you flirted with my girlfriend just now?" As soon as the word girlfriend came out, Lin Feng clearly felt Sue Warner's body stiffen slightly, and then her cheeks turned red again, but she did not refute. Instead, a strange sweetness surged in her heart. The three hooligans were even more frightened. It turned out that this beautiful woman was really the girlfriend of this evil star. This time they hit a wall. "Brother, we were so wrong. Let us apologize to sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, we are sorry. We were too mean. We deserve to die." The three men hurriedly apologized to Sue Warner. Sue Warner felt even more embarrassed when they kept calling her sister-in-law. She pulled on Lin Feng's clothes and whispered, "Lin Feng, why don't we just forget it? They look pretty miserable too." She was kind-hearted, and although she was frightened just now, she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Lin Feng thought about it and realized that the purpose of teaching a lesson had been achieved. There was no need to bother with these three little characters. Although going to the police station would allow them to be punished, it might also expose his own skills and cause unnecessary trouble. He nodded and said coldly to the three thugs, "Okay, since my girlfriend is soft-hearted, I will let you go this time. But if I see you doing evil near the school again, or dare to harass any students again, it will not be as simple as breaking a few bones. Do you understand?" His tone was cold, his eyes were sharp as a knife, and he carried a strong sense of oppression, which made the three thugs shiver involuntarily. "We understand. We understand. We promise. We won't dare to do it again. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister-in-law." The three of them felt as if they had been pardoned. They crawled and limped away from the scene, supporting each other, crawling and limping in a miserable state. Looking at the gangsters fleeing in panic, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, it's okay." He turned around and gave Sue Warner a reassuring smile. Sue Warner looked at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, and said softly, "Lin Feng, you were really amazing just now. I felt so safe." Lin Feng was greatly touched by the girl's heartfelt admiration and dependence. The two continued to walk towards the school. After the hero saving the beauty incident just now, the distance between them was undoubtedly shortened a lot. Sue Warner even naturally took Lin Feng's arm and leaned her body gently against him, seeking the support that made her feel at ease. Lin Feng felt the soft touch and faint fragrance on his arm, and his heart was burning with joy. However, they did not know that the scene that just happened, although it happened in a secluded path, was still seen from afar by some students who returned late. Soon, a new rumor spread wildly around the Jinling University campus at a faster speed than Lin Feng drives a BMW. However, the rumored version is becoming more and more outrageous. "Have you heard? Lin Feng beat off a dozen knife-wielding thugs by himself in the back street of the school last night. Is it true? So exaggerated? It's true. My classmate saw it with his own eyes. It is said that Lin Feng wanted to protect the school beauty Sue Warner. So manly. Fuck. Lin Feng is not only rich, but also a good fighter? He is a master of both civil and military affairs. No wonder Sue Warner likes him. Which girl doesn't like a boyfriend who is rich and secure like this? It's over, my goddess has been taken away. For a time, Lin Feng's image on campus was once again elevated to a new height, and was even shrouded in a layer of mysterious and powerful legendary color. Naturally, these rumors also reached the ears of some people. Zhao Kai was lying on a hospital bed. His injuries from the beating in the KTV last time had not yet fully healed. When he heard his subordinates report the news, he was so shocked that he almost fell off the bed. What? Lin Feng beat away more than a dozen thugs by himself? And he was holding a knife? Zhao Kai's face turned pale and his voice changed. Well, that's what's being said outside, Brother Kai, the subordinate answered cautiously. Zhao Kai took a deep breath and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He originally thought that after his injuries healed, he would find a few more powerful thugs to teach Lin Feng a lesson and let him know why the flowers were so red. But now it seems that ordinary thugs are not good enough. Lin Feng, that kid, is not only rich, but also so damn good at fighting? How can we deal with this? A deep sense of fear and powerlessness enveloped Zhao Kai's heart for the first time. He realized that Lin Feng, the poor loser whom he had always looked down upon, seemed to have grown to a level that he could not afford to offend at all. No. A head-on confrontation will definitely not work. Zhao Kai's eyes flickered, and for the first time he had the idea of retreating. Perhaps he should stay out of the spotlight for the time being and not actively provoke that evil star? But the resentment and unwillingness in his heart were not eliminated. He gritted his teeth, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. If it doesn't work openly, can't we do it secretly? I just don't believe that you, Lin Feng, can always be so successful. A more secretive and more vicious idea began to brew in his mind. He might not dare to act rashly for the time being, but the threat to Lin Feng was not really lifted. Instead, it might have turned to a deeper and more dangerous level. Lin Feng didn't know about Zhao Kai's inner struggle and new conspiracy. He was immersed in the joy of his improved strength and breakthrough in his relationship with the goddess. He didn't know yet the subsequent impact of his heroic rescue and the challenges and opportunities he would face from more aspects. Chapter 30, $1 Million Asset Unlock System Mall. Time flies, and another week has passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng's life can be said to be getting better and better. In terms of wealth, with the continuous rebates of 10,000 yuan per day and several not-so-small spending bursts such as sponsoring Su Wanner's project and buying clothes for himself, his bank card balance has been growing steadily. Especially after he paid in full for a Mercedes-Benz GLC and triggered the amazing 10-fold crit rebate, his total personal assets cash portion have officially exceeded the 1 million mark. Every time Lin Feng looked at the 7-digit deposit in his mobile banking account, he would feel an unreal dream. From the penniless and publicly humiliated poor student a month ago to the invisible rich man with millions in savings and driving a luxury SUV, this speed is faster than riding a rocket. In terms of strength, since obtaining the skill, Combat Mastery Elementary, Lin Feng's sense of security has greatly improved. He did not relax, but used his spare time to go to the gym for systematic strength and endurance training. Although the skill level did not change, with the improvement of physical fitness, he could clearly feel that his fighting ability was also rising. In terms of love, it progressed rapidly. Since the last time he rescued the beauty, Su Wanner's favorability and dependence on him have skyrocketed. The two of them have almost confirmed their relationship as a couple, and the only thing left is to break the last layer of window paper. Every day, they go to class, eat, and go to the library together, enjoying the sweetness of campus love, which makes others envious. Everything is moving in a good direction. That night, Lin Feng had just returned from working out in the gym. He took a shower and lay down on the comfortable bed in the dormitory. He habitually immersed his consciousness in the system panel to check today's rebate situation. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang out without any warning, and it carried a feeling that was different from the past, more solemn and grand. Ding! It is detected that the total assets of the host's current bank card account have exceeded the 1 million renminbi mark for the first time. Achieved the key phase goal of System LV2. System function unlocking judgment in progress. Judgment successful. Congratulations to the host. The core function of the system, System Mall Primary, is officially unlocked. Boom! Lin Feng's brain seemed to be struck by a bolt of lightning. System Mall? The gray icon he had been waiting for so long and had seen on the LV2 preview interface was finally unlocked? He sat up from the bed instantly, his heart beating wildly due to excessive excitement, and blood rushing to his head. He quickly focused his attention on the system panel. Really? The originally dim, mall, icon with a shopping cart logo was now shining with dazzling golden light. It was no longer a virtual preview, but a real function that could be clicked into. It's sent. It's sent. This is one of the real core functions of the system. Lin Feng couldn't wait to click the golden mall icon with his mind. Swish. The system interface in front of you changes instantly. A brand new virtual mall interface full of technology and mystery appeared in Lin Feng's consciousness. The mall interface is clearly divided into several areas, with several eye-catching category labels at the top. Attribute enhancement. Skills learning. Special items. Information services. Under each major category, there are some product icons and names listed. However, as the system prompts in the primary mall, most of the product icons are still gray, or are marked with words such as insufficient authority or insufficient level. It is obvious that a higher system level or meeting specific conditions is required to purchase. But even the few illuminated items that were available for purchase were enough to make Lin Feng dazzled and his heart beat fast. In the attribute enhancement area, he saw primary stamina potion instantly restores all stamina and slightly increases the upper limit of stamina. Price, 100,000 rebate gold. Note, the effect of the same potion decreases with repeated use. Primary mental power potion instantly restores mental fatigue, slightly and permanently increases mental power and concentration. Price, 120,000 rebate gold. Primary strength amplification potion one time, within 1 hour after use, strength is temporarily increased by 50%. Price, 50,000 rebate gold. Primary speed boosting potion one time, after use, the speed is temporarily increased by 50% within 1 hour. Price, 50,000 rebates. In the skill learning area, he saw basic driving skills enhancement, based on the existing driving skills, improve the car feel, reaction speed and control accuracy. Price, 80,000 rebate. Basic foreign language proficiency anyone, quickly master the listening, speaking, reading and writing skills of a designated foreign language. Price, 150,000 rebate. Basic hacker technology, master the basic network attack and defense knowledge and penetration skills. Price, 200,000 rebates. In the special items area, there are more types. Short-term fortune talisman level 1, within 24 hours after use, it will slightly increase the user's fortune. Price, 50,000 rebate. Bad luck sticker one time, use on a designated target to make them encounter various unlucky things non-fatal within 12 hours. Price, 80,000 rebate gold. When Lin Feng saw this, the first person he thought of was Zhao Kai. Truth chewing gum one piece, makes the eater unable to lie for 10 minutes. Price, 100,000 rebate. Invisibility talisman trial version, after use, you can become invisible for 5 minutes, cannot pass through walls, and can be detected by special energy or instruments. Price, 300,000 rebates. In the information services area, only one is currently lit. Primary information collection, you can collect public information and some shallow non-public information of designated targets, individuals, companies. The fee is determined by the difficulty and breadth of the information, starting with a rebate of 100,000 yuan. Hiss. Lin Feng gasped when he saw this. The things in this system mall are so diverse and there is nothing strange about them. From potions that enhance physical attributes, to books for learning various practical and even gray skills, to all kinds of spells and props with magical effects that can be called black technology. How can this be called a shopping mall? This is simply a mobile arsenal and cheat store. With these things, wouldn't his strength increase speed take off again? However, after the excitement, Lin Feng also noticed the high prices behind these goods. The rebates can easily be hundreds, or even hundreds of thousands. Although he now has more than 1 million in his bank card, which seems like a lot, he can only buy a few things in the mall. It seems that working hard to make money rebate is still the top priority. Only with enough rebate money can the potential of the mall be fully tapped. There was an unprecedented light and ambition flashing in Lin Feng's eyes. The door to the system mall has been opened to him. A new world that is more magnificent and full of infinite possibilities is slowly unfolding before him. He couldn't wait to explore the mysteries of this mall and wanted to use these magical products to arm himself to the teeth to meet all challenges and opportunities in the future. His legendary journey is about to enter a new chapter. Chapter 31, First Visit to the Mall, The Temptation of Krypton Gold. With great excitement, Lin Feng carefully browsed the dazzling array of goods in the system mall primary. Although most of them were still gray and unavailable for purchase, the primary goods that were lit up were enough to make him itch. primary physical strength potion, and primary mental strength potion. These two can permanently improve basic attributes. Although the prices are as high as 100,000 and 120,000, they are definitely the most cost-effective and are the cornerstone of long-term development. Basic driving skills enhancement. This is also very practical. Although he just got his driver's license and his skills are okay, who would complain that his driving skills are better? It will be safer to drive out in the future. The price is 80,000, you can consider it. Basic foreign language proficiency. This is also very tempting. Mastering a foreign language is very useful whether it is for traveling abroad, expanding your career, or simply improving your status. But the price of 150,000 is a bit expensive for the time being. Introduction to basic hacking technology. This skill looks cool, but seems a bit dangerous, and the price is as high as 200,000, so Lin Feng doesn't plan to touch it for the time being. As for those special items, they opened Lin Feng's eyes. Short-term fortune talisman, 50,000 yuan to buy 24 hours of partial fortune? It sounds good. Can it be used to buy lottery tickets or conduct short-term speculation to test the waters? Bad luck sticker, 80,000 yuan to make Zhao Kai unlucky for 12 hours? This is very tempting. Lin Feng has even begun to imagine the tragic scenes of Zhao Kai falling down while walking, choking when drinking water, and having no toilet paper. But it seems a bit too petty? And the price is not cheap. Truth chewing gum, 100,000 yuan apiece, makes the other party tell the truth in 10 minutes? This is simply an interrogation artifact. Used in business negotiations or to extract secrets, it is simply a bug-level existence. Unfortunately, there is only one piece. Invisibility Talisman Trial Version, 300,000 yuan for 5 minutes of invisibility? The price is ridiculous. And there are many restrictions. But the effect is really amazing. Maybe it can save your life or do something special at a critical moment. Finally, there is Primary Information Collection, which starts at 100,000. It can investigate personal or company information? This function has great potential. Whether it is used to understand opponents or to dig up business intelligence, it is very useful. In the future, it may be very useful to deal with enemies with backgrounds like the Zhao family. Lin Feng was dazzled by the sight and felt that his rebate was not enough. He wanted every one of them. He took a look at the system account. He currently did not have an independent rebate account. The previous system prompts were to directly return the money to the bank card. But now that the mall has been unlocked, it seems that an independent currency system is needed? He tried to query the system with his mind. Ding! The default transaction currency of the system mall is rebate. When the host receives rebate for each consumption, she can choose to deposit the rebate into the bound bank card or into the system account, i.e. the rebate account. The host can also recharge the funds in the bank card to the system account at a 1-to-1 ratio at any time. Some special products or services may require mall points to purchase. The host can use the rebate to redeem mall points at a ratio of 10-to-1, i.e. 10 rebates equals 1 point. Please note that once points are redeemed, they cannot be reversed. Lin Feng understood. In simple terms, rebate gold is the main currency of the mall and can be used directly. Points are special currencies that need to be exchanged for rebates, and the ratio is 10-to-1, which seems to be very uneconomical. It is estimated that the things that can be bought with points will be rarer and more powerful. He looked at the rebate balance in his current system account, 0. In other words, if he wants to buy something in the mall, he can either top up the money in his bank card or wait for the next purchase rebate to be deposited into the system account. Lin Feng now has more than 1.1 million in his bank card after previous consumption and rebates. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to recharge 200,000 into the system account as the starting capital for the mall. Ding! Confirmed transfer of 200,000 renminbi from bound bank card to system account. Current system account balance, 200,000 rebate. Okay, now that we have money, we can start shopping. Looking at the tempting goods in the mall, Lin Feng fell into a state of happy distress. Should I buy basic physical strength potion and mental strength potion first to lay a good physical foundation? Or should you buy basic driving skills enhancement to improve practical skills? Or buy a short-term fortune charm to test the waters and see if you can make some quick money? How about buying a bad luck sticker for Zhao Kai to vent his anger? Lin Feng weighed the pros and cons again and again. The body is the capital of revolution. Whether it is to enjoy life better in the future or to deal with possible dangers such as Zhao Kai's revenge, improving one's physical fitness is the most fundamental and important. especially the primary stamina potion, which not only instantly restores stamina, but also slightly permanently increases the upper limit, which is a perfect match for the combat mastery skill he obtained before. With stronger stamina support, his combat ability can be more powerful. Although 100,000 yuan in rebates is expensive, this investment is definitely worth it. As for the spirit potion, it improves concentration and will definitely help with learning and future investments, but the priority seems to have to be lowered a bit. Strengthening basic driving skills is also good, but it doesn't seem that urgent. Fortune charms and bad luck stickers are consumables, not very cost effective, and their effects are uncertain. Truth gum and invisibility talisman are too expensive and I cannot afford them for now. The information collection service is temporarily unavailable. Okay. It's decided. Buy a bottle of primary stamina potion first. Lin Feng took a deep breath, selected primary stamina potion with his mind, and clicked the buy button. Ding. Confirm to purchase primary stamina potion X1, consuming 100,000 rebate gold? Confirm. Ding. Purchase successful. Primary stamina potion has been stored in the system inventory, please use it in time. Current system account balance, 100,000 rebate. Seeing half of the rebate money disappear from the system account in an instant, Lin Feng still felt a little painful. But he knows that this investment will soon pay off. He couldn't wait to put his consciousness into the system inventory, looking at the bottle of potion emitting an attractive blue fluorescent light, his eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 32, The Power of the First Bottle of Potion for Rebirth. In the system inventory, the bottle of primary stamina potion was quietly suspended. It was only the size of a thumb, and the bottle was crystal clear. It was filled with light blue liquid, like flowing stars, emitting a soft and mysterious light. Lin Feng's heart was pounding with excitement. This was the first treasure he bought in the system mall. It was worth 100,000 yuan in rebate. What was the effect? He no longer hesitated, locked the potion with his mind, and chose use. Ding. Confirm to use primary stamina potion? Confirm. As Lin Feng confirmed his intention, the potion bottle in the inventory instantly turned into a pure light blue light, as if it had life, and directly merged into his consciousness. Then, an indescribable warm current suddenly emerged from deep within his limbs. This warm current was not scorching, but rather extremely comfortable, just like soaking in the finest hot spring, warming every cell in his body and nourishing every inch of his bones. His body, which was a little tired from working out in the gym, was instantly washed away by the warm current. Energy surged in like a tide, filling his whole body. He felt as if he had been reborn. He was filled with explosive power. He was so energetic that he felt like he could run a marathon or kill a cow with one punch. This feeling is much more comfortable than the excitement brought by simple stimulants. It is a sense of vitality and power that comes from the origin of life. Lin Feng suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes surprisingly bright. He subconsciously waved his fist, and there was a slight sound of breaking wind in the air. He could clearly feel that the explosiveness and coordination of his muscles had been significantly improved compared to before using the potion. Not only his strength and energy, his five senses also seemed to have become more acute. His ears could hear the subtler chirping of insects outside the window, his eyes could see the blurred handwriting on the distant building, and his skin could sense the airflow more clearly. This effect is too amazing. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. 100,000 rebate money not only buys the recovery and improvement of physical strength, but also is more like a small body strengthening. In order to feel the effect more intuitively, Lin Feng immediately began testing in the small space of the dormitory. He started by doing a few sets of standard push-ups. In the past, he would have been close to his limit if he could do 30 standard push-ups in one breath. But now, he finished 50 with ease, without blushing or panting, and even felt like he could do another 50. Moreover, each movement was extremely standard, with smooth force and a very stable core strength. Next up is sit-ups. Again, faster, better endurance, and significantly stronger core muscles. Then squats and high leg raises. After a series of tests, Lin Feng was shocked to find that his strength, speed, endurance, explosive power, flexibility, and almost all indicators related to physical fitness had improved by at least 20% to 30% compared to before. This is just the effect of a bottle of primary stamina potion. If I combine it with primary mental power potion, strength amplification potion, and speed amplification potion, wouldn't my physical fitness be amazing? Lin Feng opened the system panel to see if there were any specific attribute changes. Unfortunately, the skill panel has not been unlocked yet, so he can't see the detailed personal attribute data. But there is an additional message in the system prompt bar. Ding! The host uses primary stamina potion, and the upper limit of stamina is slightly permanently increased. The current physical condition is good. That's enough. The true feeling of the body will not lie. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with the effect of this bottle of potion. This 100,000 yuan rebate was worth it. It was really worth it. His anticipation for the system mall instantly exploded. He couldn't wait to go shopping again, earn more rebates, and buy out all the good things in the mall. Especially the primary mental power potion that can also permanently improve attributes, the basic driving skill enhancement that can improve driving skills, and the primary information collection service that seems very practical. No, calm down. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down. You have to eat one bite at a time and not rush. Improving strength is important, but accumulating wealth is still the foundation at this stage. After all, the good things in the mall require a lot of rebate money to buy. The most urgent task is to make good use of your daily spending quota and steadily increase your wealth. At the same time, you should get your driver's license as soon as possible. He glanced at the calendar and saw that tomorrow was the test time for Subject 2. Coach Li Man had already helped him apply for an early test. With his current physical condition and reaction speed, plus the foundation of previous practice, he should have no problem passing the second and third subjects exams, right? Even, could he consider buying the basic driving skills enhancement? The 80,000 rebate was just enough to cover the balance in his current system account. Lin Feng touched his chin and fell into thought. Do you want to spend some more money? It seems to be a good choice to get a driver's license as soon as possible so that you can drive on the road as soon as possible. Besides, what if that skill comes in handy during the exam? Thinking of this, a hint of decisiveness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Done. He opened the system mall again and set his sights on basic driving skills enhancement. Chapter 33: The Legend of Passing Driving School Easily. The next day, at the Jinling Vehicle Administration Office, the second subject test site. In the early morning, students waiting for the test lined up in a long queue, most of them with nervous and anxious expressions on their faces. Subject 2 is known as the roadblock of the driving test because of its many items and strict requirements, and many students have fallen here. Lin Feng was also standing in the queue, but the expression on his face was unusually relaxed, and he was even in the mood to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Just last night, he gritted his teeth and spent another 80,000 rebates to purchase and use basic driving skills enhancement from the system mall. The process of using it is similar to that of using a stamina potion, with a stream of information flowing into the mind, but this time it is more like an implantation of a feeling. He feels that his sense of control, sense of space, and sense of distance of the vehicle have been subtly and accurately improved, as if he has established a special connection with the vehicle. How much the steering wheel turns, where the clutch is lifted, where the wheels will go, these have become clear as if by instinct. This feeling made him full of confidence in today's exam. Soon, it was Lin Feng's group's turn to get on the car for the test. There were 3 other students in the car, all of them were so nervous that their palms were sweating. The safety officer examiner sitting in the passenger seat had a serious face and was not smiling. According to the order, Lin Feng was the third to take the test. The performances of the first 2 students were average. One crossed the line when reversing into a parking space and failed the test. The other stalled the car when parking on a slope and was deducted points. Although he barely passed the other items, his results were not ideal. It's Lin Feng's turn. He calmly adjusted his seat and rearview mirror, fastened his seatbelt, and signaled to the examiner that he was ready. Let's start. The examiner pressed the button to start the exam with an expressionless face. Lin Feng took a deep breath, shifted gears, released the handbrake, and lightly lifted the clutch. The jade training car started smoothly, as if it had life, and drove accurately towards the first item, reversing into a parking space. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the left and right rearview mirrors calmly, and his hands operated the steering wheel calmly and accurately. The vehicle drew a perfect arc as if it had been precisely calculated, and parked steadily in the garage, with the distance between the body and the sideline almost exactly the same. The reversing into the parking space project is completed and the score is passed. An electronic prompt sounded in the car. The examiner still had no expression on his face, but there was a subtle flash of surprise in his eyes. This guy's operation was very stable. Next is parallel parking. Lin Feng's performance was impeccable. He found a spot, turned the wheel, and returned the wheel in one go. The vehicle slid smoothly into the parking space, not too much, not too little, just right. The parallel parking project was completed with passing grades. S-curve. Lin Feng didn't even look at the position deliberately, relying entirely on his enhanced sense of the car, like flowing water, letting the car flexibly shuttle through the curve, and the wheels always kept a safe distance from the edge. The curve driving project was completed with passing grades. Right angle turn. Accurately judge the turning time, turn the steering wheel just right, and the vehicle passes easily. The right angle turn project was completed with passing grades. The last item, and the one that is most prone to problems, is parking and starting on a slope. Lin Feng drove the car steadily up the slope, and before the designated position, he used the exquisite coordination of the clutch and brake to stop the car precisely within the markings, with the front and rear error not exceeding 10 centimeters. The fixed point parking on the ramp is completed, and the result is passing. Then it was time to start. Lin Feng slowly lifted the clutch with his left foot, and when he felt the car body shaking slightly and reached the critical point of half clutch, he quickly released the brake with his right foot and lightly stepped on the accelerator. The whole process was seamless. The vehicle did not slide backwards at all, nor did it rush forward due to excessive throttle, and it did not stall. It drove off the ramp smoothly and smoothly. Hill start completed, passing grade. The exam is over, the score is 100. When they heard the final results, the other two students in the car, one of whom had failed, were stunned. Full marks? Full marks for subject 2? The way they looked at Lin Feng was full of shock and envy. He was simply a god. Even the examiner, who had been keeping a stern face in the passenger seat, showed a rare look of surprise and appreciation. He couldn't help but ask, "Young man, you have great skills. Have you driven a car before? Or have you practiced somewhere?" He really couldn't believe that a novice could drive the second subject so perfectly. Every detail was handled impeccably, even more stable than some experienced drivers who have been driving for several years. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Examiner, this is my first time taking the exam. Maybe I'm just a bit luckier." He still used the universal excuse of good luck. The examiner looked at him deeply. Although he didn't completely believe him, he couldn't find any faults either. He could only nod and said, "Well, not bad. You have a lot of talent. Keep it up and try to pass the third subject in one try." "Thank you, examiner." Lin Feng got out of the car with his perfect report card, feeling extremely happy. The skill enhancement I bought with 80,000 rebate money has an immediate effect. Worth it. Li Man, who was waiting outside, saw Lin Feng coming out so quickly with a relaxed smile on his face, and hurried over to greet him. "How is it? Did you pass?" she asked nervously. After all, she was the one who strongly recommended you to take the exam early, and she would be embarrassed if you failed. Lin Feng shook the report card in his hand. "I lived up to Coach Li's high expectations and passed with full marks." "Full marks?" Li Man snatched the report card and saw the eye-catching 100 on it. She jumped up excitedly and punched Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Good boy. I knew you could do it. You really made me proud." Her face was filled with genuine pride and joy, and her eyes looking at Lin Feng were filled with undisguised admiration and a subtle, even more passionate emotion. When the other students and coaches who were waiting for the exam heard that Lin Feng had passed with full marks, they all looked at him in amazement. "Holy crap! There really is a perfect score. This guy is so awesome. The students trained by Coach Li Man are indeed different." For a moment, Lin Feng became the focus of the entire examination room. Li Man proudly put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulders and boasted to the people around him, "See? This is my apprentice. The god of cars. Do you accept it?" Lin Feng was amused by her outgoing and somewhat chivalrous manner, and let her hug him. All right, stop bragging," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Hurry up and prepare for the third subject this afternoon." "No problem. With your level, subject 3 will be a piece of cake." Li Man was full of confidence. "Let's go. I'll treat you at noon. Let's celebrate." Lin Feng looked at Li Man's bright smile and the light in her eyes, and his heart felt brightened. It seems that the legend of myself as the driving school god has been completely confirmed today. The afternoon's third-level road test was a piece of cake for Lin Feng, who already had the basic driving skills enhanced. Whether it was lighting simulation, straight-line driving, shifting gears, changing lanes and overtaking, or pulling over, he completed them all impeccably and passed with full marks again. When Lin Feng walked out of the vehicle management office hall with his brand new driver's license, Li Man was even more excited than him and insisted on taking him out for a big meal to celebrate. Lin Feng looked at this straightforward, heroic, and beautiful coach, and couldn't help but feel a bit of favor towards her. However, he already had Su Wan'er in his heart, and because of Li Man's enthusiasm, he could only temporarily maintain the distance between friends and teachers and students. He tactfully declined the invitation to celebrate alone and promised to get together again next time if there was a chance. Although Li Man felt a little disappointed, she did not force it. She just smiled and said, "Okay, the god of cars is different and has high requirements. But don't reject me next time." After saying goodbye to Li Man, Lin Feng took his freshly issued driver's license and drove his Mercedes-Benz GLC on the way back to school. "I feel happier than ever before." Getting a driver's license means that he can finally drive on the road with a clear conscience and move more freely. Strength is improving, wealth is growing, and the relationship with the goddess is also progressing steadily. Everything is developing in the direction he expected. Chapter 34. The goddess takes the initiative, the night when the relationship heats up. Ever since Lin Feng generously donated money and provided a high-performance computer, although it was sponsorship funds in the end to help Su Wan'er solve the urgent needs of the charity project, and after he showed his strong boyfriend power by saving the beauty that night, the relationship between the two of them has been like riding a rocket, rapidly heating up. Su Wan'er's affection and dependence on Lin Feng were written on her face without any concealment. The look she gave Lin Feng was always sparkling, full of admiration, worship, and a kind of emotion that only a young girl could have. Although the two have not explicitly said let's date, both they themselves and their classmates have already tacitly assumed that they are a couple. "We study together every day, eat together, occasionally watch a movie together on weekends, or like now, walk side by side on the campus, enjoying the quiet moonlight and the cool evening breeze." This pure and beautiful feeling of campus romance made Lin Feng, a man who had never had a serious relationship in his two lives, feel extremely satisfied and happy. That night, Lin Feng had just sent Su Wan'er to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, but Su Wan'er grabbed his hand. Her fair cheeks were flushed under the streetlights, and her eyes flickered, as if she had something to say. "Lin Feng," she bit her lip lightly, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness and anticipation, "last time I promised to treat you to a meal to thank you very much. Do you think you are free this Saturday night? It's finally here. The goddess's official thank you party." Lin Feng was delighted in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface, smiling and said, "I am free, anytime." "But didn't we agree on this? You don't have to be so polite. That won't do." Su Wan'er showed a rare expression of persistence, even with a hint of coquettishness. "You helped me so much, I must thank you very much. It's settled. I'll wait for you at the school gate at 7 o'clock on Saturday night." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Feng to say anything else, she ran into the dormitory building with a red face like a frightened little rabbit. Lin Feng looked at her lovely back and couldn't help laughing. It seems that Wan'er is determined to use this opportunity of thanking to completely confirm their relationship. He was naturally happy to see this happen and was full of anticipation. On Saturday night, Lin Feng made special preparations in advance. He did not choose to drive the overly flashy Mercedes-Benz GLC, but instead planned to walk there to create an atmosphere that was more like a campus romance. In terms of clothing, he chose a light blue shirt with good texture and paired it with dark casual pants, which was neither too formal nor too neat and youthful. His hair was also carefully groomed, and he looked energetic and handsome. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng arrived at the school gate on time. I saw Su Wan'er was already waiting there. She had obviously dressed up carefully today. She was wearing a cream-white lace dress, which made her look like a fairy in the moonlight, pure and moving. Her long black hair was skillfully woven into an exquisite hairstyle, revealing her slender white neck. Her face was painted with light makeup, which made her facial features even more exquisite. Seeing Lin Feng coming, Su Wan'er's eyes lit up instantly, and an extremely bright and moving smile bloomed on her face. "Lin Feng, you're here. Well, you're not late, are you?" Lin Feng walked forward with a smile. No, I arrived a little early," Su Wan'er said, and naturally stretched out her hand and held Lin Feng's arm. Feeling the softness and warmth on his arm, Lin Feng's heartbeat accelerated. It seemed that Wan'er had completely regarded him as her boyfriend. "Where are we going to eat?" Lin Feng asked softly. "I have reserved a seat, come with me." Su Wan'er smiled mysteriously, took Lin Feng's hand, and walked out of the school. The restaurant she booked was not one of those extremely luxurious and expensive Michelin restaurants, but a musical Western restaurant hidden deep in an alley with an elegant and very romantic environment. The restaurant has soft lighting and a warm and romantic layout. There is also a small stage in the center where a singer is humming soothing love songs. Sue Warner was obviously a regular here. After greeting the waiter, she was led to a window seat that had been reserved in advance. After sitting down, Sue Warner handed the menu to Lin Feng. "Look at what you want to eat? This restaurant is famous for its steaks and desserts." Lin Feng took the menu, but did not rush to order. Instead, he looked at Sue Warner, who looked even more beautiful under the candlelight, and praised sincerely, "Warner, you are so beautiful today." Sue Warner's cheeks instantly flushed with red. She lowered her head shyly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. "How can you make fun of me? I'm telling the truth." Lin Feng's eyes were sincere and focused. "In my heart, you have always been the most beautiful." This straightforward and sincere praise made Sue Warner's heart beat faster again, and she felt like countless deer were running around in her heart. She raised her head and met Lin Feng's gentle gaze, and she felt her heart melt. The two ordered their food and chatted leisurely while waiting for it to be served. Sue Warner took the initiative to talk about Lin Feng's recent changes, and curiously asked him how he managed to become so outstanding in such a short period of time. Naturally, Lin Feng could not reveal the secret of the system. He simply attributed the credit to a change in mentality and some good luck, such as the excuse of making a little money from online investment. Sue Warner was very smart and knew that Lin Feng was holding back, but she didn't ask him about it. In her opinion, the mystery surrounding Lin Feng only added to his charm. She was more interested in Lin Feng himself. She found that Lin Feng had not only become confident and powerful, but also had a witty conversation and broad knowledge thanks to the systematic indoctrination and the knowledge courses he had purchased. Whether talking about current affairs, finance, or hobbies, he could talk eloquently and often had unique insights, which often made her feel brightened. The dinner was held in a romantic and warm atmosphere. The exquisite dishes, mellow red wine, moving music, and the gentle gaze of the beloved opposite made everything seem as beautiful as a dream. Sue Warner felt that she was completely intoxicated. She looked at Lin Feng's angular profile and the confident smile on his lips, her heart filled with sweetness and admiration. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Sue Warner's cheeks were flushed with an attractive blush due to the effect of alcohol, and she seemed to be a little bolder. She picked up the wineglass, looked at Lin Feng, and said seriously with a dazed look in her eyes, "Lin Feng, do you know? After meeting you, I realized that this is what it feels like to like someone." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Is this a confession? He put down his knife and fork, held Sue Warner's hand on the table, his eyes equally serious and affectionate. "Warner, actually I have wanted to say this for a long time. I was attracted to you since the first time I saw you in the library. But at that time, I didn't have the courage." "I know," Sue Warner held his hand tightly with her backhand, her eyes slightly moist, "but I'm very happy that you have the courage now and have become so outstanding. Being liked by you is my greatest luck." Lin Feng gazed at her affectionately. When their eyes met, they were filled with love. Everything was said without words. Although they didn't explicitly say "be my girlfriend," the two people's hearts were already closely connected at this moment. After dinner, Lin Feng insisted on sending Sue Warner back to the dormitory. The two of them walked hand in hand on the neon-lit streets, as if they were the only 2 people left in the world. Walking downstairs to the girls' dormitory, the moment of parting always brings a sense of reluctance. Sue Warner stood on tiptoe and quickly kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. Then, with a blushing face, she whispered goodnight and turned and ran into the dormitory building. Lin Feng stood there in a daze, stroking the cheek that she had kissed, feeling the soft touch and the lingering fragrance, with a silly smile on his face. This night was undoubtedly one of the most wonderful and unforgettable nights in his life. His relationship with Sue Warner was finally officially confirmed. With a great sense of happiness, Lin Feng felt his steps become lighter. The road to the harem seems to have successfully taken the first step? Bah, what harem, he is sincere to Warner. Well, at least for now. Lin Feng shook his head, shook off the messy thoughts in his mind, and walked towards his dormitory with a happy smile on his face. Tomorrow will be another day full of hope and struggle. Chapter 35 Wealth Management, First Encounter with a Beautiful Consultant. Lin Feng collapsed on the creaking, broken bed in the dormitory, staring at the long string of numbers in the mobile banking app, and fell into a sweet yet damn trouble. More than 5.8 million. It has only been a few days. From a poor student with nothing in his pocket, he has become a small, invisible rich man with a huge amount of money. This feeling is really great, but also really scary. No, we can't be so stupid as to put all the money into a debit card. Lin Feng sat up suddenly. After all, he had read a few urban novels, although he mostly imagined himself as the protagonist, so he had some basic risk awareness. What if the card was lost? What if it was targeted by some blind hacker? What if one day he accidentally pressed a few extra zeros and treated the entire dormitory to a seafood feast, causing his life to return to the pre-liberation era? Don't put all your eggs in one basket. This is a wise saying passed down by our ancestors. Although he only has one egg now, this egg is a bit too big. You must find professionals. Wealth management. Risk isolation. Asset allocation. Several words popped into Lin Feng's mind that sounded very cool, but he actually didn't quite understand what they meant. Who should he contact? The bank? He now had an ordinary savings card. If he went to the counter, he would probably be squeezed by a group of elderly people and would be forced to question his life. Then, the account manager would try to sell him various insurance and financial products. It was a headache just thinking about it. I need to find someone who is reliable, knowledgeable, and can provide some private services. That's right. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he remembered the sales lady he met at the BMW 4S store a few days ago, Zhang Qian. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a first-rate service attitude. Most importantly, when that idiot Zhao Kai wanted to cause trouble, she stepped forward to help him out. Although she didn't help him in the end, Lin Feng still remembered this friendship. Moreover, those who can work as salespeople in luxury brand 4S stores must be in contact with rich people. Maybe they really have some way to get to know the big guys in private wealth management. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately flipped through his cell phone address book and found Zhang Qian's phone number. Beep, beep, hello? Hello, who is this? Zhang Qian's sweet and professional voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Miss Zhang Qian? I'm Lin Feng. I bought a 760 from you a few days ago. Lin Feng tried his best to make his voice sound steady like a rich man. Lin, Mr. Lin? Hello, hello. Zhang Qian on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, and then her tone immediately became extremely enthusiastic and surprised. Hey, Mr. Lin, why did you think of calling me? Is there something wrong with the car? Don't worry, if you have any problems, feel free to contact me. I guarantee that I can solve them for you. How could she not be enthusiastic? This guy was the golden thigh who helped her to exceed her sales target for the month or even the quarter by her own efforts. And he paid in full for the top configuration. Such a rich customer must be served well. Ha, there's nothing wrong with the car. It's fine. Lin Feng smiled. I just want to trouble you with something else. What's the trouble? You're so polite, Mr. Lin. Just tell me if you need anything. I will do whatever I can to help you. Zhang Qian patted her chest and promised. Her tone was so firm. Lin Feng was amused by her enthusiasm. It's not that serious. It's like this. I have a little more money, but I put it all in one card, which doesn't feel safe, and I don't know how to manage it. I just want to ask you, do you know any reliable private banking consultants or professional wealth managers? I want to do some asset allocation or something. He tried to sound more professional, even though he himself only had a limited understanding of the subject. Wealth management? Asset allocation? Zhang Qian seemed even more surprised. Mr. Lin is so young, he drives a top-of-the-line 760, and now he wants to do wealth management? How much money does that cost? She originally thought that Lin Feng was some super-rich second generation who came out to experience life, but now it seems that the financial resources of this little rich man may be even more terrifying than she imagined. However, despite being surprised, Zhang Qian immediately realized that this was a godsend opportunity to deepen the relationship with her wealthy client. Yes. Of course. Zhang Qian's tone became more enthusiastic. Mr. Lin, you've asked the right person. We are in sales, so we have some connections in various industries. I happen to know a very, very powerful friend who works as a senior wealth consultant at the top domestic Rueha Wealth. Absolutely professional. Absolutely reliable. The clients he has served are either rich or noble. Confidentiality is also very good. Rueha Wealth? The name seemed familiar to Lin Feng. It seemed to be a well-known third-party wealth management company in China, specializing in serving high-net-worth individuals. Yes. It's Rueha Wealth. My friend is Xia Yubing, she's beautiful and very capable. She graduated from a prestigious university with a master's degree in finance, and at such a young age, she's already one of their company's top consultants. Zhang Qian spared no effort to promote her friend, Mr. Lin. If you trust me, I can help you contact her right away. Let her contact you in person? Xia Yubing. Lin Feng silently read the name and felt it was quite nice. Zhang Qian described it so well, so she must be a professional. Okay, thank you for your help, Miss Zhang Qian. Lin Feng agreed readily. Please ask her to contact me, or give me her contact information, and I will arrange a time to talk to her. Okay. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll contact her right away and ask her to call you back as soon as possible. Zhang Qian was full of energy. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng felt more at ease. It is always right to leave professional matters to professionals. Not long after, a call came from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng? A cool and pleasant female voice, like the sound of an ice spring, came from the other end of the phone. The tone was polite and distant, with a sense of professional competence. It's me, who are you? Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Xia Yubing, a senior wealth consultant at Rueha Wealth. Zhang Qian introduced me to you. She said you have any needs in wealth management? Yes, that's right, Miss Xia. When is convenient for you? Can we meet and talk? Lin Feng asked directly. My schedule is quite flexible and can be arranged according to yours. How about we meet at the Yunqi coffee shop in the city center at 3 p.m. tomorrow? The environment there is relatively quiet and private. Xia Yubing quickly gave a suggestion. Sure, no problem. See you tomorrow afternoon at 3. Okay, Mr. Lin, I look forward to meeting you. Goodbye. The phone was hung up. Lin Feng smacked his lips. This consultant Xia, from the sound of her voice, seemed to be a complete queen. She also spoke clearly and efficiently. She seemed to be quite professional. The next afternoon, Lin Feng arrived at the agreed Yunqi coffee shop 10 minutes early. This is a stylishly decorated coffee shop with soft jazz music flowing in the air. There are not many customers and everyone speaks in low voices, which is indeed a good place to talk. Lin Feng found a seat by the window and just ordered a cup of American coffee when he saw a woman in a well-tailored beige business suit and high heels walk in. She was about 27 or 28 years old, with neat shoulder-length hair, delicate features, fair skin, and an elegant and capable temperament. She wore delicate light makeup on her face, and her eyes were bright and sharp, revealing the confidence and professionalism of a long-time workplace veteran. She glanced around the coffee shop and quickly locked her eyes on Lin Feng, perhaps because Zhang Qian had described his attire or appearance in advance. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Feng? She walked to the table and nodded slightly. The voice was exactly the same cold and pleasant female voice on the phone yesterday. Yes, Miss Xia, please take a seat. Lin Feng stood up and extended his hand politely. Xia Yubing sat down and placed an expensive-looking leather folder in her hand on the table, then raised her head and looked at Lin Feng again. When her eyes fell on Lin Feng's slightly immature face, which looked no more than 20 years old, even for an elite consultant like her who was used to big scenes and had extremely high professional qualities, a hint of surprise could not be suppressed in the depths of her eyes. Too young. Zhang Qian only said that it was a young and very powerful client, but Xia Yubing didn't expect that he would be so young. He looked like a college student? Moreover, the other party was dressed very casually, just a clean set of casual clothes, and he didn't look like a wealthy man who could easily take out millions or even more for wealth management. However, despite being surprised, Xia Yubing still maintained a perfect professional smile on her face. Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. Zhang Qian told me that you would like to learn more about our Rueha Wealth services? Yes, Miss Xia. Lin Feng also looked at the beautiful consultant in front of him and had to admit that she was indeed a very charming and intellectual beauty, especially her calm and confident temperament, which was very attractive. I currently have about, more than 5 million idle funds on hand, Lin Feng reported a slightly lower amount, leaving some cards on the table. It's not a big deal to keep it in the card. I want to hear the advice of professionals and see how to manage it better. More than 5 million. Hearing this number, Xia Yubing's hand holding the coffee cup paused slightly. Although 5 million is just a small amount for some of the top clients she has served, for a young person who looks only about 20 years old, it is quite amazing that she can casually say more than 5 million in idle funds. This person is definitely not an ordinary second-generation rich man. He is most likely the core child of a top-tier wealthy family, or an upstart who got lucky? Xia Yubing made a quick judgment in her mind, but her face remained expressionless, and she began to demonstrate her professionalism. Mr. Lin, the amount of funds of more than 5 million has reached the standard of our Rueha Wealth's senior customers. We can provide you with one-on-one exclusive consulting services and tailor-made wealth management plans. She opened the folder, took out a document and handed it to Lin Feng. First, I would like to know your specific situation. For example, is your risk preference conservative, steady, or aggressive? Do you have high liquidity requirements for funds? Do you have large-scale plans to use funds in the next 1 to 3 years? For example, buying a house, starting a business, etc.? Xia Yubing's questions were very professional and to the point. Lin Feng was a little confused, but he still tried to think and answer. As for the risk, it's okay as long as you don't lose money. It's better if you can make some money. Liquidity, it doesn't seem to be of much use for the time being, it's just sitting there anyway. In the future, I might consider investing or starting a business, but I don't have any specific plans yet. His answer was very naive, but Xia Yubing did not show any impatience. She patiently guided him and helped him analyze according to Lin Feng's vague answer. Based on your initial description, I personally suggest that you adopt a relatively stable allocation plan that takes into account some returns. Xia Yubing quickly wrote on the paper, for example, you can allocate most of the funds, about 60%, to low-risk fixed-income products, such as structured deposits of some large banks or high-rated bond funds. This part is mainly to ensure the safety of the principal and basic returns. Then, you can take out about 30% and invest it in some hybrid or stock funds with relatively stable performance and good historical performance to earn relatively higher returns, but this part will have certain volatility risks. For the remaining 10%, if you can accept a certain amount of risk, you can consider participating in some high-risk, high-return projects such as buying new stocks, or investing in some of our Rueha selected early-stage project equity with high growth potential. Of course, this part has the highest risk, but the potential return is also the highest. Xia Yubing explained clearly and cited some data and cases from time to time, appearing very professional and convincing. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. Although he still didn't understand many of the professional terms, he understood the general meaning. It felt like it was pretty reliable. Then, if I leave it to you to handle, what procedures are required? How much will the fee be calculated? Lin Feng asked. The procedure is very simple. You only need to open an exclusive account in our company and sign a wealth management agreement. As for the fees, we charge a certain percentage of management fees annually based on the size of the assets you entrust us to manage. The specific percentage will vary depending on the amount of your assets and the type of service you choose. I can give you a detailed fee schedule later. Xia Yubing explained with a smile. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that he could test the waters first. Okay, Miss Xia, I recognize your professional ability. Lin Feng said, how about this, I will take out 3 million and put it in your place, and configure it according to the stable plan you just suggested. What do you think? First, we will take out 3 million to test the waters. If the effect is good, we will add more money later. Hearing that Lin Feng decided to take out 3 million so readily, Xia Yubing was shocked again. It seems that this young Mr. Lin is not only rich, but also decisive and courageous. The smile on her face became more sincere. No problem, Mr. Lin. Thank you very much for your trust. The 3 million yuan of funds can be allocated according to the plan we just discussed. I will prepare the relevant agreements and account documents for you as soon as possible. She looked at Lin Feng, and in addition to professional enthusiasm, there seemed to be a hint of subtle curiosity and exploration in her eyes. Who is this mysterious young rich man? Where does his wealth come from? What kind of story will he create in the future? Xia Yubing had a vague feeling that the young man in front of her might become a very special client in her career. The two chatted about some details for a while, exchanged more detailed contact information, and then Lin Feng got up and said goodbye. Walking out of the coffee shop, Lin Feng felt relieved. He finally had a preliminary arrangement for the money. In the coffee shop, Xia Yubing watched Lin Feng's departing back, picked up her cell phone and called Zhang Qian. Hey, Qian, this Mr. Lin you introduced is really not a simple person. The first step of wealth management was successfully taken. And the intersection with this beautiful consultant seemed to have just begun. Chapter 36, a trial run, investment vision begins to emerge. The next day, Xia Yubing's efficiency was indeed very high. She personally brought a full set of account opening documents and wealth management agreements and came to the location designated by Lin Feng, an inconspicuous teahouse room near the school. Lin Feng looked at the thick stack of documents filled with various financial terms and legal clauses, and felt his head was swollen. Fortunately, Xia Yubing was very patient and explained the key contents to him one by one, clearly explaining where to sign and where to pay attention. Mr. Lin, based on the results of our communication yesterday, the initial allocation plan I have made for you for the 3 million funds is as follows. 1.8 million will be invested in a large amount principal guaranteed financial product from a bank with an annualized yield of about 4.5% to ensure the absolute safety of the principal. 900,000 will be allocated to a steady growth hybrid fund that our Rueha Wealth has cooperated with a top domestic fund company, with an expected annualized return of between 8% and 15%, and moderate risk. The last 300,000 will be used as a high risk and high return satellite configuration. Do you think you should participate in the lottery for several hot new stocks recently, or invest in one or two potential startup projects that we have evaluated internally? Xia Yubing closed the document and looked at Lin Feng, asking for his opinion. To be honest, when Lin Feng heard the annualized returns of a few percent or more than 10%, he felt a little uninspired. After all, he is a man with an unlimited rebate system. If he spends hundreds of thousands of dollars, the rebate may be more than this amount. However, he also knows that the system is the system and reality is reality. Wealth management pursues long-term, stable value added and risk control, and we cannot always expect the system to make us rich overnight. Lin Feng touched his chin and his eyes fell on the option of 300,000 high risk and high return. For some reason, he was more interested in this high risk option. Perhaps it was the adventurous factor in his bones that was unwilling to settle for mediocrity? Investing in new stocks, and that startup project, what is the specific situation? Lin Feng asked. Xia Yubing immediately pulled out 2 more documents from the folder. As for new stocks, there are 3 new stocks that will be listed for subscription recently. The market expectations are pretty good, especially this one, Tianhong Technology, which belongs to the artificial intelligence concept and is very popular, but the winning rate may be relatively low, and the fluctuations after listing will be relatively large. As for startup projects, we at Rueha have recently been paying attention to a company that is engaged in the research and development of new energy battery materials. The technology is very promising, but it is still in the early stages and the risks are very high. It is possible to lose all the money, or it is possible to get dozens or even hundreds of times the return in the next few years. Xia Yubing introduced the topic objectively without any deliberate guidance. Lin Feng looked at the information, but his mind drifted to the system. System, if I throw out these 3 million and lose money, can I get a return? He asked secretly in his heart. Ding! This system is a consumer rebate system. Losses incurred by investment behavior are not within the rebate range. However, the host's reasonable investment in financial management will help improve personal comprehensive ability and social influence, which is in line with the long-term development goals of the system. It is detected that the host is making an important investment decision. You can consume a small amount of points to activate short-term financial blessing week, which will slightly increase the host's luck probability in random events. Do you want to activate it? It will consume 1,000 points. Oh no? There is such a thing? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. 1,000 points, not expensive. And it's just a week bonus, which sounds reasonable and doesn't seem like cheating. Open it. Must open it. Lin Feng did not hesitate. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. What if I win the lottery with this week luck? Ding! Short-term financial blessing week has been activated and will last for 24 hours. I wish the host good luck. A faint warm current seemed to envelop Lin Feng, and he felt as if there was no special change. However, psychologically, he felt that he was now possessed by the Emperor of Europe. He looked at the options Xia Yubing gave him again, and paused for a moment on the new stock of Tianhong Technology. Artificial intelligence sounds awesome, and Xia Yubing also said it's very popular. Plus, we have fortune blessing now, so if we try, we can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. As for that new energy battery, the risk is too high and the cycle is too long, so forget it. Miss Xia, Lin Feng raised his head, with an expression on his face that showed a deliberate decision. Actually, it was the confidence of a European emperor. Then use all the 300,000 to buy new shares. Mainly apply for this, Tianhong Technology. Use all of it on new stock investments? Xia Yubing was a little surprised. Mr. Lin, although the potential returns from new stock investments are high, the winning rate is uncertain. Moreover, betting all 300,000 on a new stock will result in relatively concentrated risks. out of professional ethics, she still gave him a reminder. "It's okay, I believe in my luck." Lin Feng grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. With his young face, he seemed a little silly but inexplicably confident. Xia Yubing looked at Lin Feng's confident look and finally nodded. "Okay, Mr. Lin, since you have decided, I will arrange the operation immediately to maximize your chances of winning Tianhong Technology." Although she felt that Lin Feng was a bit risky, the client's wishes came first. And, perhaps, this young client really had something extraordinary about him? In the next few days, in addition to attending classes as usual, occasionally going to the library to encounter Su Wanner, and habitually using the system rebates to improve the quality of life, Lin Feng was also paying attention to the results of the new stock issuance. About a week later, Xia Yubing called, with a hint of incredible excitement in her tone. "Mr. Lin. I won. Tianhong Technology, you won the lottery." "Oh? Really?" Lin Feng was eating an apple in the dormitory. He was unusually calm when he heard this inside his mind. "Ha! I am so lucky. The system is awesome. How much did you win?" You almost won the maximum amount. You won 500 shares." Xia Yubing's voice was trembling a little. You know, Tianhong Technology's issuance was extremely popular this time, and the winning rate was extremely low. Many people used hundreds of millions of funds to play, but they might not win a single lottery. However, Lin Feng only used 300,000 part of it, because there is an upper limit on the subscription of new shares, and actually won 500 shares. This luck is simply against the sky. "Oh, 500 shares, that's okay." Lin Feng continued to remain calm. Xia Yubing on the other end of the phone. "Not bad, right? Boss, do you know what these 500 shares mean?" Sure enough, on the day of Tianhong Technology's listing, it was under all kinds of halos and its stock price hit the daily limit without any suspense. The next day, the stock price continued to rise. On the third day, it still hit the daily limit. 7 consecutive trading days. 7 consecutive daily limit ups. The stock price more than doubled. In just over a week, Lin Feng invested more than 100,000 yuan, the amount of payment for winning the lottery, in the new shares of Tianhong Technology, and his book profit has exceeded 200,000 yuan. This rate of return is simply scary. Although the other funds and fixed income products he allocated also rose slightly, they were nothing compared to Tianhong Technology. Xia Yubing looked at the profit curve of Lin Feng's account and felt numb. She has been working in this industry for so many years and has seen the myth of getting rich overnight as well as the tragedy of losing everything. She thinks her mentality has long been calm. But Lin Feng's actions this time really made her, an elite consultant who had seen a lot of storms, feel deeply shocked and puzzled. What kind of divine luck is this? Or, does he really have an investment vision and judgment that surpasses ordinary people? Among so many new stocks, he was able to bet on this biggest dark horse so accurately and with a large position relative to the 300,000 quota? When she called Lin Feng again to report the profits, her tone was filled with admiration. "Mr. Lin, you are really an investment genius. I admire your vision so much." Xia Yubing praised sincerely, completely forgetting that she was still worried that Lin Feng was too risky a few days ago. I'm just lucky. Lin Feng smiled modestly inside his mind. "Yes, I am a genius. Although I am a genius with some cheats." The success of this trial run undoubtedly greatly deepened Xia Yubing's impression of Lin Feng. She no longer simply viewed Lin Feng as a young client who was rich but perhaps just lucky, but began to truly see him as a big shot with amazing talent and potential in the investment field. She began to be more proactive and active in collecting various high-quality investment information and project opportunities for Lin Feng. She also began to lean towards Lin Feng from her previous relatively conservative suggestions, and even took the initiative to ask Lin Feng for his opinions on certain market opportunities. The relationship between the two people also changed from a simple client and consultant relationship to a closer and more subtle one. Lin Feng has taken the first step towards success in the field of wealth management and investment. And this beautiful consultant with outstanding ability and elegant temperament seems to be gradually attracted by his mysterious aura and incredible luck. Chapter 37: Zhao Kai's Revenge Invites a Trainer. The news that Lin Feng and Su Wanner had officially confirmed their relationship spread quickly throughout the campus like wings. The male students wailed, saying that their goddess had been taken away, but while they were envious and jealous, no one dared to say anything sarcastic. After all, Lin Feng's current strength, whether it was wealth or the legendary martial arts value, was enough to deter most people. All this was undoubtedly adding insult to injury and rubbing salt into the wound for Zhao Kai, who was lying on a hospital bed recovering from his injuries. He was already filled with rage because of the beating he received from Lin Feng. Now he heard that Lin Feng not only snatched away the goddess he had been dreaming of, but also became the center of attention on campus. He was so furious that he almost pulled out the 4-tube. Lin Feng. Su Wan'er. You two dogs. Zhao Kai, will never let you go. He roared like a trapped beast in the ward, his face ferocious and his eyes full of hatred and madness. The last time he reported anonymously, he was beaten up in the KTV. He has completely realized that it is difficult to shake Lin Feng by his own strength. Lin Feng is not only rich, although he still suspects that he is not legitimate, but also has amazing skills. Ordinary hooligans are no match for him. If the hard one doesn't work, then you can only play with the vagina. And if you want to play with the big one. Zhao Kai forced himself to calm down and began to think viciously. He wanted revenge. He wanted Lin Feng to pay a heavy price. He wanted Lin Feng to be ruined. Even to disappear from this world. He can't do it by himself, he must seek help from outside. He thought of his father, Zhao Tianda. Although my father chose to compromise temporarily in front of Lin Feng's so-called evidence last time, it does not mean that the Zhao family is really afraid of Lin Feng, the young boy. That time was mainly because they were caught off guard, and my father valued the family's business and reputation more and was unwilling to take risks easily. But what if I just teach Lin Feng a lesson, let him suffer a little, or even leave him with a disability? As long as it is done cleanly and without leaving any handle, my father should not object, right? After all, if I was beaten like this, the Zhao family would lose face. The more Zhao Kai thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He immediately called his father and cried about how he was bullied by Lin Feng at school, how his goddess was taken away from him, and how he dared not even go out of the door. He even exaggerated and hinted that Lin Feng might have the support of some unclean forces, otherwise he would not be so arrogant. He must find a way to suppress him, otherwise where would the Zhao family's face be in Jinling City in the future? Zhao Tianda was originally a little impatient with his son's troublemaking, but when he heard that his son was beaten so badly and his goddess was snatched away, especially when he heard that Lin Feng might have a complicated background and threatened the reputation of the Zhao family, his face darkened. Last time, he was forced to retreat by Lin Feng with evidence of unknown origin, and he has been holding a grudge in his heart. Although he doesn't want to confront Lin Feng head-on for the time being, it's still okay to give him a taste of his own medicine and vent his anger. Okay, I got it. Zhao Tianda pondered for a moment and said, just focus on recovering from your injuries. I will handle this matter. But, make sure you do it cleanly and don't leave any mess behind. Thank you, Dad. I knew you loved me the most. Zhao Kai was overjoyed when he heard that and immediately flattered him. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Kai showed a cruel smile on his face. Lin Feng, I want to see how you die this time. Although Zhao Tianda said it lightly, he was still quite cautious in his heart. Lin Feng was a bit weird, and even he almost got into trouble last time. An ordinary thug would definitely not work, he had to find a real master. He thought about it and dialed a number. On the other end of the phone, there was a man with a deep and hoarse voice. Hello, Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you? Black Panther, Zhao Tianda said slowly, please find me 2 of the most skilled and reliable people. I want to teach this ignorant kid a lesson and make him suffer a pain he will never forget. Oh? How far does Mr. Zhao want to go? There was no fluctuation in the voice on the other end of the phone. Broken hands and feet? Or? A hint of sternness flashed in Zhao Tianda's eyes. It would be best if he could be wheelchair-bound for the rest of his life. But the prerequisite is that his hands and feet must be clean. No clues pointing to us can be left. Money is not a problem. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. Black Panther laughed deeply. We at Black Shield Security pay the most attention to professionalism and confidentiality when taking on a job. Send me the target information, and I guarantee to give you a satisfactory result within 3 days. Very good. Zhao Tianda nodded with satisfaction and hung up the phone. Black Shield Security is a security company in Jinling City that is legally registered on the surface but actually operates in a gray area. The boss, Black Panther, is said to have a deep background and has a group of tough guys under him, most of whom are retired Special Forces soldiers, professional boxers or desperate criminals, who specialize in taking on some special commissions, such as debt collection, settling troubles, and even getting rid of some inconvenient people. Zhao Tianda had several business dealings with Black Panther and knew the other party's strength and methods. In his opinion, letting Black Panther take action against Lin Feng, who was still a student, was simply using a butcher knife to kill a chicken, which was a surefire way to win. Soon, Lin Feng's detailed information, including photos, school, major, and even several places he frequently visited recently, driving school, library, a gym, etc., were all sent to Black Panther. Black Panther looked at the photo of the handsome young man in the information and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boy, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have offended. He carefully selected two of his most experienced and best skilled gold medal fighters. One, codenamed Wolf Warrior, was said to be a retired scout from a special forces unit, proficient in fighting, grappling, and stealth tracking. The other, codenamed Iron Fist, was once a winning streak champion of underground black boxing, with terrifying strength and ruthless actions. You too, remember, the target is just a student, but he may have some skills. Black Panther handed Lin Feng's information to the two of them, quick and decisive, according to Mr. Zhao's request: break his limbs, but don't kill anyone. Find a remote place with less surveillance, deal with it cleanly, and don't leave any traces. Yes, Brother Leopard. War Wolf and Iron Fist nodded expressionlessly, their eyes full of coldness and confidence. A large hunting net full of malice has been quietly opened against Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng still knew nothing about this. He had just finished practicing at the driving school and was driving, humming a little tune, preparing to pick up Su Wanner for dinner. He was immersed in the joy of growing wealth and sweet love, and was completely unaware that a crisis far more sinister and deadly than the previous one from the gangsters was quietly approaching him in the darkness. Chapter 38, A 1-on-2 Battle. As the night deepens, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually subsides. Lin Feng was driving his Mercedes-Benz GLC and had just finished a dinner with some college classmates. During the dinner, everyone was naturally amazed and praised his current achievements. Although Lin Feng didn't care about these, he didn't want to offend his classmates. The dinner location was not far from his newly purchased luxury house, Jinling Bay No. 1. Wanner had an event with her roommate tonight, so Lin Feng planned to drive home directly. The entrance to the underground parking lot of Jinling Bay No. 1 is designed to be quite hidden and the lighting is relatively dim, but the security measures are strict and cards need to be swiped to enter and exit. Lin Feng swiped his card skillfully to enter and slowly drove the car to his fixed parking space. The parking lot is large, but there aren't many cars at this time, so it seems a bit empty and quiet, with only the sound of wheels rolling over the ground and the occasional sound of ventilation equipment running in the distance. Just when Lin Feng parked the car and was about to turn off the engine and get out, he suddenly caught a glimpse of two figures appearing diagonally behind his parking space. The two men were wearing ordinary jackets and jeans, with their hats pulled down low, almost covering most of their faces, but in the dim light, Lin Feng could still feel their gazes on him, which were full of coldness and hostility. Lin Feng's heart instantly rose. Something is wrong. These two people are definitely not the owners or visitors of the community. The smell they exude is dangerous. Almost out of an instinctive reaction brought about by combat mastery, Lin Feng did not get out of the car immediately, but calmly placed his hand on the door handle, while watching the two people vigilantly through the rearview mirror. Really? In the few seconds he paused, the two men looked at each other, as if they had confirmed their target, and then, without saying a word, they quickly surrounded his Mercedes-Benz from the left and right, like cheetahs hunting. Their movements were swift and powerful, their steps were steady, and their coordination was tacit. They were well-trained fighters. They were definitely not comparable to those street thugs. Was it someone sent by Zhao Kai? This thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind instantly. At the same time, a surge of anger rose up. This haunted guy actually dared to find someone to take revenge. And he even found his residence. Before I could think too much, the other party had already approached the car door. Lin Feng made a prompt decision. Instead of passively taking a beating in a cramped car, it's better to go out and give it a try. He pushed the car door open suddenly, and using the door as a cover, he rushed out like a civet cat. Almost at the moment he rushed out of the car door, two fierce fists came whistling from the left and right, heading straight for his face and chest. So fast. So fierce. Lin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. The opponent's speed and strength far exceeded his expectations. This is definitely a professional-level fighter. At the critical moment, the skills of Combat Mastery Basic and the increased reaction speed brought by Basic Stamina Potion came in handy. Lin Feng suddenly ducked down, dodging two heavy punches like a clever monkey. The wind from the punches brushed against his scalp and shoulders, bringing up a gust of wind. While dodging the attack, Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He pushed the ground back with his right foot and his body shot forward like a cannonball, aiming directly at the fighter on the left wolf warrior who was punching. He wants to take advantage of the gap when the opponent's old strength has been exhausted and new strength has not yet been generated to seize the initiative. A straight punch containing all his body's strength, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, hit War Wolf's face hard. However, War Wolf's reaction speed was also amazing. He seemed to have never expected that Lin Feng could not only dodge their combined attack, but also launch such a fierce counterattack in an instant. But he was an experienced Special Forces soldier after all. At the critical moment, he suddenly turned his head and quickly moved his arms to defend and block. Bang! Lin Feng's fist hit the forearm of War Wolf hard as he was blocking. A huge force came. War Wolf felt as if his forearm was hit by a hammer. The pain was so severe that his whole arm was numb. He was shocked. How could this guy be so powerful? Lin Feng was not feeling well either. The opponent's forearm muscles were as hard as iron, and they made his fist numb. In this brief moment of stalemate, the more burly fighter on the right iron fist had adjusted himself, roared, and smashed Lin Feng's back again with his fist as big as a casserole with tremendous force. Attacked from behind. Lin Feng had no time to turn around. In the critical moment, he could only lean his body suddenly to the left and twist his body forcefully at the same time. Bang! The powerful iron fist finally grazed Lin Feng's right shoulder blade and hit him hard. A piercing pain came. Lin Feng groaned, feeling that his shoulder blade was about to crack. His body staggered forward several steps due to the huge impact. What a close call! If this punch had landed on him, he would have lost his fighting ability right away. Damn! That kid is quite good at dodging. Seeing that his attack missed the vital point, Taekwon cursed angrily and rushed forward again. War Wolf also shook his numb arms, his eyes became even colder and more solemn, and he attacked Lin Feng again from another direction. The two men cooperated well, one attacked the front, with big and fierce power iron fist, the other roamed the flank like a ghost, looking for flaws, with tricky and ruthless moves wolf warrior. Lin Feng was instantly caught in a tough battle of 1 against 2. The spacious environment of the underground parking lot actually became a favorable venue for the other party to display cooperation. The muffled sound of fists and feet colliding continued to ring out. Lin Feng used his combat mastery skills to the extreme, dodging, blocking, and counterattacking. Relying on the abundant energy brought by the physical potion and his extraordinary reaction speed, he defuses the opponent's attacks again and again. But the opponents were, after all, two battle-hardened professional fighters, and they were far superior to him in terms of strength, skills, and practical experience. Soon, Lin Feng was covered in wounds. The corner of his mouth was hit by the fist, and blood oozed out. His arm was cut by the opponent's tricky fingertips. His lower abdomen was also hit by a not too light but not too heavy kick, which was burning with pain. Sweat soaked his clothes and his breathing became a little rapid. This won't work. It's exhausting, too much energy. We must find a way out as soon as possible. Lin Feng's eyes became more and more sharp, and his brain was working at high speed. He forced himself to calm down and stop engaging in a head-on confrontation. Instead, he used the pillars and vehicles in the parking lot as cover, constantly moving around and dodging, while carefully observing the opponent's attack patterns and coordination habits. Although that iron fist is powerful, its speed is relatively slow, its moves are wide open and closed, and it has many flaws. That wolf warrior is fast and has great skills, but seems to be slightly inferior in strength. Moreover, although the two of them cooperate well, they are not one after all, and there will always be tiny gaps and mistakes. Opportunity. There must be an opportunity. Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. In the fierce fight, he patiently waited for the opportunity to strike the winning blow. The battle fell into a short stalemate. But Lin Feng knew that he didn't have much time left. He had to break the deadlock as soon as possible. Chapter 39, Dangerous Situation, Skills Show Their Power Again. In the underground parking lot, the fierce fight continued. Bang! Lin Feng fought hard with the iron fist again. The huge force made his arm numb and his body involuntarily retreated backwards, just in time to lean against a thick concrete pillar. Boy, I wonder how long you can hold on. Taekwon grinned and rushed up again like a bull, punching Lin Feng in the face with a powerful straight punch. At the same time, War Wolf came around from the other side of the pillar like a ghost and threw a tricky side kick straight at Lin Feng's lower body. Attacking from above and below. Cooperating in perfect harmony. They wanted to completely block Lin Feng behind the pillar. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The opportunity has come. At the moment when the two men were about to attack, Lin Feng not only did not dodge, but instead leaned his back against the pillar and pushed the ground hard with his feet. With the help of this reaction force, his body was like an arrow shot from a bow, not retreating but advancing, and at an incredible speed, he instantly passed through the narrow gap between the attacks of Iron Fist and Warwolf. It's very dangerous. Neither Taekwon nor Zhanlong expected that Lin Feng would break out in this way. Their attacks missed and they almost collided with each other due to inertia. There was an extremely short, almost negligible stagnation in their coordination. But for Lin Feng, this stagnation is enough. At the moment of passing through the gap between the two people, Lin Feng's target had already been locked the Iron Fist with terrifying power but slightly slower speed. When it comes to persimmons, you should pick the soft ones. No, you should first deal with the one that poses a greater threat. Drink! Lin Fengbao shouted, and the power in his body instantly gathered in his right leg. The side-kicking technique in combat mastery was brought to its full potential. His right leg chopped out like a battle axe, with the sound of breaking through the air, and kicked hard and accurately on the outside of the knee of the Iron Fist supporting leg. The knee is one of the most vulnerable joints in the human body. And it is extremely easy to be injured when subjected to side force. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bones dislocating was heard. Ah! Taekwon let out a heart-wrenching scream. His supporting leg's knee instantly deformed, and he fell to the ground like a felled tree. He rolled over in pain while holding his knee, and beads of sweat instantly covered his forehead. Even if his leg can be cured, he will probably be disabled for life. He has completely lost his fighting ability. Iron Fist. When Wolf Warrior saw his companion's miserable state, his eyes were red with anger. He didn't expect that Lin Feng was not only so skilled, but also so cruel. Boy! I'll kill you. Warwolf was completely furious. He no longer held back and suddenly pulled out a gleaming military dagger from his waist. Here it set as a dagger to increase the danger and pounced fiercely towards Lin Feng. The dagger slashed deadly cold rays under the dim light. Every move was aimed at Lin Feng's vital points. Lin Feng's heart trembled. The other party actually brought weapons. The situation suddenly became more dangerous. Although one was killed, the remaining wolf with the knife was even more dangerous. His speed was already fast, and now with the threat of the dagger, he was even more powerful. Lin Feng was alert and relied on his footwork and reaction from combat mastery to dodge the dagger's attack. The cement floor of the parking lot was soon left with glaring white marks left by the dagger. Danger was everywhere. Several times, the sharp tip of the knife brushed against his clothes or skin. If he wasn't careful, he would be ripped open. Lin Feng's forehead was also covered with fine beads of sweat. His physical strength was rapidly depleting, and the energy boost from the primary physical strength potion was about to reach its limit. This won't work. We must make a quick decision. However, the opponent's swordsmanship was too tricky and his speed was too fast. It was difficult for me to find an opportunity to get close to him with my bare hands. What to do? Just when Lin Feng felt that he was about to be forced into a desperate situation, he suddenly remembered the system mall. Oh, right. Isn't there a one-time burst potion in the mall? Primary strength amplification potion one time, 50,000 rebates. Primary speed enhancing potion one time, 50,000 rebates. Although it hurts, saving your life is the most important thing now. While Lin Feng dodged the attack of the Warwolf in a panic, he shouted in his mind, "System! Buy and use the strength and speed enhancement potion for me immediately." There happened to be 100,000 rebates left in his system account. Ding! Confirm to purchase, primary strength amplification potion one time, x1, primary speed amplification potion one time, x1, totaling 100,000 rebate golds? Confirm. Use it immediately. Lin Feng roared in his heart. Ding! Purchase successful. The potion has been used automatically. Boom! Two violent heat currents instantly injected into Lin Feng's limbs and bones. An explosive force that made him feel like he could punch through a steel plate. The other brought extreme speed, instantly increasing his nerve reaction and body movement speed to an incredible level. Before his eyes, the Wolf Warrior's dagger attack, which was originally as fast as lightning, seemed to have slowed down. Every trajectory of movement, every tiny flaw, were clearly presented before his eyes. Now! Lin Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance. At the moment when Wolf Warrior stabbed at his chest, Lin Feng's body suddenly slid half a step to the left at a speed beyond human limits. The tip of the knife just grazed his clothes on the chest and went missing. However, Lin Feng's right hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the wrist of War Wolf holding the knife with incredible precision. The wolf warrior was horrified. He wanted to draw his sword and retreat, but he found that the opponent's hand was like an iron clamp, motionless. And the strength was terrifying. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng's left fist moved. With a temporary increase of 50% in strength and speed, the speed and power of this punch reached a terrifying level. The fist hit the wolf warrior's temple hard with a sonic boom that tore through the air. Bang! An extremely dull and thumping sound was heard. The body of the wolf warrior was like being hit by a high-speed train. The whole person flew out. He hit the hood of another car a few meters away, making a loud noise. The hood was dented. Warwolf's body twitched twice, his head tilted, and he completely lost consciousness. The dagger also slipped from his hand and bounced a few times on the ground, making a crisp sound. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Feng held his knees and gasped heavily. The temporary amplification effect of the potion is rapidly fading, and a strong feeling of weakness and pain is coming like a tide. He looked at the two professional killers lying on the ground who had lost their ability to fight, and then looked at the new wounds on his body, especially his shoulder which was still aching, and felt a sense of fear in his heart. 1. Although it was extremely difficult to win, and even came at a considerable cost 100,000 in rebates and injuries, he won in the end. He was outnumbered, facing two armed professional killers, and yet he actually survived. Lin Feng leaned against the cold pillar. The relief of surviving the disaster and the excitement of defeating a strong enemy intertwined together, making him want to laugh out loud. But he also clearly realized that his current strength is far from enough. If he hadn't spent the money to use the burst potion at the last minute, he would probably have died here tonight. Zhao family. Black Shield security. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. This attack completely enraged him. He won't hold back anymore. He will make all enemies who dare to threaten him and the people he cares about pay the heaviest price. But before that, he needs to deal with the mess in front of him. What should we do with these two stunned killers? Should we call the police? Lin Feng looked at the dagger on the ground and other things the two men might be carrying, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 40: The power of the Zhao family behind the scenes. Adrenaline gradually faded, and severe pain and fatigue began to invade Lin Feng's body. He leaned against the cold concrete pillar, gasping for breath, and looked around vigilantly to make sure there were no other people or hidden surveillance cameras. The underground parking lot was still empty and silent. Only under the light, the two unconscious thugs lying on the ground, as well as the scattered daggers and mottled bloodstains mainly from the thugs, silently told of the thrilling fight that had just taken place. Now, what to do with these two people? Call the police? Lin Feng immediately thought of this most conventional and safest method. After all, he was acting in self-defense and was injured. It was reasonable to hand the two perpetrators over to the police. But Lin Feng frowned. Calling the police might lead to a series of troubles. First of all, the police would definitely ask about the fight in detail. I fought two armed professional fighters alone, with my bare hands, although I used money to gain explosive power in the end? This sounds a bit unbelievable. I must not expose my combat mastery and the system. How should I explain it then? Should I make up another excuse of good luck or explosion of potential? Once or twice is fine, but if it happens too many times, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Secondly, these two thugs were hired by the Zhao family through Black Shield security. If the police intervene in the investigation, they will probably trace the case back to the Zhao family. Although Lin Feng wanted to make the Zhao family pay the price immediately, he did not have any solid evidence directly pointing to the Zhao family. If the Zhao family used their connections to suppress the case, or Black Shield security put forward two scapegoats to take the blame, he might alert the Zhao family and even lead to a more crazy counterattack from the Zhao family. Finally, and most importantly, Lin Feng did not want to expose his strong fighting ability too early. If the outside world knew that he was not only rich but also a good fighter and could beat professional killers, it would undoubtedly attract the attention and fear of more forces, and might even attract the attention of special government departments. This would be very detrimental to his current strategy of keeping a low profile. No, you can't call the police. At least not now. Lin Feng made a quick decision. He endured the pain in his body, walked to the unconscious werewolf, and began to search carefully. Soon, he found a wallet and a cell phone in the inner pocket of Wolf Warrior. In addition to several thousand yuan in cash and several bank cards, there was also a black business card with the words Black Shield Security Senior Consultant Wolf Warrior printed on it, as well as a contact number. It turned out to be someone from Black Shield Security. Lin Feng checked Iron Fist, who had a broken leg and was still unconscious, and also found a wallet, a cell phone, and a similar business card with the words Iron Fist, Senior Consultant of Black Shield Security. These two people should be the gold medal thugs sent by Black Shield Security. Lin Feng collected their mobile phones and business cards. Mobile phones may contain important call records or information, while business cards are direct evidence. He searched the two men carefully again, and after confirming that there were no other weapons or suspicious items, he began to think about his next step. These two people couldn't wake up for the time being. Lin Feng found the dagger that had just fallen. Fortunately, it wasn't stained with blood, and used the handle of the dagger to hit the back of the two people's necks twice more, making sure they could stay unconscious for a little longer. Then he needed to clean up the scene. Although the fight mainly took place in an open area, there were still some bloodstains, mainly from Iron Fist's leg wound, and traces of the fight left on the ground. Lin Feng returned to his car, found a bottle of mineral water and some tissues from the trunk, and simply wiped the bloodstains on the ground. Although it couldn't be completely removed, it could at least make the traces less obvious. He wrapped the dropped dagger in a tissue and threw it into an inconspicuous corner of the car. This thing might be useful in the future. After doing all this, Lin Feng felt like he was about to collapse. The severe pain in his shoulder and the aches all over his body made him almost unable to stand steadily. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. It had been more than 10 minutes since the fight started. He had to leave here as soon as possible and get rid of the two unconscious thugs. Where should I throw them? It is definitely not a good idea to just throw it in the parking lot, as it will be discovered by the security guards very quickly. Throw it into a remote wilderness? It seems to be an option, but if it is found, it will still be traced back to the community. Lin Feng thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. He returned to the car, started it, and drove it to the side of the two unconscious thugs. It took him a lot of effort to drag the two heavy men into the trunk of the car one after another. The trunk space of the Mercedes-Benz GLC is large enough. After closing the trunk, Lin Feng took a deep breath and drove out of the underground parking lot. He did not go home directly, but drove around in the night of Jinling City, deliberately choosing those roads with no surveillance or sparse surveillance. Finally, he stopped at a desolate area to be demolished dozens of kilometers away from the city. It was a deserted place with ruins everywhere, and it would soon be razed to the ground, making it a perfect place to deal with trouble. Lin Feng parked the car in a secluded corner. After confirming that there was no one around, he opened the trunk, dragged out the two still unconscious thugs, and threw them into the corner of an abandoned house like garbage. He took all the cash in their wallets, which was also considered a little mental damage compensation, but left their bank cards and IDs, and also threw their cell phones next to them. This way, when they woke up, they could at least contact the outside world for help, and they wouldn't really die here. Lin Feng didn't really want to cause any deaths, as that would bring huge trouble. His purpose was just to teach a lesson and deter. After doing all this, Lin Feng checked the scene again, and after confirming that there were no traces of himself left, he drove away quietly. When the Mercedes-Benz GLC merged into the city's traffic again, Lin Feng felt as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He touched his shoulder, which was still aching, and his eyes became extremely cold and firm. Zhao family. Black Shield Security. I've made note of this account. He realized that the power of the Zhao family might be even greater than he had imagined before. They could easily hire a professional killer of this level to deal with him. Simply being slapped in the face and crushed by wealth is probably not enough to intimidate them. I must improve my strength as soon as possible. Not only my own fighting ability, but also I need to build my own power and network. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether I could be as lucky as tonight next time. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes flashing with an extreme desire for power and a deep vigilance for the future. A deeper battle is inevitable. He needs to prepare as soon as possible. Chapter 41, Strength Desire Mall Shopping Again. After returning to the luxury house at Jinling Bay No. 1, Lin Feng locked the door and collapsed on the soft sofa in the living room as if he had fainted. The wound on his shoulder was still aching, and although the bone was not injured, the muscles must have been severely bruised by the terrifying force of the Iron Fist. There were countless bruises and scratches on other parts of his body. What was even more serious was the mental exhaustion. The life-and-death fight just now had kept his nerves tense and consumed a huge amount of his energy. Fortunately, I survived. Lin Feng panted, took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator, and took a few big gulps. The cold liquid flowed down his throat, making his chaotic brain a little clearer. He recalled every detail of the battle just now. my combat mastery elementary still seemed a little immature when facing a true master. My skills were not proficient enough, and my ability to respond on the spot was not experienced enough. Although the physical strength improvement brought by primary physical strength potion is significant, it is still consumed quickly in high-intensity combat. If it wasn't for the last moment, when I spared no expense 100,000 rebates to purchase and use the primary strength amplification potion and primary speed amplification potion to forcibly increase my explosive power and reverse the situation of the battle, the outcome of tonight would have been unimaginable. Strength. Still not strong enough? Lin Fang's eyes became extremely firm. The desire to improve my strength has never been as strong as it is now. Since the Zhao family was able to send out the first wave of assassins, they can definitely send out the second and third waves. They may even use more terrifying means. He must become stronger as soon as possible. Strong enough to crush all enemies. Strong enough to protect himself and the people he cares about, such as Su Wan'er. Thinking of this, Lin Feng did not hesitate to sink his consciousness into the system mall again. He wants to spend money. He wants to improve his strength at all costs. Fortunately, due to several previous large purchases and rebates, his bank card balance has accumulated to a considerable amount, nearly 8 million yuan. Full of confidence, Lin Feng opened the mall interface and his eyes were directly fixed on the attribute enhancement category and skill learning category. After buying the primary physical strength potion last time, he had been coveting the primary mental strength potion, which could also permanently improve his attributes. Improving his mental strength would not only make him more efficient in learning and more energetic, but it might also help his reaction speed and concentration in combat. Purchase. Ding. Confirm to purchase primary mental power potion X1, consuming 120,000 rebate gold? Without any hesitation, Lin Feng directly recharged 120,000 yuan from his bank card to the system account and confirmed the purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Primary mental power potion has been stored in the system inventory. The lavender potion was obtained. Lin Feng immediately chose to use it. A cool and comfortable airflow instantly rushed into the mind, as if giving the tired and burning brain a deep SPA. The previous fatigue and mental tension were swept away. He felt that his thinking became clearer and more agile, and his memory seemed to have improved. Most importantly, his attention was highly focused, and even the slightest changes in the surrounding environment could not escape his perception. The improvement of mental strength has the same significant effect. Next, skills. Combat Mastery Elementary was obviously not enough. He needed more advanced combat skills. Lin Feng looked towards the skill learning area. Sure enough, after Combat Mastery Basic, a new purchase option appeared. Combat Mastery Intermediate Learning Permission, master more advanced combat skills, including combined attacks, force dissipation, key strikes, joint locks, etc., to comprehensively improve combat capabilities. Price, 500,000 rebates. Hiss. 500,000. This price made Lin Feng gasp. It was much more expensive than the primary skill book. But he knew that this was definitely worth it. Mastering the intermediate combat skills would definitely allow his combat power to take a qualitative leap. Purchase. Lin Feng gritted his teeth again, recharged 500,000 from his bank card to the system account, and chose to buy. Ding. Confirm to purchase Combat Mastery Intermediate Learning Permission, consuming 500,000 rebate gold? Confirm. Ding. Purchase successful. Skill infusion in progress. Another flood of fighting information, larger and more profound than the last time, poured into Lin Feng's mind. This time it's not just about basic skills, but more about the combined use of various skills, methods of exerting and unloading force in actual combat, precise strikes against the vital points and weaknesses of the human body, as well as more advanced counter-grappling and ground fighting techniques. Lin Feng felt as if he had instantly transformed into a battle-hardened fighting master. When the infusion of skills was completed, he casually swung his fists and feet a few times. His movements became more smooth and natural, full of power and rhythm, like an antelope hanging its horns, leaving no trace. He had strong self-confidence. If he were to face opponents like War Wolf and Iron Fist again, even if the two opponents were intact, he would be able to deal with them easily and defeat them without even using burst potions. Ding! The host has successfully mastered the skill, Combat Mastery Intermediate. Very good. Very good. I spent more than 600,000 yuan in rebate money in exchange for an improvement in my mental strength and a qualitative leap in my fighting ability. This investment is so worth it. Lin Feng felt that his sense of security had greatly improved. But he was not satisfied with that. As attributes and skills are improved, equipment cannot be left behind. His eyes turned to the special items category. The 2 one-time strength and speed enhancement potions last time played a decisive role at the critical moment. This kind of life-saving trump card must be always prepared. He spent another 100,000 rebate points to buy another strength-enhancing potion and a speed-enhancing potion, just in case. After doing all this, Lin Feng took a look at his bank card balance, which was still over 7 million. The system account balance was cleared again. This time, in order to improve my strength, I spent 720,000 yuan. It was really a lot of money. However, feeling the power surging in his body and the clarity of his mind, Lin Feng felt that it was all worth it. Strength is the greatest confidence to face all challenges in the future. Zhao family, Black Shield security, just wait. I, Lin Feng, am no longer the soft persimmon that you can bully. The next time we fight, I will let you know what true fear is. Lin Feng stood up, stretched his muscles, and felt that the pain in his body seemed to be relieved a lot. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling night view of Jinling below, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent and burning fighting spirit. Chapter 42, Tracking Clues, The Secrets of the Security Company. The increase in strength gave Lin Feng more confidence, but he was not blinded by anger. The Zhao family was able to hire professional thugs like Black Shield security to deal with him, which shows that they have power and connections in Jinling City that cannot be underestimated. If you want to completely solve this problem, it is not enough to rely on fighting skills, you also need to know yourself and the enemy, and grasp the opponent's weaknesses and handles. He needed to know more about Black Shield security and the Zhao family. The first thing Lin Feng thought of was the Universal System Mall. He used his mind to open the mall interface and found the Information Services category. Primary information collection, you can collect public information and some shallow non-public information of designated targets, individuals, companies. The fee is determined by the difficulty and breadth of the information, starting with a rebate of 100,000 yuan. This function is exactly what he needs now. System, I want to use the primary information collection, service, target, Jinling Black Shield Security Company, and the relationship between the company and the Zhao Group, the main company under Zhao Tianda's name. Ding. Received the host's request. Evaluating the difficulty and cost of information collection. Evaluation completed. Target, Black Shield Security Company's basic situation, senior management information, main business scope, and relevance to the Zhao Group. It is estimated that 150,000 rebates will be consumed. Confirm? 150,000. Lin Feng smacked his lips. This information fee was really not cheap. But in order to find out the details of the opponent, this money must be spent. He once again recharged 150,000 yuan from his bank card into the system account. Confirm. Ding. Confirm payment of 150,000 rebate. Primary information collection task started, estimated to take 30 minutes. Please wait patiently. A data flow progress bar appeared on the system panel. Lin Feng was thinking while waiting. If the information collected by the system is not deep enough, or he needs further assistance, perhaps he can ask another person for help? He thought of the professional, capable and elegant financial advisor, Xia Yubing. Xia Yubing is a senior consultant in the private banking department of a well-known local bank. She is in contact with the upper echelons of Jinling City, so her connections and information channels must be very wide. Moreover, she seems to have a good impression of this young and promising big client of hers. Perhaps I could ask her indirectly about Black Shield security and the Zhao family? Of course, you can't just expose the fact that you were attacked. You need to find a suitable entry point. Lin Feng was thinking while waiting for information feedback from the system. 30 minutes later. Ding. Primary information collection task completed. Relevant information has been sorted out and stored in the system folder. The host can check it at any time. Lin Feng was cheered up and immediately opened the file titled Report on the Correlation between Black Shield Security and Zhao Group. The file content is not particularly long, but it contains a lot of information. The report shows that the legal representative of Black Shield Security is named Zhou Heibao, the person Zhao Tianda contacted before. This person is said to have a complicated background. He was involved in the gray area in his early years, but later he cleaned up his name and founded Black Shield Security. The company's business is to provide high-end security services, private bodyguards, security consulting, etc., and its customer base is mainly some wealthy people and enterprises in Jinling City. However, the report also implicitly mentioned that Black Shield Security also secretly undertook some special commissions involving violent debt collection, commercial dispute resolution, and even some dirty and tiring work, and was known in the industry for its ruthless methods and strong confidentiality. The company has a group of extraordinary thugs with complex sources, including veterans, retired athletes, and even some people with criminal records. The report also confirmed that there was indeed business dealings between Black Shield Security and the Zhao Group. The Zhao Group had long employed Black Shield Security to take charge of the security work of the company's headquarters, and Zhao Tianda himself also hired Black Shield bodyguards. In addition, the report also found some vague records of fund flows, showing that the Zhao Group had repeatedly paid large sums of money to Black Shield Security in the name of consulting fees and service fees, and the time points vaguely coincided with some commercial conflicts or accidents that occurred in Jinling City. Finally, the report also included the registered address, office location, and some basic personal information and activity patterns of the Black Shield Security Company's boss Zhou Heibao. After reading the report, Lin Feng's eyes became even colder. As expected, the Zhao family and Black Shield Security are in cahoots with each other. Black Shield Security is simply a vicious dog raised by the Zhao family. This attack was 100% directed by the Zhao family. Although the information provided by the system is not sufficient to serve as evidence to directly bring down the Zhao family or Black Shield, it has pointed out the direction for Lin Feng. Black Shield Security is a company that operates in the gray area. They must have something fishy going on. If we dig deeper, we will definitely find their weakness. However, with the current level 2 authority of the system, primary information collection seems to be able to only dig up to this extent. If you want to get deeper in more core black material, you may need to unlock more advanced information services or use your real-life connections. It seems like it's time to contact that beautiful consultant Xia Yubing. Lin Feng picked up his phone and found Xia Yubing's WeChat. Instead of calling directly, he composed a message, trying to sound casual and natural. Good evening, Mr. Xia. Recently, a friend of mine got into some trouble, which may have something to do with a company called Black Shield Security. Do you know anything about this company? Or do you know anyone who is familiar with their situation? He did not mention that he was attacked, but instead used the excuse that a friend was in trouble to make it less abrupt. After sending the message, Lin Feng quietly waited for a reply. He believed that with Xia Yubing's intelligence and connections, he should have heard of the name of Black Shield Security. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Xia Yubing replied to her WeChat message and sent a voice message directly, with a tone of surprise and solemnity. Mr. Lin? Why are you asking about Black Shield Security? This company doesn't have a very good reputation in Jinling City. Its background is quite complicated and its business scope is rather special. What specific trouble did your friend encounter? If it's convenient, you can tell me and see if I can help. But I have to remind you that this company is not easy to mess with. It's best to handle it with caution. Xia Yubing's reply confirmed the system's investigation results and also revealed her understanding and fear of Black Shield Security. Lin Feng had figured it out. It seemed that Xia Yubing could indeed be used. But now was not the time to reveal everything. He replied, "Thank you, Consultant Xia, for reminding me. I understand. It's just some minor friction for now. I will first understand the situation myself. If I need help later, I will contact you." Xia Yubing quickly replied, "Okay, Mr. Lin, you can always contact me if you need anything. Please be sure to pay attention to safety." After finishing the conversation with Xia Yubing, Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa and rubbed his eyebrows. The outline of the opponent has gradually become clear. The Zhao family is the mastermind, and Black Shield Security is the pawn. To fight back, you can start from two directions. One is to continue to dig deeper into the Zhao family's dirty laundry and find enough evidence to hurt them or even ruin them forever. This may require more advanced system information services, or waiting for the right time. The second is to directly strike or even take down Black Shield Security, this lackey. Beating a dog also depends on the owner? I want to beat the dog and make the owner feel bad. Black Shield Security is a company with a long history of bad deeds. As long as we find a breakthrough, we may be able to destroy it in one fell swoop. There was a calculating gleam in Lin Feng's eyes. He needed a careful plan, one that would both avenge him and minimize his own risks. And the first step of this plan may be to take the initiative to contact the so-called Black Panther? Sometimes, the most dangerous places hide the greatest opportunities. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold and dangerous arc. Chapter 43: Li Man's concerns and the female coach's thoughts. Just as Lin Feng was secretly investigating Black Shield security and preparing to formulate a counterattack plan, an unexpected phone call came in. The caller ID showed Coach Li Man. Lin Feng was slightly startled and answered the phone. "Hey, Lin Feng. Where have you been these days? Why didn't you come to practice driving?" Li Man's signature, slightly hot-tempered and concerned voice immediately came from the other end of the line. Lin Feng then remembered that since he was attacked and injured last time, he had indeed not gone to the driving school in the past 2 days, nor did he ask for leave from Li Man. Coach Li, I'm sorry. I had some personal matters to deal with these days and forgot to tell you. Lin Feng explained apologetically. Private matters? What private matters are more important than driving practice? Have you become complacent after getting your driver's license and don't want to come? Li Man's tone was a little dissatisfied, but more worried. I heard about it. Did you have a fight with someone 2 nights ago? And you got injured? What happened? Is it serious? She spoke very quickly, and a series of questions came at her like a machine gun. The anxiety and concern in her tone almost overflowed the screen. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart, but also a little helpless. It seemed that the news of his attack had been spread to some extent, but the version was definitely distorted. He quickly comforted her. Coach Li, don't worry. Who told you that? I'm fine. I just bumped into something by accident. It's just a minor injury and I'll be fine soon. I didn't fight with anyone. Minor injury? Just a bump? Li Man obviously didn't believe it, and raised her voice a few notches. I heard from Lao Wang at the driving school that someone saw you fighting with several people outside at night. They also said that you beat them so hard that they cry for their parents. Tell me the truth, what kind of trouble did you get into? Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, this rumor was too outrageous. But he also knew that Li Man cared about him. It's really nothing, Coach Li. I just met some ignorant thugs and they taught me a lesson. I'm fine. Lin Feng could only try to downplay it. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then Li Man's slightly serious voice came. Lin Feng, listen to me. I know you are rich now, and you have become quite capable. But people in society are treacherous, and not everyone is as innocent as they are in school. Your mediocre skills may be enough to deal with small hooligans, but if you really need a tough guy, you will suffer a great loss. I know. Lin Feng responded quickly. You know shit. Li Man seemed a little angry. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Do you think you can be invincible just because you have a little money and some kung fu? I tell you, there is always someone stronger than you. Jinling is a place with a lot of water. If you really mess with someone you shouldn't mess with, you'll die without knowing how. She paused, and her tone softened again, with a hint of nagging of disappointment. Listen to me, kid. Don't cause trouble outside in the future. If there is anything you can't solve, or if you feel something is wrong, just tell me. Don't bear it alone. Although I don't have any great skills, I know a few friends in Jinling who can help you get some information, or help you solve some minor troubles. At the end of her speech, there was even a hint of subtle shyness and embarrassment in her voice. Lin Feng was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Li Man would say this to him. A friend from the underworld? Helping you to sort out the trouble? This beautiful coach who looks cool and hot seems to have a bigger story than he imagined? More importantly, the undisguised concern and worry in her words, as well as the phrase "tell me if you have anything," have far exceeded the boundaries of ordinary teachers and students or friends. Even a fool could tell that this beautiful coach was interested in me. And it was not just a casual liking. Lin Feng's mood was a little complicated. It would be a lie to say that I have no affection for a beauty like Li Man who is straightforward, hot, and has a sense of chivalry. Especially when she cares about me so sincerely, my heart is warm. But he already has Su Wanner in his heart. Although he seems to have a want-it-all mentality deep in his heart, at least for now, he still wants to develop a good relationship with Su Wanner first. Moreover, Coach Li Man seemed to be a not-so-simple person. Would it bring new troubles if we rashly provoked him? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and decided to stabilize the other party first and maintain an appropriate distance. He tried to speak in a gentle and sincere tone. Coach Li, thank you for your concern. I am really touched. Don't worry, I am not a troublemaker and I will pay attention to safety in the future. As for your offer of help, I appreciate it, but I haven't encountered any problems that I can't solve yet. If there really comes a day like that, I will definitely be the first one to ask you for help. Don't think I am annoying then. He expressed his gratitude and stated that he was fine at the moment. He also left a message, which gave face to the other party and left a way out for himself. Li Man on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, as if she understood what Lin Feng meant. There was a hint of disappointment in her tone, but she quickly returned to her carefree attitude. Humph. You're smart, kid. Remember what you said. If you have something to say, tell me. Don't be so stubborn. Of course, of course. Okay, then when will you come back to practice driving? Although you have obtained the driver's license, you still need to consolidate your skills. Especially for people like you who just got the license and drive well, you must pay more attention to safety. Li Man switched back to coach mode. Wait a couple of days, and I'll go over after I finish the things on hand. Lin Feng replied. Okay. Then I'll wait for your call. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng held the phone in his hand, feeling a little weird. It seems that my luck with love is a bit too good. Not only did he win over the school Belle Sue Warner, but now even the beautiful driving school instructor has a crush on him? Is this the trouble of being rich and powerful? Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, Li Man's last words reminded him that the water in Jinling might be deeper than he thought. In addition to the Zhao family and Black Shield security, are there other unknown forces hidden? Who are those friends in the underworld that Li Man mentioned? It seems that I have to be more careful when dealing with this beautiful coach in the future. However, it is not a bad feeling to be cared for by others, especially by a sexy and hot coach. Lin Feng shook his head and put aside these distracting thoughts. The most urgent task is to deal with the threats from the Zhao family and Black Shield security. We can talk about the rest later. Chapter 44, The Troubles of Investment Genius, Seeking Cooperation. Ever since the news that Lin Feng made hundreds of thousands of dollars through online investment was clarified at school, he has gained a resounding but somewhat helpless title, investment genius. This title, like an invisible label, brought him a lot of unexpected troubles. At first, it was just some classmates in the department or people in the next class who would jokingly call him Mr. Lin or God of Stocks when they met him on the street, and ask him what good projects do you recommend recently. Lin Feng could still perfunctorily get away with it with excuses like luck or don't understand. But gradually, things started to get a little out of control. It is unknown who leaked his contact information, but his WeChat started to frequently receive friend requests from strangers, and most of the verification messages were such as asking for advice on investment, seeking cooperation, and project docking. From time to time, his mobile phone received calls from unfamiliar numbers. The other party claimed to be the manager of a certain investment company or private equity institution, hoping to have an in-depth exchange of investment experiences with him or invite him to participate in various high-end investment salons and project roadshows. There are even some teachers in schools who, after learning of his deeds, would find him during breaks or in private and ask him indirectly which stocks or funds he is optimistic about recently. What's even more outrageous is that some people regard him as a life mentor and come to him to ask for advice on how to get rich quickly and turn your life around. All this made Lin Feng very annoyed and even a little anxious. He had to spend a lot of time every day dealing with these inexplicable harassment. If he refused, it would seem inhumane. If he agreed, he really didn't have the ability and time. He can't tell everyone that his so-called investment returns are all faked by the system, and that his real source of wealth is consumption rebates, right? This feeling of not living up to the reputation made him deeply understand what fame is also a burden, especially this kind of false reputation built on lies. No, I must find a way to free myself from this endless harassment. He needs a firewall, a mechanism that can help him block these irrelevant inquiries and requests, and filter out those malicious temptations and traps. God knows how many of those who claim to be investment managers want to get him involved in pyramid schemes or Ponzi schemes. Directly set up an investment company? It seems too early. He himself is still a financial novice, and the goal is too big, which will easily attract more attention. Finding someone to be your spokesperson or agent doesn't seem to be appropriate either. It's hard to find someone you can completely trust. Lin Feng thought about it, and a suitable candidate emerged in his mind: Xia Yubing. That young, beautiful, professional and capable female wealth advisor. She is a professional herself, working in the private banking department of a well-known bank, and has extensive financial knowledge and connections. Moreover, her institution itself provides investment consulting and wealth management services. Most importantly, through previous contacts, Lin Feng felt that Xia Yubing was not only a person with strong professional ability, but also had high emotional intelligence and was very decent in dealing with people. He also attached great importance to and appreciated this big client of his. If we could establish deeper cooperation with her or her team and let her act as this firewall, it seems like a good choice? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He could reach an agreement with Xia Yubing. From now on, all those who came to him under the banner of investment cooperation or asking for advice would be directed to Xia Yubing or her team on the grounds of limited personal energy and already entrusted to a professional organization. In this way, we can not only effectively block harassment, but also use Xia Yubing's professional ability to screen out potentially valuable information or cooperation opportunities. Xia Yubing can also get in touch with more potential customer resources through this channel. After all, those who can find Lin Feng are more or less interested in investment or have some spare money, which will also help her performance and career development. This should be a win-win situation. As for Lin Feng himself, he can completely free himself from these troubles and focus on using the system to improve his strength and wealth, while only making truly important investment decisions behind the scenes. Perhaps he can rely on the investment assistant in the future. This idea made Lin Feng suddenly enlightened. He decided to find a suitable opportunity to discuss the cooperation intention with Xia Yubing. Of course, the specific form of cooperation and the distribution of benefits still need to be carefully considered. Is it simply to attract customers? Or to set up a nominal empty shell investment studio, which will be operated by Xia Yubing's team? Or simply to invest in Xia Yubing's department or team in the name of Lin Feng? These all need to be confirmed after communicating with Xia Yubing. However, the direction is clear. Solving the troubles of this investment genius is just around the corner. Lin Feng felt relaxed, as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his heart. Just then, his phone rang again. This time it was not from an unfamiliar number, but a message from the class group. The monitor sent a notice in the group, "Dear students, in order to enhance class cohesion and promote friendship among classmates, the class committee decided to organize a class reunion this Saturday night, with a one-stop dinner and KTV service. I hope everyone will actively participate. At all members. Class reunion?" Lin Feng looked at the message and raised his eyebrows. Ever since he became rich, he hasn't participated in any class activities. It's a good opportunity to go and see what my former classmates look like now. Especially the woman who made him reborn, Zhou Qian. Will she go? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. It seems like I can go to this party and join in the fun. Chapter 45, Attending a Class Reunion, The Regret of the Former Goddess. It's Saturday evening and the lights are coming on. Outside the banquet hall of a rather grand hotel in Jinling City, young figures appeared one after another. They were all students from a certain class in the third year of the Computer Science Department of Jinling University, and they came to attend a class reunion organized by the class. Many boys took care of their hair and put on what they thought were the most handsome clothes. The girls dressed up even more carefully, with exquisite makeup and beautiful clothes, all wanting to show their best side in front of their old classmates. The monitor and several class committee members who were in charge of signing in at the entrance of the banquet hall greeted warmly every student who arrived. At this moment, a rock-black Mercedes-Benz GLC SUV slowly stopped at the temporary parking space in front of the hotel in a calm and impressive manner. As soon as this car appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many students. Wow! Mercedes-Benz GLC. Whose car is this? Is there anyone in our class who is so rich? I don't know. I've never seen it before. Could it be Lin Feng? Amidst the speculation and discussion, the driver's door opened and a tall, calm young figure walked down. It's Lin Feng. He was not dressed particularly formally today, a fitted gray cashmere sweater, dark casual pants, and a low-key luxury watch on his wrist earned from system rebates. However, after this period of wealth accumulation and strength improvement, the confidence and calmness that emanated from him made him particularly eye-catching. Fuck! It's really Lin Feng. He actually came in a Mercedes. I heard he bought a GLC before, but I didn't believe it. It turns out to be true. That's awesome. This car must be worth 600,000, right? Lin Feng's appearance instantly pushed the atmosphere of the party to a small climax. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, full of shock, envy, curiosity, and even a little awe. The class monitor hurriedly went up to him with a warm smile on his face. Lin Feng. You're finally here. Everyone has been waiting for you. His tone and attitude were completely different from how he treated the unknown and poor student Lin Feng before. You're too polite, squad leader. There was a traffic jam on the road, so I'm late. Lin Feng responded with a smile. His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. He didn't seem to be flattered by being the center of attention, nor did he deliberately put on airs. Not too late, the time is just right. The squad leader diligently led Lin Feng to the sign-in area. The students around also gathered around and greeted him in a flurry. Lin Feng, long time no see, you are getting more and more handsome. Boss Lin. You're the big boss now, so you have to take care of your brothers in the future. I heard that you are very good at investing. When can you share some of your experience with us? Many girls' eyes lit up, and they took the initiative to come forward to talk, ask about each other's well-being, and their attitudes were many times more enthusiastic than before. Lin Feng responded with a smile, handling the situation well. He was no longer the boy who was nervous and shy in front of the crowd. At this moment, on the outskirts of the crowd, a slightly lonely figure was looking at Lin Feng, who was surrounded by everyone, with complicated eyes. It's Zhou Qian. She also dressed up carefully today, wearing a beautiful dress and delicate makeup. But standing in front of the brilliant Lin Feng, she felt dull and like an ugly duckling. She watched Lin Feng chatting and laughing with his classmates calmly and confidently, and watched those girls who used to look down on Lin Feng now actively approach him. Her heart felt like a bottle of 5 flavors had been overturned, with sour, astringent, bitter and spicy flavors intertwined together. Especially when her eyes fell on the Mercedes-Benz GLC that Lin Feng parked at the door, the regret in her heart surged like a tide. At the beginning, she ruthlessly abandoned Lin Feng and turned to Zhao Kai's arms because she despised him for being poor and unable to buy the luxury goods she wanted and satisfy her vanity. But what about now? Lin Feng suddenly became a big boss with a net worth of millions outside speculation, maybe higher, and a Mercedes-Benz luxury car. And what about her? Zhao Kai has been hiding since he was beaten last time. It is said that his family has also encountered some troubles and has become increasingly cold to her. She even began to doubt whether her original choice was a huge mistake. If she had not been so snobbish and had not broken up with Lin Feng, then wouldn't it be Zhou Qian who was standing beside Lin Feng now, enjoying everyone's envious gazes, enjoying the glory and wealth? This thought, like the devil's temptation, grew wildly in her heart. No. We can't just let it go like this. Maybe Lin Feng still has feelings for me? Maybe I still have a chance to win him back? The more Zhou Qian thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. After all, she was also a goddess at the school level. Lin Feng liked her so much at the time, it was impossible for him to forget about it? Now that he was rich, maybe he just wanted to show off in front of her, and deep down he still wanted her to come back? Thinking of this, Zhou Qian took a deep breath and mustered up her courage. She picked up a glass of wine, squeezed out what she thought was the most charming smile, and walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, her voice was deliberately gentle and tentative, long time no see, you have changed a lot. She tried to make her eyes look full of tenderness and a hint of just the right amount of regret, hoping to evoke Lin Feng's nostalgia for their past affection. When the students around saw Zhou Qian take the initiative to come forward and talk, they all tactfully quieted down, pricked up their ears, and prepared to watch a good show. Lin Feng turned around when he heard the voice and saw that it was Zhou Qian. The gentle smile on his face faded instantly, and there was no ripple in his eyes, as calm as a pool of deep water. He just glanced at Zhou Qian indifferently, without even responding to her words or touching the wine glass she handed over. Then, he turned around and continued chatting and laughing with Fatty Wang next to him and several other familiar classmates, as if Zhou Qian didn't exist at all. Completely ignored. Not even a word of response, not even an eye contact. Zhou Qian's hand holding the wineglass froze in midair, the smile on her face froze instantly, then turned pale, and then turned red with shame and anger. She felt like she was stripped naked and exposed in front of everyone. All eyes were piercing her like needles, full of ridicule and contempt. She had never been treated so coldly and humiliated. At this moment, she finally understood everything. Lin Feng has really changed. He was no longer the humble suitor who could allow her to order him around and trample on his dignity. He no longer had any attachment or affection for her. Even the hatred is gone. Some of them just completely and heartfeltly ignore it. This made Zhou Qian feel more desperate and embarrassed than any vicious words or revenge. She couldn't stand it any longer, so she put down her wineglass, covered her face, and fled the banquet hall in embarrassment amid laughter. Lin Feng never looked at her again from beginning to end. He felt it was not worth wasting even a bit of emotion on this materialistic and vain woman who had once hurt him severely. After the episode, the atmosphere of the party became even more lively. Lin Feng became the well-deserved focus of the whole audience, enjoying the pursuit and admiration of everyone. There was no ripple in his heart, because he knew that all of this was just a small embellishment on his road to counterattack. His goal is the Sea of Stars. Chapter 46 KTV Conflict. Zhao Kai seeks death again. The dinner at the hotel ended in a warm atmosphere, but for the energetic young people, the night had just begun. The squad leader suggested, "It's still early, why don't we go to KTV to have some fun? I've already booked a large private room nearby." This proposal was immediately responded to by most of the classmates. Lin Feng originally wanted to go home directly, but when he saw Su Wana, she was also invited, although she was not in the same class, but as Lin Feng's girlfriend, she was naturally warmly invited. Seemed quite interested, he smiled and agreed. The group moved in a mighty manner to a large KTV nearby that was luxuriously decorated. After entering the reserved large private room, the dazzling lights and deafening music immediately ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Everyone rushed to order songs, roll dice, and play games. The atmosphere was even more exciting than in the hotel just now. Lin Feng and Su Wana found a relatively quiet corner to sit down, drinking drinks and chatting quietly, enjoying this rare time for two people. Many classmates came over to toast, and Lin Feng responded politely. However, this harmonious atmosphere did not last long. An uninvited guest staggered in. "It's Zhao Kai. He is here too." His face was red, his steps were unsteady, and his eyes were a bit drunk and sinister. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot of wine before coming here. He was accompanied by the two familiar lackeys, who were also drunk. The appearance of Zhao Kai instantly quieted the noisy box. Everyone knew about the grudge between him and Lin Feng, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Zhao Kai seemed to be completely unconcerned about everyone's gazes. His eyes were immediately locked on Lin Feng and Su Wana, who were sitting together in the corner and seemed particularly intimate. When Zhao Kai saw the happy and satisfied smile on Su Wana's face, and the gentle and dependent look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Feng, the jealousy and anger in his heart instantly erupted like a volcano. Why? Why can this poor loser be favored by the goddess? Why can he drive a luxury car, live in a luxury house although he didn't know Lin Feng bought a house, and be sought after? But he became a laughingstock and didn't even hold the goddess' hand? Under the influence of alcohol, new and old grudges surged into Zhao Kai's mind, and his sanity was completely burned out. He snatched the microphone from a classmate, stumbled to the song request booth, and requested a very appropriate sad song. Then, holding the microphone, he sang in a howling voice while looking at Lin Feng provocatively. The words abandoned and betrayed in the lyrics were simply indirect criticism and extremely sarcastic. Lin Feng frowned, too lazy to pay attention to the drunkard's madness. Su Wana was also a little displeased. She pulled Lin Feng's hand, indicating that she should not bother with him. Seeing that Lin Feng ignored him, Zhao Kai became even more angry. After he finished singing, he threw the microphone away, picked up a glass of wine, and staggered towards Lin Feng and Su Wana. Lin Feng, the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Zhao Kai burped with a sinister smile on his face. Come on, come on. I'll toast you guys a glass. I wish you guys a long and lasting love." His tone was full of sarcasm and malice. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Before he could speak, Fatty Wang beside him stood up and blocked his way. "Zhao Kai, have you drunk too much? If you want to act crazy, go home. Don't embarrass yourself here. Get out of here. Fatty, you have no right to speak here." Zhao Kai pushed Fatty Wang away and stared at Su Wana with drunken eyes, his eyes full of possessiveness and unwillingness. "Wana, how could you fall for such a poor?" Before he could finish his words, an accident happened. Perhaps because of his unsteady steps, or perhaps intentionally, Zhao Kai tilted his body and fell directly onto Su Wana. Moreover, his hand dishonestly reached out to Su Wana's exposed shoulder. He wanted to take advantage of her. "Be careful." Lin Feng was quick-witted and pulled Su Wana behind him. At the same time, his face suddenly darkened, and a terrifying cold light flashed in his eyes. Touching the bottom line. This guy not only provoked me repeatedly, but now he even dared to touch Su Wana in front of me? It's just asking for death. Zhao Kai, take your dirty hands away. Lin Feng's voice was icy cold, as if it came from the netherworld. Zhao Kai was frightened by Lin Feng's terrifying aura and sobered up a lot, but then he became angry and said, "Lin Feng, what the hell are you yelling about? I just touched her, so what?" Relying on the two lackeys around him and the stimulation of alcohol, he still wanted to be tough. The two lackeys immediately stepped forward, rubbing their hands, ready to lend their support. Good. Very good. Lin Feng laughed in anger, and his aura suddenly exploded. It seems that the lesson I taught you last time was not enough. Today, I will let you know what regret is. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng moved. He is as fast as lightning. Before anyone could react, he had already rushed in front of Zhao Kai like a tiger descending from a mountain. Before Zhao Kai even had time to react, he felt a flash before his eyes. Following right on. Snap. A loud and clear slap hit Zhao Kai's face hard. The huge force directly whipped Zhao Kai and made him spin half a circle on the spot. Half of his cheek became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood instantly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Several teeth mixed with blood flew out. Ah! Zhao Kai screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and his whole body was stunned. Seeing this, the two lackeys let out strange cries and rushed towards Lin Feng with their fists waved. A fierce look flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The left foot swept out like an iron whip, accurately kicking the shin bone of the lackey on the left. Crack! A crisp sound. The lackey screamed, fell to the ground holding his calf, and rolled on the ground in pain. His shin bone was broken directly by the kick. The lackey on the right was so frightened that he was about to retreat, but Lin Feng's fist had already arrived. Nothing fancy. It was just a straight punch that combined the skills and power of Combat Mastery Intermediate. It hit him hard in the lower abdomen. Puff! The lackey felt as if he had been hit by a battering ram, and felt that his internal organs were about to shatter. He was bent like a shrimp, vomiting acid, and collapsed to the ground, completely losing his fighting power. In a flash, Lin Feng knocked down the three grown men like chopping melons and vegetables. The entire KTV box fell into deathly silence in an instant. All the students stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. The air seemed to freeze. The music was still playing and the lights were still flashing, but everyone seemed to be under a spell and didn't dare to breathe. They only saw Lin Feng, like a demon descending from the earth, who solved the battle cleanly and neatly. That kind of power. That kind of speed. That kind of ruthlessness. It was beyond their imagination. Is this still the Lin Feng they know? This is clearly a fighting master hidden in the campus. After Lin Feng knocked down three people, he did not stop. He walked up to Zhao Kai, who was still wailing on the ground, and looked down at him with his eyes so cold that there was no warmth at all. Zhao Kai was frightened by Lin Feng's eyes. He ignored the severe pain on his face and tried to retreat. Don't come over here. What do you want to do? My father is Zhao Tianda. How dare you touch me? Zhao Tianda? Lin Feng sneered, suddenly raised his foot and stepped hard on Zhao Kai's chest. Crack! The sound of broken ribs can be clearly heard. Ah! Zhao Kai screamed miserably again and almost fainted on the spot. I'm touching you. Lin Feng put more force on his feet, looking down at Zhao Kai, who was like a dead dog, and said word by word, Zhao Kai, I warned you not to mess with me. You asked for this. From today on, if you dare to appear in front of me again, or dare to disturb Wanner again, next time, it won't be your ribs that will be broken. After saying that, he moved his foot away and no longer looked at Zhao Kai on the ground, as if he had just stepped on a disgusting insect to death. He walked to Su Wanner, who was still somewhat frightened, gently held her hand, and said softly, Wanner, let's go. Su Wanner nodded and let Lin Feng pull her out of the messy box filled with the smell of blood and terrified eyes. It was not until Lin Feng and Su Wanner disappeared at the door that the other students in the box breathed a sigh of relief as if they had survived a disaster, and then burst into even louder exclamations and discussions. Oh my god! This is so scary! Lin Feng is such a good fighter. Zhao Kai is completely screwed this time. He could have messed with anyone else but this evil star Lin Feng. He deserves it. Who asked for his own death? He even wanted to do something to Su Wanner. Quick! Call 120. Zhao Kai looked seriously injured. There was chaos in the box. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took Su Wanner and left the KTV without looking back. In tonight's conflict, he settled all the old and new grudges together, and his attack was much heavier than last time. He wanted to teach Zhao Kai a lesson he would never forget. He just wants everyone to know that no one can touch him, Lin Feng, his woman, Lin Feng. Anyone who dares to stretch out his hand must be prepared to have his claws chopped off. Chapter 47, Aftermath and Shock, Zhao's father came forward. The news that Lin Feng beat up Zhao Kai and his companions in the KTV box spread throughout Jinling University at a faster speed than before, and even began to spread outside the school. This time, the focus of everyone's discussion was no longer the source of Lin Feng's wealth, but his terrifying fighting power. Have you heard? Last night in the KTV, Lin Feng beat Zhao Kai and 2 bodyguards by himself. Rumors escalate again. No way? Zhao Kai brought bodyguards with him? Who knows? Anyway, I heard that he was beaten badly. Zhao Kai had several broken ribs and lost his teeth. He was taken away by the ambulance. Fuck. Lin Feng is so cruel? Why be so cruel? Zhao Kai deserved it. I heard that he was drunk and wanted to molest Su Wanner, so Lin Feng did it. He's so angry for his beloved. So handsome. Is this true? Is Zhao Kai so brave? It's absolutely true. Everyone who was present at the time saw it. Lin Feng is simply a maniacal maniac who protects his wife. It's over, it's over. Who will dare to mess with Lin Feng in the future? He is simply the ultimate existence with both financial and military power. Various versions of rumors have made Lin Feng's image more and more tall, mysterious, and inviolable. He is not only an enviable investment genius and invisible rich man, but also a campus god of war who can fight, dares to fight, and protects his shortcomings. Everyone understood one thing: Lin Feng was a person that must not be provoked. Especially the people around him, they must not be touched at all. The KTV naturally called the police, but when the police arrived, faced with a group of frightened students and Zhao Kai and others lying on the ground wailing, they could only handle the incident as an ordinary fight. Lin Feng and Su Wanner had already left the scene. Although other students witnessed the whole process, when questioned by the police, most of them were vague or simply said they didn't see it clearly. No one was willing to take the initiative to stand up and testify against Lin Feng. After all, no one wanted to offend Lin Feng, the evil star. The 2 lackeys of Zhao Kai who had their bones broken were so frightened after waking up that they dared not point out Lin Feng. They could only think that they were unlucky. Ultimately, the matter came to nothing due to a lack of testimony from key witnesses and the fact that the Zhao family did not seem to intend to pursue the matter immediately. Perhaps Zhao Tianda had not received the news yet, or was weighing the pros and cons. But this doesn't mean the matter is over. In the high-end VIP ward of Jinling First People's Hospital, Zhao Tianda looked at his beloved son lying on the hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages, his face swollen like a pig's head, and even his speech was slurred. His face was terribly gloomy, and his eyes were burning with rage. Bastard! That little beast named Lin Feng. How dare he? How dare he beat my son like this? Zhao Tianda was so angry that he was shaking all over. He punched the bedside table next to him with a loud bang. The private doctor and several bodyguards nearby were so silent that they dared not even breathe. Dad, you must avenge me. That Lin Feng is too arrogant. He doesn't take me and our Zhao family seriously. Zhao Kai groaned in pain while exaggerating Lin Feng's atrocities and how he was innocently humiliated. Shut up. You useless thing. Zhao Tianda glared at his son in frustration. You can't even beat a poor student. And you got beaten up like this. You've brought shame to my Zhao family. Although he was cursing, Zhao Tianda's hatred and murderous intent towards Lin Feng had reached its peak. Last time, when Lin Feng threatened him with evidence of unknown origin, he chose to endure it temporarily. Unexpectedly, the other party not only did not restrain himself, but became even more aggressive, directly beating his son severely. This was no longer a simple conflict. This was a naked provocation. It was a disdain for Zhao Tianda and the entire Zhao family. If he doesn't respond strongly this time, how will Zhao Tianda be able to gain a foothold in Jinling City in the future? Will the Zhao family still have face? Lin Feng. Zhao Tianda's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I don't care who's behind you. No matter what you rely on. If you dare to touch my son, Zhao Tianda, I will make you pay 1,000 times the price. He knew that Lin Feng was a very skilled man, and that the 2 gold medal fighters sent by Black Shield Security had been crippled by him. If he wanted to deal with him, it would probably not work if he just relied on force, or the cost would be too high. We must use the power of a higher level. Use authority. Zhao Tianda has been working in the business world for many years and built up a huge empire from scratch. His network of connections in Jinling City can be said to be deeply rooted, and he has many connections in both the black and white worlds. He couldn't believe that he, the chairman of the Zhao Group, couldn't do anything to a mere college student. He wanted to let Lin Feng know that in the face of money and power, a person's personal strength was not worth mentioning at all. Zhao Tianda took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He needed to plan carefully how to get revenge while minimizing the impact. It would be best if he could crush Lin Feng to death and eliminate the trouble forever. He took out his cell phone and began to contact the network of contacts he had built up over the years in Jinling City. First, he had to put pressure on the school. He had to get the school to expel Lin Feng. His academic career would be cut short. Secondly, he would use his connections in the political and legal system to reinvestigate the KTV beating incident and the incident in which Lin Feng attacked the Black Shield security guards last time. He could then say that it was Lin Feng who took the initiative to attack. He would definitely charge Lin Feng with intentional injury and put him in jail. Finally, if these conventional means still don't work, he doesn't mind using some more special forces. For example, contacting stronger connections in the provincial capital or even the capital, or simply asking Black Shield security to deal with Lin Feng completely at all costs. This time, Zhao Tianda really wanted to kill. He wants Lin Feng to pay the price of his life for his arrogance and arrogance. He immediately made a phone call. Hello, is this Deputy Director Wang from the Municipal Bureau? I'm Zhao Tianda. Yes. We're old friends. I have a small matter and I'd like to ask Director Wang for a favor. Phone calls were made one after another. A big net woven by money and power was quietly covering Lin Feng. The storm is coming. Lin Feng didn't know yet that because of his strong move in the KTV this time, he had completely angered Zhao Tianda, the local tyrant. A storm far more dangerous than before and coming from a higher level was about to hit him. This time, what he will face is not only thugs and killers, but also direct crushing from the power level. Chapter 48, Facing the Clash of Zhao's Father's Money and Power. 2 days had passed since the KTV conflict, and the discussion about Lin Feng on campus had not diminished at all, but had intensified. Lin Feng turned a deaf ear to it and continued to live his life as usual, accompanying Su Wanner, going to the gym to exercise, studying the system mall, and at the same time secretly keeping an eye on the Zhao family's movements. He knew that Zhao Tianda would never give up. With the power of the Zhao family in Jinling City, he would definitely use various means to retaliate against him. Sure enough, that afternoon, Lin Feng received a call from an unfamiliar number. On the other end of the phone was the voice of a middle-aged man with a calm tone and a bit of arrogance. Excuse me, is this Lin Feng, classmate Lin? It's me. May I ask who you are? Lin Feng already had a guess in his mind after hearing the tone. I'm the assistant to the chairman of the Zhao group. My last name is Liu. Our chairman Zhao wants to have a face-to-face talk with you about the injury of your son, Zhao Kai. I wonder when it would be convenient for you, Mr. Lin. The other party's tone sounded like a discussion, but it sounded more like an unquestionable notice. Here we come. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. Zhao Tianda finally couldn't help it. Was he going to take action himself? Oh. Mr. Zhao wants to talk to me? What? Medical expenses? Lin Feng's tone was flat, even with a hint of teasing. Assistant Liu on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to have such an attitude. His tone froze, and then became a little stiff. Mr. Lin, I think some things are better discussed face to face. This is good for you and everyone. The location is at Jinjiang Tea House in the city center, and the time is set at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. What do you think? Jinjiang Tea House? It was a famous high-end consumption place in Jinling City. It was said to have a deep background and was a place where many dignitaries liked to gather. Zhao Tianda chose to meet there, obviously wanting to show his power. Okay. Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. I'll be there on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng's eyes became sharp. The Hongmen banquet? It just so happened that he also wanted to see what methods Chairman Zhao, who started from scratch and is now a powerful figure in Jinling City, has. He also needs to take this opportunity to completely settle the feud between him and the Zhao family. Either make the other party completely surrender, or let it be completely destroyed. The next day at 7 p.m., Jinjiang Tea House. This is an antique-style building with flying eaves, brackets, carved beams, and painted buildings. The interior decoration is extremely luxurious, revealing a low-key elegance in the antique style. The guests who come and go are either rich or noble, and the waiters are well-trained and have extraordinary temperament. Lin Feng was still dressed casually and drove his Mercedes-Benz GLC to the entrance of the tea house. After giving Assistant Liu's name and the reserved box number, a graceful waiter wearing a cheongsam immediately led him in respectfully. The box is large and decorated in a simple and elegant style. A huge mahogany tea table is placed in the center, with a rest area and a separate bathroom next to it. There were already 2 people sitting in the box. The main seat was a middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly fat, wearing a dark tang suit. He had big ears and sharp eyes. Although there was a faint smile on his face, the majesty and momentum of being in a high position for a long time made him look intimidating without even getting angry. There is no doubt that this person is the chairman of Zhao Group and Zhao Kai's father Zhao Tianda. Sitting next to him was Assistant Lu, who had called yesterday. He was wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses and looked smart and capable. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, Zhao Tianda did not stand up, but just glanced at him with a look of scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible contempt. He did not expect that the person who had severely injured his son and disturbed the peace of the Zhao family was such a young man who looked a little immature. Assistant Lu stood up and smiled hypocritically. "Student Lin is here, please take a seat. Director Zhao has been waiting for a long time." Lin Feng was not polite either. He walked straight to the seat opposite Zhao Tianda and sat down. He looked at Zhao Tianda calmly without any timidity or retreat. The waiter deftly expertly brewed a pot of top-quality pu'er tea, poured tea for the 3 of them, then quietly retreated and closed the door of the box. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Zhao Tianda picked up the teacup, took a sip, and didn't speak immediately, as if he was observing Lin Feng's reaction. Lin Feng also picked up the teacup, took a sip like him, and nodded, good tea. Then he put down the teacup and got straight to the point. "Director Zhao, just say whatever you want to say. I don't have much time." His calm and composed attitude, even a bit of a host, made Zhao Tianda frown slightly. This kid has a good psychological quality. Assistant Lu at the side coughed lightly and said, "Student Lin, I believe you also know the reason why our President Zhao invited you here. Regarding the conflict between you and my son Zhao Kai in the KTV, and your previous attack on the security personnel hired by my company," he directly used the word attack, "we believe that the nature of this is extremely bad and has caused serious harm to student Zhao Kai's body and mind, and has also brought adverse effects on the reputation of our Zhao Group." Lin Feng almost laughed out loud when he heard this. He was quite good at putting the blame on someone else. Assistant Lu continued, "However, our President Zhao is magnanimous and is willing to give you a chance to reform yourself, considering that you are still a student. Our requirements are simple. First, you must immediately publicly apologize to Zhao Kai and admit your mistakes. Second, compensate Zhao Kai for all medical expenses, nutrition expenses, and mental damages, totaling 3 million RMB. 3 million? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. This is really a huge price. Assistant Lu seemed very satisfied with Lin Feng's reaction and continued to add, "Third, and most importantly, you must immediately apply for withdrawal from school and leave Jinling City. Never come back again. And promise not to harass classmate Su Wanner again." His true intentions were fully revealed. Not only did he want money, he also wanted to ruin Lin Feng's studies, force him to leave Jinling, and even interfere with his feelings. After Assistant Lu finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair and looked at Lin Feng with a haughty look, as if waiting for him to surrender. Zhao Tianda also put down his teacup and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. With a strong sense of oppression in his eyes, he slowly said, "Lin Feng, I know you may think that you are invincible just because you have a little money and some skills. But you are too young and don't understand the rules of this society. In Jinling City, if I want to make someone disappear or unable to move, I have plenty of ways." His tone was calm, but full of threats. "Whether it's making you unable to stay in school, or making you unable to find a decent job in the future, or even making you have an accident, it's not difficult for me. I advise you to be wise and act accordingly. Agree to our terms. It will be good for you and your family." A naked threat. The double crush of money and power. This is Zhao Tianda's confidence. He believes that in the face of an absolute gap in strength, any resistance is futile. However, the scene he expected of Lin Feng panicking or angrily retorting did not occur. After hearing what they said, Lin Feng actually showed a bright smile on his face. He laughed. Such an easy, yet sarcastic laugh. He. Lin Feng picked up the teacup and took another sip. Then, looking at Zhao Tianda and Assistant Lu, who looked a little stunned, he slowly said, "Director Zhao, Assistant Lu, you have said so much, aren't you tired? Why don't we change the subject?" Lin Feng put down the teacup, took out his mobile phone, opened an encrypted folder, and then turned the phone screen to Zhao Tianda. "Mr. Zhao, I am very interested in the deep friendship between you and the Mayor Wang, who was in charge of urban construction. Especially the cooperation details about the prime land in the north of the city. I wonder if you are interested in telling me in detail. On the mobile phone screen, there were several blurry photos with recognizable people and times, as well as a thumbnail of a file marked top secret. The moment I saw these things, the dignity and calmness on Zhao Tianda's face disappeared. His pupils suddenly shrank. His face turned pale. Fine cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. His hands under the table even began to tremble violently due to extreme shock and fear. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could this kid know all this? He thought he had handled these old things perfectly. They were the deadly points buried deep in his heart that could never be touched. Once exposed, Zhao Tianda will be doomed. At this moment, Zhao Tianda felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. An unprecedented sense of fear instantly swept over his whole body. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng no longer contained the contempt and arrogance he had before, instead it was filled with endless horror and deep fear. The offensive and defensive situation was reversed in an instant. Chapter 49 System Tasks Resolve Crisis and Get Rewards. The atmosphere in the box changed drastically the moment Lin Feng took out his mobile phone to show the evidence. Before, it was Zhao Tianda and assistant Lu who used threats and inducements, trying to crush Lin Feng with power and money. But now, Zhao Tianda was like a rooster with its throat strangled, his face was pale, cold sweat was pouring down, and he didn't even dare to breathe. The look he gave Lin Feng was full of horror and fear, without any arrogance at all. Assistant Lu beside him was so frightened that his whole body stiffened, and cold sweat soaked his back. Although he didn't know what those photos and documents specifically represented, the fact that Mr. Zhao, who was so powerful in Jinling City, could lose his composure in an instant must be a shocking secret that could destroy the Zhao family. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng had changed from contempt to deep fear and dread. This young man was too scary. Who was he? How could he have such a fatal handle? Lin Feng took in the reactions of the two and sneered in his heart. Sure enough, it is useless to reason with this kind of person. Only by grasping his weak spot can you make him truly feel scared and make him surrender completely. The primary information purchased with the system's 150,000 rebate may not be real top secret evidence. It may just be similar evidence simulated by the system based on public information and some clues. But it is enough to bluff a guilty person like Zhao Tianda. He put away his phone, leaned back in his chair, picked up the teacup, sipped his tea leisurely, and stopped talking. He knew that the one who was anxious now was Zhao Tianda. The box fell into a suffocating silence. Cold sweat kept dripping from Zhao Tianda's forehead, his face changed constantly, and a fierce struggle was going on in his heart. On one hand, there was the deep hatred for his son being beaten, and the loss of face for the family. On the other hand, the other party holds a fatal handle that is enough to destroy the entire Zhao family. What to do? A head-on confrontation? He didn't dare to gamble. If Lin Feng really exposed those things, his many years of foundation would be destroyed, and he might even be imprisoned. Surrender? He was unwilling. He, the great Zhao Tianda, was actually going to bow down to a young boy? How could he swallow this? As time passed, Zhao Tianda felt as if he was being fried in a frying pan. Lin Feng did not rush him, but waited patiently. He knew that Zhao Tianda would make a wise choice in the end. However, just when Zhao Tianda's inner defense was about to collapse, the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is currently facing a major crisis and potential opportunity. Crisis: the host has come into direct conflict with the local powerful Zhao family in Jinling City. The other party has strong social resources and personal networks. If not handled properly, it may pose a serious threat to the host's personal safety and future development. Opportunity: if the host can successfully resolve this crisis, not only can the threat from the Zhao family be completely eliminated, but he can also take this opportunity to enhance his own reputation and influence, and obtain generous rewards provided by the system. Based on the above judgment, the system limited time task is now triggered. Task? Lin Feng's heart moved. The system actually issued a task at this time? Task name: The Rage of the Zhao Family. Task type: Time-limited crisis resolution mission. Mission objective: please take effective measures within 72 hours to completely resolve the threat from the Zhao family, force them to give up their revenge actions, and ensure that they will not actively provoke the host and related personnel in the future. Mission difficulty: medium. Considering that the host has mastered some key information, the difficulty rating is lowered. Task reward: Mall points, 1 million points. System upgrade permissions: System LV3 upgrade permissions. You can choose to upgrade at any time. Random treasure box, random skill item treasure box X1. Hiss. The moment he saw the mission reward, Lin Feng took a deep breath and his heart started beating wildly again. 1 million mall points? You know, the ratio of rebate to points is 10 to 1. 1 million points is equivalent to 10 million rebates. This amount of points is enough for him to buy anything in the primary mall. There is also System LV3 upgrade permission. Is the long-awaited System Mall, Advancement and Skill Panel unlocking finally coming? Not to mention there is also a mysterious, random skill item treasure box. God knows what amazing things can be found in it. This reward is too generous. Lin Feng felt his breathing becoming a little rapid. Originally, he just wanted to force Zhao Tianda to give in and temporarily solve the trouble. But now, the emergence of the system task made his goal instantly clearer and more attractive. Not only do you have to solve the troubles, but you also have to complete the tasks and get the rewards. The 72-hour time limit was not too long, but not too short either. It was enough time for him to plan carefully how to achieve the mission goal in the most perfect way. Merely verbal threats and compromises might not be enough for the system to determine that the mission was accomplished. He needed the Zhao family to make more substantial guarantees, or even pay a price that would satisfy him. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Tianda, who was still hesitating and struggling and sweating across from him, with a meaningful smile on his face. Mr. Zhao, it seems we have something to talk about. Moreover, the price of this negotiation is not as simple as before. Chapter 50, Taking Advantage of the Zhao family's Weakness. The emergence of the system task was like a shot of adrenaline for Lin Feng, and it also made him instantly change his negotiation strategy. Simply forcing Zhao Tianda to verbally admit his mistake and promise not to retaliate, although it can temporarily resolve the crisis, it is not safe enough. Who knows if he will continue to make small moves in secret, and it may not meet the system's task judgment standard of completely resolving the threat. We must come up with something more intimidating and more devastating to the Zhao family. Let him be terrified from the bottom of his heart and not dare to have any luck. Although the evidence about Mayor Wang and the land in the north of the city had frightened Zhao Tianda, Lin Feng knew that it was mostly inferred by the system based on the existing information and might not stand up to strict scrutiny. If Zhao Tianda recovered and investigated carefully, or if he was desperate, he might find the flaws. No, we must find the real, deadly trump card. An ironclad evidence that will doom the Zhao family forever. Lin Feng once again turned his attention to the omnipotent system mall. He remembered that in the information service category, in addition to the basic information collection, there seemed to be a more advanced service preview. He quickly opened the mall interface. Sure enough, under primary information collection, there was an option that required a higher level of authority, perhaps LV3, or perhaps required a large amount of points to unlock. Deep information mining specified target, targeted at the specified target, used the system's higher authority computing power and channels to mine key information, core secrets, and evidence of crimes hidden in the deep network, encrypted databases, and even some gray channels. The service price is assessed based on the difficulty of mining and the value of the information, starting from 500,000 mall points. 500,000 mall points. Lin Feng's eyelids jumped. This price is simply sky high. It is equivalent to a rebate of 5 million. But he knew that this function was definitely worth the price. This was simply a super weapon for digging up other people's ancestral graves. Although he doesn't have any points now, the mission has not been completed, he has money. According to the exchange ratio of 10 to 1, 500,000 points means 5 million in rebates. He still has more than 7 million in his bank account. It's more than enough. In order to complete the task and get the richer reward 1 million points LV3 upgrade treasure chest, these 5 million must be spent. System. Use my bank card balance to redeem 500,000 mall points immediately. Lin Feng gave the order decisively in his heart. Ding. Confirm to deduct 5 million renminbi from the bound bank card and exchange it for 500,000 mall points? Points exchange is irreversible, please confirm. Confirm. Ding. Redemption successful. Current mall points balance, 500,000. Seeing the bank card balance shrinking instantly, Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. But he knew that he couldn't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. System. Immediately start the deep information mining service. Target, Zhao Tianda. And the core enterprise under his name Zhao Group. Dig deep. Dig deep. Dig out all the dirty secrets about him that cannot be seen in the light. Lin Feng gave the order in his mind in a fierce tone. Ding. Confirmed to consume 500,000 mol points. Start, deep information mining, service, target, Zhao Tianda and Zhao Group. Connecting to the deep database and using advanced computing power for analysis. Estimated time is 1 hour. Please wait patiently. A more complex and cooler data flow animation appeared on the system panel, as if countless information was being captured, analyzed, and integrated at high speed. Lin Feng suppressed his inner excitement and anticipation and turned his attention back to the negotiation table in front of him. Zhao Tianda, who was standing opposite him, seemed to have recovered from his initial shock. His face was still ugly, but the fear in his eyes seemed to be replaced by a trace of struggle and doubt. He might also be wondering how much weight Lin Feng had in his evidence. Did he really know the weak spot, or was he just bluffing? Lin Feng saw his hesitation and sneered in his heart. Now, I'll just play along with you and delay the time. After waiting for an hour, the system will take out the real trump card and see how you can still struggle. So, Lin Feng spoke again, breaking the silence, his tone becoming playful. Boss Zhao, what do you think? Do you want to have a good talk with me, or do you want to take a gamble? Zhao Tianda took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. He said in a hoarse voice, Lin, what do you want? Where did those things in your hand come from? If you just want money, I can give it to you. 1 million. No. 5 million. As long as you destroy those things and promise to shut up forever. He tried to bribe Lin Feng with money, while also testing Lin Feng's purpose and bottom line. Hearing this, Lin Feng laughed. 5 million? Chairman Zhao, do you think that something that can make Chairman Zhao lose his composure like this is only worth 5 million? He shook his head. I'm not very interested in money. Although he was thinking about the system rebate, he had to pretend to be cool on the surface. What I want is very simple. Lin Feng's eyes became sharp. First, ask your precious son to come over here and kowtow to me in honor and apologize with sincerity. He must kowtow until we are satisfied. Second, compensation. The medical expenses and mental damage compensation for the last time at the KTV, as well as the losses caused by your people attacking me this time, add them all up and make it a whole number for me, 100 million. Third, and most importantly, I want your Zhao family, including you, Zhao Tianda, and your good-for-nothing son, to completely disappear from my and Wanner's world from now on. You are not allowed to appear in front of us in any form again, and you are not allowed to have any evil thoughts. Otherwise. Lin Feng didn't finish his words, but the threat in his eyes was self-evident. You are really going too far. Zhao Tianda was so angry that he trembled all over when he heard Lin Feng's extremely harsh conditions. He slammed the table and stood up. Kowtow and apologize? Pay 100 million? Who do you think you are? Do you really think that I, Zhao Tianda, am made of mud? He seemed to have regained some of his heroic qualities, staring at Lin Feng fiercely. Boy. I admit that I underestimated you. But don't push me too far. If you push me too far, the worst that can happen is that both of us will die. I want to see if your so-called evidence can do anything to me. He was betting. He was betting that Lin Feng wouldn't really fight to the death. He was betting that the evidence in Lin Feng's hand might not be that fatal. Lin Feng looked at his fierce but weak appearance and just smiled faintly. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. In-depth information mining, mission completed. We have obtained a number of major illegal and irregular evidences about Zhao Tianda and the Zhao Group. The report has been generated. Please check it out. Here it comes. Lin Feng was overjoyed. The Real King Bomb had finally arrived. He picked up his phone again and clicked on the more detailed and shocking black material report that the system had just generated. Then he stood up slowly, walked to Zhao Tianda, put the phone screen in front of him, and read word by word. Mr. Zhao, don't get excited. Why don't we take a look at this first? The Zhao Group is suspected of tax evasion amounting to tens of millions. Here is the evidence. The Changnan real estate project seriously violated fire safety regulations and bribed relevant personnel to force through the acceptance transfer record. 3 years ago, in the Zijin Mining MA case, the insider trading records of suspected malicious stock price manipulation and illegal profits of over 100 million yuan were recorded here. 5 years ago, in order to suppress a competitor, I hired someone to injure him, causing serious injury and disability to one of the other party. The testimony and part of the recording of the middlemen at that time seemed to be here too. Every time Lin Feng read a sentence, Zhao Tianda's face turned paler. When he heard the last piece of evidence of hiring someone to hurt someone, Zhao Tianda's body shook violently and he almost collapsed to the ground on the spot. It's over. It's all over. These are all true and the evidence is so conclusive. Who the hell is this guy? How could he possibly get these top-secret black materials that he himself was about to forget? Fear. Boundless fear instantly engulfed Zhao Tianda. He knew that as long as Lin Feng took out any of these things and exposed them, his Zhao family would fall into the abyss and never be able to recover. This time, he no longer had any luck and no more bargaining power. The look he gave Lin Feng was full of despair and pleading. Lin Feng put away his phone and looked at the Jinling hero who was so arrogant just now but now looked like a lost dog, with a cold arc on his lips. Director Zhao, now, do you think the conditions I just proposed are still harsh? Or do you still want to fight to the death? This time, Zhao Tianda could no longer say no. Chapter 51, Negotiation Again. Lin Feng sipped his tea leisurely, looking at Zhao Tianda's face opposite him, which was distorted with shock and fear, his heart filled with the pleasure of controlling everything. The real trump card is already in our hands. Director Zhao, Lin Feng put down his teacup, his voice calm but with an unquestionable majesty. What have you considered? Do you want to spend money to avoid disaster, or do you want to experience the feeling of being ruined and even imprisoned for life? Zhao Tianda's body was shaking violently, and the cold sweat on his forehead kept dripping like a stream. He looked at Lin Feng's young but terrifyingly deep eyes, and felt as if he was facing a devil from hell. Tax evasion, collusion between officials and businessmen, stock price manipulation, hiring assassins to hurt people. Any of these things, if exposed, would be enough to bring Zhao Tianda to ruin. And now, all the evidence was in the hands of this seemingly harmless young man in front of him. Who is he? What power is behind him? Zhao Tianda didn't dare to think about it, nor did he want to think about it. He only knew that he absolutely couldn't gamble. He couldn't afford it. The Zhao family's foundation, the result of his life's hard work, must not be destroyed in his own hands. I agree. I agree to everything. Zhao Tianda's voice was hoarse and dry, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. The heroic spirit he had before was gone, leaving only a deep fear and sense of powerlessness. Assistant Lu beside him was so frightened that his face turned pale and he dared not even breathe. He finally understood that the young man in front of him was not someone they could afford to offend. The power in his hands was enough to easily crush the Zhao family. Very good, Mr. Zhao is indeed a smart man. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, but his tone was still cold. Words are not enough, I need to see your sincerity. What sincerity do you want? Zhao Tianda asked with difficulty. It's very simple, Lin Feng pointed his finger. First, tell your precious son Zhao Kai to roll over here right now, right now, right now. Kowtow to wander in me in front of me and apologize. Kowtow until I'm satisfied. Second, compensation. Mental damages, medical expenses, and all the troubles you've caused me, rounded up to 100 million. Transfer it to the account I specify before noon tomorrow. If you pay a penny less, you will bear the consequences yourself. Third, I want all the core members of your Zhao family to sign a letter of guarantee. Promise that from now on, you will never harass or retaliate against me or the people around me in any form. If you violate the rules. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. I don't mind helping the country clean up the social garbage. These three conditions are more stringent and embarrassing than the other. Especially asking Zhao Kai to kowtow and apologize in person, and to pay 100 million in compensation. This is simply rubbing the Zhao family's face on the ground repeatedly. Zhao Tianda's heart was bleeding. The humiliation and anger almost swallowed him up. But when he looked at Lin Feng's calm yet deadly threatening eyes and felt the pressure from the evidence that was enough to destroy everything, he knew that he had no room for bargaining. Okay. I agree to everything. Zhao Tianda gritted his teeth and almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He felt that his spine was completely crushed at this moment. Assistant Lu. Zhao Tianda turned around and shouted at the terrified Assistant Lu with a voice full of uncontrollable anger and fatigue, right now. Bring that rebellious son over here. Make him roll over and kowtow. Yes, yes. Mr. Zhao. Assistant Lu was as if he had been pardoned, and he crawled out of the box. Zhao Tianda slumped in his chair, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. He looked at the young man opposite him who was still calm and composed, sipping his tea, and his heart was filled with boundless regret and fear. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Why would you allow your son to provoke such a terrifying existence? Now, not only has he lost all his face, but he has also to pay such a heavy price. Lin Feng ignored Zhao Tianda's complicated feelings and just waited quietly. He knew that from this moment on, the feud between him and the Zhao family would come to an end in a way that he had absolute control over. And he will be the only winner in this game. Chapter 52: The Zhao family's submission mission completed. The atmosphere in the box was extremely depressing. Zhao Tianda sat in a chair in despair, his face pale and his eyes empty, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. He had experienced countless storms and faced life and death crises in his life, but he had never felt so powerless, fearful, and humiliated as he did today. All his pride and confidence were shattered in the face of the ironclad evidence that Lin Feng produced. He knew that from today on, he, Zhao Tianda, and even the entire Zhao family, would not be able to raise their heads in front of this young man, Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still sipping his tea calmly, as if the thrilling confrontation just now had nothing to do with him. He was just waiting patiently, waiting for the Zhao family to fulfill their promise, waiting for the system to complete the task. About half an hour later, the door of the box was pushed open. Assistant Lu walked in with a pale face, followed by two burly bodyguards in black suits. The person being held tightly by two bodyguards was Zhao Kai, whose face was bruised and swollen, with gauze wrapped around his head and a look full of fear and unwillingness. Apparently, Assistant Lu invited Zhao Kai directly from the hospital. "Dad, why did you ask me to come here? I don't want to see him. I don't want to see this evil star." As soon as Zhao Kai saw Lin Feng sitting inside, he immediately struggled like a frightened rabbit and kept yelling and cursing, but his voice was unclear because of his swollen face and knocked-out teeth. "Shut up! You rebellious son!" Zhao Tianda suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with unprecedented anger and disappointment, and shouted at Zhao Kai, "Kneel down." "Kneel down?" Zhao Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dad, you want me to kneel down for him? Why? He was the one who beat me. It was him." Bang! A loud slap. Zhao Tianda actually struggled to stand up, and used all his strength to slap Zhao Kai hard. "I told you to kneel down. Did you hear me?" Zhao Tianda's voice was shaking violently with anger and humiliation. "If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will break your legs." Zhao Kai was completely stunned. He had never seen his father so angry and so out of control. He looked at his father's bloodshot and desperate eyes, then looked at Assistant Lu, who was pale and dared not speak, and Lin Feng's calm eyes with cold sarcasm. He seemed to understand something vaguely. Fear instantly gripped his heart. He didn't dare to resist or shout anymore. Under the strong pressure of the two bodyguards, his legs softened and he knelt heavily in front of Lin Feng with a thump. The sound of knees hitting the ground was particularly harsh in the silent box. "Apologize." Zhao Tianda's voice roared like a wounded beast, "to Mr. Lin. To Miss Su, although Su Wanner was not present. Kowtow and apologize." "Louder." Zhao Kai was trembling all over, tears of humiliation mixed with blood foam from the corners of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and looked at the young man in front of him, who made him hate him to the core but also terrified him to the extreme. In the end, he lowered his once proud head. "Mr. Linlin, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you and shouldn't have been disrespectful to Miss Su. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time." His voice was intermittent, full of fear and unwillingness. Then, under Zhao Tianda's cold gaze, he trembled and kowtowed to Lin Feng again and again. Boom! 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 Every time his forehead touched the cold ground, it seemed to be knocking on the shattered dignity of Zhao Tianda and Zhao Kai, father and son. Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him indifferently, without any mercy in his heart, only a sense of pleasure of revenge. This is what happens when you provoke yourself. He did not call for a stop immediately, but let Zhao Kai keep knocking him until his forehead was covered with blood and his voice became hoarse. "That's enough." Lin Feng then spoke calmly, as if he had just watched a boring monkey show. "Remember what you said today. Next time, I won't let you off so easily." Zhao Kai collapsed to the ground as if he had been pardoned, and he didn't even have the strength to get up. Lin Feng stood up and looked at Zhao Tianda. "Mr. Zhao, I have read the apology. The next step is compensation. 100 million, transferred to this account before noon tomorrow." He threw a note with a bank account number on it on the table. "Please prepare the letter of guarantee and send it to my school tomorrow along with the remittance receipt." "Is that okay?" "No problem," Zhao Tianda nodded with difficulty, his voice dry. Although 100 million made him feel extremely painful, it was nothing compared to the survival of his family. "Very good." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. I hope Director Zhao will remember today's lesson and take good care of his son and himself. From now on, we should keep out of each other's way. He glanced at his watch and said, It's almost time. I won't disturb Director Zhao from dealing with his household affairs. After saying this, he no longer looked at the father and son who looked like defeated roosters. He turned around and walked out of the box without looking back. Just when Lin Feng walked out of the box and closed the door. In my mind, the long-awaited system prompt sound, like the sound of nature, rang out. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully forced the main threat targets Zhao Tianda and Zhao Kai to surrender. The other party has made a substantial apology, promised a huge amount of compensation, and promised not to retaliate or provoke again. The crisis has been completely resolved. Congratulations to the host. The limited-time mission, The Fury of the Zhao Family, has been successfully completed. Task rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, 1 million mall points have been received. Current points balance, 1 million. Reward 2, System LV3 upgrade permission has been obtained. The host can choose to upgrade the system at any time. Reward 3, Random Skill Item Treasure Box X1 has been stored in the system inventory. Here it comes. Lin Feng's heart began to beat wildly. A huge joy instantly filled his whole body. 1 million points. Level 3 upgrade privileges. And a random treasure chest. Not only was this crisis perfectly resolved, but he also received such a generous reward. His strength and wealth are about to take an epic leap forward. Lin Feng resisted the urge to laugh out loud and quickly walked out of Jinjiang Tea House. In his eyes, the night outside seemed to become even brighter and more dazzling. The Zhao family? They are no longer a concern. Next, it's time to open the treasure chest, upgrade the system, and welcome a new transformation. Chapter 53, Open the treasure chest and get the mysterious reward. After leaving the depressing and dull Jinjiang Tea House, Lin Feng's mood was as bright as the sunshine breaking through the dark clouds. The surrender of the Zhao family, the completion of the mission, the generous rewards, a series of good news made him feel as if he was walking on clouds, and his steps became lighter. He did not drive home immediately, but first found a secluded corner of the park and calmed down his excitement. The most urgent task, of course, is to open the mysterious, random skill item treasure box. This is one of the highlights of the system task rewards. Who knows what amazing goodies will be found in it? With great anticipation, Lin Feng immersed his consciousness into the system space, his eyes focused on the gorgeous treasure chest in the inventory that was emitting colorful light. The shape of the treasure chest is simple and mysterious, and there are mysterious patterns engraved on the surface. It feels extraordinary just by looking at it. System, open the treasure chest. Lin Feng said silently in his heart. Ding. Confirm to open the random skill item box? Confirm. As Lin Feng's mind was determined, the treasure chest in the inventory instantly burst into a dazzling light. The dazzling light almost made Lin Feng's consciousness dazed. There was even an extremely cool unboxing animation on the system interface. A golden dragon silhouette circled out of the treasure chest, roared silently towards the sky, and then turned into starlight and dissipated, leaving behind an item quietly floating in the air. The light gradually dissipated, and Lin Feng quickly looked over. I saw that what was floating in the center of the inventory was not the skill book as I imagined, nor some kind of potion or prop, but an ancient jade pendant? This jade pendant is about the size of a palm, and the whole body presents a warm dark green color. The color is restrained and not very eye-catching. The shape of the jade pendant is also very simple, like an uncut jade, but the edges are polished to be relatively smooth, and some naturally formed strange lines like flowing ink can be vaguely seen on it. In the very center of the jade pendant, there seemed to be an extremely ancient and blurry character engraved. It was crooked and Lin Feng could not recognize it at all and could not see it clearly. What is this? Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. He thought he would get some world-destroying skills, or some elixir that would allow him to ascend to heaven in broad daylight, but in the end he was given an ordinary-looking jade pendant? Could it be that this jade pendant is some hidden magic weapon? He quickly checked the system's introduction to the item. Item name, mysterious ancient jade quality? Item type, unknown item. Item effect, unknown seems to contain some special energy. The specific effect needs to be explored by the host or unlocked after meeting specific conditions. Item description, an ancient jade stone from an unknown era and unknown region, with a special material, seems to be related to some truth hidden in this world. Wearing it may have unexpected effects. Note, this item cannot be placed into the real space and only exists in the system inventory. The host can choose to where the effect is bestowed on the body or take out for research only at the consciousness level. Unknown item? Unknown quality? Unknown effect? Lin Feng looked at this series of unknowns and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. After all this time, a 3-no product is finally produced? However, the sentences in the system introduction, such as contains special energy, is related to the hidden truth of the world, and wearing it may have unexpected effects, still aroused Lin Feng's great interest. Does this world really hide any secrets? Could it be that, as he had previously speculated, there really existed supernatural powers? For example, ancient martial arts? Supernatural powers? Or even cultivation? This jade pendant is the key to open the door to a new world? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart began to beat faster again. Wealth is important, but if you can get access to the legendary supernatural powers, the temptation will be deadly. He chose to wear this mysterious ancient jade without hesitation. Ding! The host chooses to wear the mysterious ancient jade. In an instant, Lin Feng felt an extremely weak, but unusually cool and comfortable breath spreading out from the system space, slowly blending into his limbs and bones, and finally converging at the dantian or deep in the lower abdomen, forming a faint cool cyclone. This feeling was very strange. It did not bring obvious attribute improvements like using physical strength potions or mental strength potions, but it made him feel that his body seemed to become lighter and his mind became more peaceful and transparent, as if a layer of dust had been washed away. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the jade pendant seemed to be slowly absorbing some extremely thin energy in the surrounding space, and then transforming it into a cool breath to nourish his body. Although the speed of absorption and conversion is extremely slow and almost negligible, it undoubtedly confirms that this jade pendant is definitely not an ordinary item. It is very likely that it is really a treasure related to cultivation. Lin Feng was so excited that he almost wanted to roar to the sky. It's a treasure. This time I really found a treasure. Although the specific effects and usage of this jade pendant are still unknown, we also don't know what the truth hidden in this world is. But a brand new world full of infinite possibilities has quietly unveiled its mysterious veil before him. Explore the extraordinary. Become a truly powerful person. This thought, like a raging fire, burned in Lin Feng's heart. After achieving financial freedom, he finally found a new and more exciting goal to pursue. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Exploring extraordinary powers is important, but right now, there is a more urgent thing waiting for him to do. That is System Upgrade. Unlock LV3. Open Investment Assistant and Skill Panel. There was a bright light flashing in Lin Feng's eyes. His strength is about to undergo another comprehensive and explosive improvement. Chapter 54 System Upgrade LV3 Unlock Investment Assistant. Suppressing his endless fantasies about the mysterious ancient jade and extraordinary powers, Lin Feng refocused his attention on the system itself. The System LV3 Upgrade Permission in the mission reward is like the most tempting fruit, emitting an alluring glow. LV3. This means a higher daily spending limit. A higher rebate rate. More importantly, the intermediate permissions of the System Mall and the Skill Panel function will be officially unlocked. Especially the skill panel, Lin Feng has been looking forward to it for a long time. He is eager to know what his current proficiency in various skills is, and how to improve them systematically. As for the investment assistant, that is also unlocked at LV3, it seems that the detail outline says it is unlocked at LV4? Lin Feng recalled that it seems that the previous conception has been adjusted, and the investment assistant and skill panel are both unlocked at LV3. Author's note, internal conception stage, here it is temporarily adjusted back to LV3 unlocking the investment assistant, and LV4 unlocking more advanced functions to speed up the protagonist's wealth accumulation. Whatever. It's time to upgrade. System. Use LV3 upgrade permissions. Lin Feng gave the order without hesitation. Ding. Confirm to use LV3 upgrade permission. The system will be fully upgraded. It is expected to take 5 minutes. Some functions may be suspended during the upgrade. Please wait patiently. Confirm. Boom. Lin Feng felt his consciousness space suddenly shaken. The system panel instantly burst into a brighter light than any previous upgrade. Countless mysterious runes and data streams surged and reorganized on the interface like a waterfall. The entire system seems to be undergoing a complete transformation. Lin Feng could even feel that the connection between himself and the system seemed to become closer and clearer. 5 minutes later. The light gradually faded and the data flow stopped flowing. A brand new system panel with a more gorgeous and cool interface and clearer information classification appeared in front of Lin Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The unlimited rebate system has been successfully upgraded to LV3. The core functions of the system have been fully optimized. Unlock new functional modules. Lin Feng excitedly looked at the upgraded system privileges introduction. Unlimited rebate system LV3. Host, Lin Feng. Level privileges. Limit increases sharply, daily consumption limit increases to 30,000 renminbi. Guaranteed double, the minimum rebate rate is increased to 2 times. Guaranteed profit. Mall advancement, the system mall authority is upgraded to intermediate level. Unlock more and more powerful attribute potions, skill books, and special items. A lot of gray icons become brighter. Skill panel activation, officially unlock the skill panel function. You can view, manage, and improve the host's mastered and learnable skills. Investment Assistant launch, officially unlock the Investment Assistant primary function. Your private wealth growth engine. Daily quota of 30,000? Minimum rebate double? Lin Feng felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Guaranteed net profit of 30,000 yuan a day? That's 900,000 yuan a month? This speed of making money is simply incredible. Moreover, the mall privileges have been upgraded to the intermediate level. The skill panel has finally been unlocked. Lin Feng resisted the urge to check the mall and skill panel immediately, and focused his attention on the last and most anticipated function at this stage, Investment Assistant Basic. He used his mind to click on the icon that shone with golden light and looked like a data chart. Swish! A brand new, technologically savvy sub-interface pops up. Investment Assistant Junior. Function introduction. This assistant can continuously monitor and analyze massive data from major global financial market stocks, funds, futures, foreign exchange, commodities, virtual currencies, etc., and provide the host with investment advice with a high expected success rate by combining the system's unique information channels and prediction models. Core competencies. Market analysis provides real-time analysis of market trends, tracking of hot sectors, and evaluation of the value of individual stock species. Investment advice, based on the risk preference set by the host conservative sound aggressive, we will push specific buy sell points, position suggestions, stop profit and stop loss strategies, and attach a success rate estimate. The estimated accuracy in the initial stage is about 60% 75%. Semi-automatic trading. The host can authorize the assistant to automatically execute some trading operations under preset conditions. Key instructions need to be confirmed by the host twice. Fully automatic custody unlocked, a higher level function that enables fully automated intelligent investment management requires system LV4 unlocking. Current upper limit of manageable funds, 10 million renminbi. The amount exceeding this limit cannot be managed by the assistant. Service fee, 5% of the profit of each transaction will be automatically deducted as system service fee. Lin Feng was stunned. Although it is only a primary version, the success rate is estimated to be between 60% 75%, and there is a capital limit and profit commission, but this is simply an officially certified financial plugin. With this investment assistant, why would he bother to study the candlestick chart? Why would he need to ask for help from his grandparents to find investment channels? Just hand over your money to the system, set your risk preference, and then just sit back and count your money? Although there is a 5% commission on profits, compared with the huge returns that may be brought, what is this fee? Lin Feng felt that his road to financial freedom instantly switched from highway mode to rocket launch mode. No. Must try now. He now has more than 7 million in cash in his bank card minus the money he spent on potions and skills just now. System. Immediately authorize the management of all the 7 million renminbi in my bank card to Investment Assistant Junior. Lin Feng couldn't wait to give the order. Ding. Confirm that 7 million renminbi will be included in the management of Investment Assistant Junior? Confirm. Host, please set your risk preference: conservative pursuing stable low risk returns, steady balance between risk and return, aggressive pursuing high risk and high return? Lin Feng thought about it. His capital was still sufficient, and with the system rebate as a backing, it seemed that he could spend a little more. Let's choose the stable option. Lin Feng finally chose a relatively compromised solution. Let's see the effect first and then adjust it later. Ding. Risk preference is set to conservative. Investment Assistant Primary has been launched. Analyzing the current market conditions and formulating a preliminary investment portfolio. It is expected that the first transaction will be carried out within 24 hours. The host can check the position status, profit report, and transaction record at any time in the Assistant interface. Done. Linfeng looked at the various data and charts that began to jump on the Investment Assistant interface, his heart filled with infinite expectations. With a capital of 7 million and this plugin with a success rate of over 60%, how much wealth can you make in a short period of time? 10 million? 20 million? Even 100 million? Linfeng felt his blood was burning. Financial freedom? That's just the starting point. His goal is to build a financial empire of his own. And now, he finally has a powerful engine to start this empire. Next, let us take a look at the long-awaited skill panel and the upgraded system mall. Linfeng felt that his life was about to usher in an unprecedented, all-round super revolution. Chapter 55, The Shock of $1 Million Fortune. In the next few days, Linfeng deeply experienced the ultimate pleasure of making money while lying down. That, Investment Assistant Junior, is simply a tireless super trader with incredible luck or analytical ability with the help of the system. On the first day after its launch, it accurately captured the short-term rise opportunity brought about by the release of a favorable financial report for a certain technology stock. It decisively invested part of the funds and sold it in time when the stock price reached a temporary high 2 days later, easily making a profit of more than 10%. Then, it keenly sensed that the international crude oil price was about to fall back, and used futures tools to carry out precise short-selling operations, once again reaping considerable profits. Then, in the cryptocurrency market, I took advantage of a pump and dump trend of small currencies and entered and exited quickly. Although the risk was high, I still managed to escape the top before the crash and earned a considerable price difference. The stock, fund, futures, and virtual currency investment assistant is like an all-round hunter, flexibly shuttling among the major financial markets around the world, and can always find those fleeting profit opportunities in an almost prophetic way. Although there were occasional small losses or misjudgments, overall, the number and amount of profits far exceeded the losses. The 60%-75% success rate estimate was simply modest in Linfeng's opinion. This success rate, in the real world, would be enough to make any fund manager bow down in admiration. The happiest thing for Linfeng every day is to open the Investment Assistant interface and watch the total assets in his account rise like a rocket. 7.5 million, 8 million, 8.8 million, 9.5 million. In just less than a week. The initial investment of 7 million yuan actually increased by nearly 3 million yuan with the help of the Investment Assistant. In addition, he spent his 30,000 yuan consumption limit every day, triggering a minimum rebate of 2 times, often 3 to 5 times or even higher. The net profit per day ranged from at least 30,000 to more than 100,000 yuan. Two-pronged approach. Finally, on a sunny morning, when Linfeng checked his asset status as usual, he was completely shocked by the final number. Available balance of bank card plus total market value of investment account equals 10.05x, XXX yuan. 10 million. Officially broke through the 10 million mark. Looking at the dazzling 8-digit number on the mobile phone screen, Linfeng felt that his breathing had stopped. Multi-millionaire. Not long ago, he was just a small rich man with a net worth of just over 1 million. But now, he has officially entered the tens of millions level. This is not just a change in numbers, but also a huge transformation of identity and mentality. If being worth 1 million gave him a preliminary taste of financial freedom, then being worth tens of millions gave him the confidence to truly gain a foothold in this society and even control a certain degree of voice. He felt that his perspective on the world had changed again. In the past, he thought about how to make money, how to survive, and how to slap the faces of those who looked down on him. Now, he began to think about how to use this capital of tens of millions to do something more influential and more self-fulfilling. Should I continue to indulge in the number games in the financial market and enjoy the thrill of wealth growth? Or try to enter the real industry and start a company of your own? Or, should we devote more energy to the exploration of mysterious ancient jade and extraordinary powers? His vision was no longer limited to the small city of Jinling, nor was it limited to the grudges and love-hate relationship with a minor character like Zhao Kai. He began to pay attention to higher-level business operation models, began to think about how the power of capital can leverage social resources, and began to look up to the pattern and vision of those bigwigs who truly stood at the top of the pyramid. Wealth is no longer just a tool to satisfy personal desires, but has become the capital and leverage for him to realize greater ambitions and explore a wider world. Lin Feng let out a long sigh, and his excited mood gradually calmed down, replaced by a more calm and confident demeanor. 10 million is just a new starting point. His journey is to the sea of stars. Well, let us set a small goal first. There was a blazing fire of ambition in Lin Feng's eyes. Make 100 million from him first. With the LV3 system, the amazing investment assistant, and the stable rebate of 30,000 per day, the small goal of 100 million does not seem out of reach. However, while working towards our small goals, isn't it time to also improve our living environment a little bit? After all, it seems a bit unreasonable for a multi-millionaire to continue living in a university dormitory. Moreover, he also needed a base that was more private, safer, and more in line with his identity. Buy a house. This thought instantly became clear in Lin Feng's mind. If you want to buy a house in Jinling, you naturally have to buy the best. His gaze was cast towards the area outside the window that represented the top luxury area in Jinling City, Jinling Bay No. 1. Chapter 56, Purchase of Property, Jinling Bay No. 1. After becoming a multi-millionaire, Lin Feng felt that it was time to buy himself a real estate that matched his status. Continuing to live in the university dormitory, although convenient, is not a long-term solution. On the one hand, there are too many people and eyes, and it is not convenient to handle many of his secrets. On the other hand, he also needs a more comfortable, private residence that can better reflect his current status. Besides, if he needs to keep a beautiful girl in a golden house in the future, he must have a decent palace, right? The little devil deep in Lin Feng's heart started to play tricks again. Buy a house. And if you want to buy one, buy the best and most luxurious house in Jinling City. Lin Feng's target was directly locked on that well-known name, Jinling Bay No. 1. Jinling Bay No. 1 is located in the most scenic and central riverside area of Jinling City, and is recognized as the richest area in the local area. The community is shaded by trees, the environment is elegant, and the security is extremely strict. The residents are either rich or noble, either business tycoons or political celebrities. More importantly, Jinling Bay No. 1 is mainly a large flat with a river view, a wide field of vision, a superb view, extremely luxurious decoration materials, and top-notch property services. Of course, the price is also top-notch. It is said that the housing price here has already exceeded 100,000 per square meter. The total price of any decent large flat starts at tens of millions. In the past, this was an astronomical figure that Lin Feng dared not even think about. But now, with a net worth of tens of millions and growing rapidly, he has the confidence to touch this level of luxury house. Just do it. Lin Feng specifically picked a weekday afternoon, drove his Mercedes-Benz GLC, and came directly to the sales center of Jinling Bay No. 1, which was as magnificent as a palace. The huge crystal chandeliers, the shiny marble floors, the priceless artworks, and the well-dressed and elegant sales consultants all demonstrate the luxury and nobility here. Perhaps because there were not many people here on weekdays, or perhaps because the sales consultants here were of higher quality, when Lin Feng walked into the showroom, he did not encounter the obvious different treatment for different people situation like he had in the forest store before. A female sales consultant with a gentle temperament and beautiful appearance came up to greet me with a smile. "Hello, sir, welcome to Jinling Bay No. 1. Which unit type are you interested in? I mainly want to see the largest apartment here with the best river view." Lin Feng directly stated his needs, his tone was calm, and there was a trace of unquestionable confidence in his eyes. When the saleswoman heard this, a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. The young man in front of her looked to be in his early 20s, but he actually asked for the largest and best apartment? This was not a small amount. But her good professionalism prevented her from expressing any doubts, and she still kept a sweet smile. "Okay, sir, the largest unit here is the Tianqi series, with an area of 280 to 350 square meters, all facing the river, with a 270-degree view. This way, please, I will take you to the sand table and model room for a detailed understanding." In front of the sand table, the saleswoman gave a detailed introduction to the overall planning of the community, garden design, club facilities and property services, etc. Lin Feng listened very carefully and would occasionally raise some questions about building materials, intelligent systems, and even feng shui layout. The questions he asked were often to the point, and some of his insights were even more professional than those of the sales consultant thanks to his recent intensive knowledge and the gradual improvement of the system, which made the female salesperson secretly shocked and more certain that the young man in front of her was no ordinary person. Afterwards, Lin Feng visited the physical model room on the high floor. Standing in the nearly 300 square meter living room with luxurious decoration and oversized floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the magnificent scenery of the Yangtze River below and the dazzling city skyline on the opposite bank, Lin Feng's heart was filled with an indescribable sense of heroism. This is the life he wants. This is the residence that is worthy of his status. Let's take this one. Lin Feng pointed to the 290 square meter model room in front of him, located on the top floor, not the highest floor. Usually the king of the building will reserve a few floors. I am very satisfied with this apartment type, this floor, and this orientation. The saleswoman was delighted and tried to suppress her excitement and asked, "Sir, this unit is a classic unit in our Tianqi series, with top-notch views and lighting. According to our current average price and floor coefficient, the total price is about 35 million yuan. Are you considering a mortgage or?" Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted again by Lin Feng's familiar, plain yet earth-shattering words. "No need to introduce a loan, I'll pay the full amount." Boom. Although she had expected it, when Lin Feng really said the words full payment, the saleswoman still felt her brain buzzing and she almost stopped thinking. 35 million. Full payment? Oh my god. She has been in the industry for so many years and has received countless wealthy people, but it is unheard of that someone as young as Lin Feng is so rich and inhumane that he would buy a top luxury house in full without blinking an eye. The look she gave Lin Feng had completely changed from surprise and admiration to awe and worship. This Mr. Lin was definitely a super rich person. All right. Mr. Lin. The saleswoman's voice trembled with excitement. She quickly took out the purchase contract and POS machine and said, "I'll handle the formalities for you right away. Swipe your card. Enter your password. Sign." A huge sum of 35 million was transferred from Lin Feng's account to the developer's account like water. Almost at the moment the payment is successful. In Lin Feng's mind, the system's epic and exciting prompt sound rang out. Ding detected that the host had made an extremely large amount of consumption, 35 million renminbi. Trigger the system's highest level rebate mechanism. Congratulations to the host for triggering the ultimate lucky crit 10 times rebate. Get rebate, 350 million renminbi. 350 million yuan. The rebate has been automatically divided into multiple accounts to avoid supervision and deposited into multiple backup accounts bound to the host, automatically opened and linked by the system. Please pay attention to the host to check and manage it. 350 million? Lin Feng felt that all the blood in his body had solidified at this moment. Was he hallucinating? Buy a house worth 35 million and get a direct rebate of 3.5 billion? This isn't a rocket launch. This is a portal ride, right? Lin Feng's heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to burst through his chest. He felt his soul trembling. He quickly checked several newly added bank accounts linked to the system. The system thoughtfully helped him to disperse his funds to avoid attracting attention due to large amounts in a single account. Looking at the long string of suffocating zeros in those accounts, Lin Feng felt like his brain had completely crashed. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, quadrillion. Total assets instantly exceeded 300 million and even approached 400 million. Billionaire. At this moment, he, Lin Feng, truly became a super rich man with a net worth of over 100 million. The huge sense of happiness and unreality overwhelmed him like a tsunami. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of Jinling Bay No. 1, overlooking the world, and felt that the whole world was prostrating at his feet. Chapter 57. Net worth exceeds 100 million, unlocking the skill panel. Shock. Ecstasy. Dizziness. All kinds of extreme emotions repeatedly washed over Lin Feng's nerves like a tide. Worth over 100 million. These 4 words were simply a fantasy to him, who was still worried about living expenses a month ago. But now, it is a fact that has been set in stone. Looking at the terrifying numbers in those bank accounts that added up to more than 3.5 billion, Lin Feng felt that his life had been completely sublimated at this moment. If his previous fortune of tens of millions gave him the confidence to gain a foothold in society, his current fortune of over 100 million has given him the capital to truly defy the rules and even make them. Money, when it reaches a certain level, is no longer just a number, but a force. A force that can change everything. Just when Lin Feng's heart was pounding and he couldn't control himself, the exciting prompt sound of the system rang in his mind again. Ding! It is detected that the host's total personal assets, including system-related accounts, have exceeded 100 million yuan for the first time. Achieved the highest stage goal of System LV3. System authority promotion and final unlocking of functional modules are in progress. Successful. Congratulations to the host. The core function of the system, skill panel, is officially unlocked. Host, please enter the skill panel through the system interface at any time to view and manage your own skill system. Here it comes. It's finally here. Following the System Mall and Investment Assistant, the last and long-awaited skill panel function of the System LV3 stage was finally officially unlocked at the moment when his net worth exceeded 100 million. Lin Feng's heart started beating wildly again. Skill panel. This is the key to his systematic improvement of his own strength and understanding of his own abilities. He couldn't wait to immerse his consciousness into the system interface. Sure enough, next to the System Mall and Investment Assistant icons, the previously gray skill icon with a human-shaped outline was now emitting a dazzling platinum light. Full of mystery and power. Lin Feng took a deep breath and gently clicked the icon with his mind. Swish! A brand new virtual panel with clear structure and detailed information appeared before him. Skill panel. Host, Lin Feng. Skills mastered. Combat mastery intermediate. Level, intermediate. Proficiency, 15.8% can be improved through actual combat, training, or consuming points. Effect, greatly improve unarmed combat ability, master advanced combination techniques, force dissipation, key strikes, and other practical skills. Unlocking conditions for the next level advanced, 100% proficiency or consumption of 1 million mole points. Basic driving skills enhanced. Level, mastery system enhancement. Proficiency has reached the current upper limit. Effect, possessing a car feel, reaction speed, and control accuracy that surpasses that of a professional racing driver. Next level expert level unlocking conditions? Special conditions must be met or relevant skill books must be obtained. Primary mental power enhanced. Level, primary potion enhancement. Effect, the upper limit of mental power is slightly increased, and concentration and memory are enhanced. Next level intermediate unlocking conditions, use intermediate mental power potion, or meet other specific conditions. Basic foreign language proficiency English not studied. Prerequisite, you must purchase and use the corresponding skill book in the mall priced at 150,000 rebates. Introduction to primary hacking technology not learned. Prerequisite, you must purchase and use the corresponding skill book in the mall priced at 200,000 rebates. Learnable skills, recommended based on the host's current status and System Mall unlock status. Firearm shooting basic not yet unlocked in the mall. Business management elementary not yet unlocked in the mall. Related to the mysterious ancient jade, need to explore on your own. Lin Feng looked carefully at every line of information on the skill panel, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. So clear. So intuitive. He now finally knows exactly what skills he has mastered, what level these skills are at, how proficient he is, and how to improve. Combat mastery, currently at the intermediate level, the proficiency is only 15.8%. It seems that the last actual combat and the training in the past few days are still effective. To upgrade to the advanced level, you can either rely on yourself to slowly practice to full proficiency, or directly spend 1 million points. Simple and crude. Driving skills, it is already the mastery level after the system enhancement, surpassing professional racing drivers? No wonder it was so easy to pass the driver's license test. However, it seems that there is a higher expert level, but the unlocking conditions are unknown. Spirit is a primary enhancement and requires intermediate potions to continue to improve. It seems that next time the mall is refreshed, I have to pay attention to whether there are intermediate spirit potions. There are also foreign languages and hacking techniques that can be quickly mastered by purchasing skill books. This is simply a quick learning tool for top students. What interests Lin Feng the most is the last, learnable skill. Related to the mysterious ancient jade. This once again confirmed his previous guess. The jade pendant was indeed related to some unknown, extraordinary skill system. But for now, he still needed to explore it himself. Unlocking the skill panel opened a door for Lin Feng to systematically improve his soft power and hard power. He is no longer completely in the dark and can only passively wait for system rewards or buy potions from the mall. He can now improve the skills he needs in a targeted and planned manner. Fighting, driving, foreign languages, hacking, and even guns, management, and the mysterious superpowers that may appear in the future. He can become an omnipotent and almighty super strongman. With a net worth of over 100 million, unlock the skill panel. Wealth and power are finally beginning to advance hand in hand and promote each other. Lin Feng felt that his future was full of infinite light and possibilities. He stood in the middle of the empty living room of the mansion, feeling the surging power in his body, looking at the shining light on the system panel and the magnificent river view outside the window. An unprecedented sense of ambition and passion surged in his heart. This world is so wonderful. He is here. He will use his own hands to embrace everything and conquer everything. Chapter 58, Favored by Luxury Home Decoration Designers. After accomplishing the two major tasks of increasing his net worth by over 100 million yuan and unlocking the skill panel, Lin Feng felt completely relaxed. He began to have the leisure time to plan his own top-notch mansion worth 35 million yuan located at Jinling Bay No. 1. Although the house was delivered fully furnished, with basic hardware, kitchen and bathroom facilities already completed, and the quality was quite good, Lin Feng was not satisfied with this. He wanted to build an ideal home that fully met his own wishes, combining comfort, luxury, and personalized technology. This requires in-depth soft furnishing design, and may even require fine-tuning of some hard furnishings. Professional matters should naturally be left to professionals. The first thing Lin Feng thought of was the omnipotent connection Xia Yubing. He sent a WeChat message to Xia Yubing, briefly explaining that he had just purchased a property in Jinling Bay No. 1 and needed to find a top interior designer to do the soft furnishing design, and asked her if she had any suitable candidates to recommend. When Xia Yubing received the news, she was processing documents in the office of a private bank. When she saw the words Jinling Bay No. 1 and purchase of real estate, her hand holding the pen could not help but pause. Jinling Bay No. 1? That is the most luxurious house in Jinling City. And judging from Lin Feng's tone, it seems that he is paid in full? Who is this Mr. Lin? He is too unfathomable, isn't he? Xia Yubing's heart was once again in turmoil, but on the surface, she quickly replied to the WeChat message, with a tone full of enthusiasm and professionalism. Congratulations to Mr. Lin on your new home. Jinling Bay No. 1 is recognized as a top-notch residence. You have a good eye. You have asked the right person for interior design. I happen to know a very famous independent designer in the industry, with excellent talent and reputation, especially good at modern light luxury and intelligent home design, which is very compatible with your temperament and the positioning of Jinling Bay No. 1. Do you need me to introduce you to someone? Oh. Which designer is it? Lin Feng became interested. Her name is Mu Qingya, the founder of Qingya Design Studio. Although she is not very old, she is already a hot new designer in the circle. Many wealthy people and celebrities are lining up to ask her to design for them. However, I have a good personal relationship with her, so I should be able to help you, Mr. Lin, to make an appointment. Xia Yubing replied. Mu Qingya? This name sounds very elegant. Lin Feng suddenly became curious about this beautiful designer. Okay, then please ask consultant Xia to help me contact him. The sooner the better. No problem, Mr. Lin. Leave it to me. Xia Yubing was very efficient. She called Lin Feng back that afternoon and said that she had made an appointment with Mu Qingya to meet at the house at Jinling Bay No. 1 at 10 o'clock the next morning to discuss the design requirements on site. The next morning, Lin Feng arrived at his still empty mansion early. Sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows into the entire living room, making the nearly 300 square meter space appear extremely spacious. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the doorbell rang on time. Lin Feng opened the door and his eyes lit up slightly. Standing at the door was a tall young woman with excellent temperament. She looked to be about 26 or 27 years old, wearing a well-cut-off white business suit that outlined her exquisite curves. Her long black hair was tied into an elegant bun at the back of her head, revealing her smooth forehead and swan-like slender neck. Her facial features are extremely delicate, with eyebrows like distant black, eyes like autumn water, a beautiful nose and cherry lips, fair and delicate skin, and a light but just right makeup on her face. She exudes an intellectual, elegant, confident, and somewhat cold and unique temperament. There is no doubt that this person is the legendary beauty designer Mu Qingya. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Feng? I am Mu Qingya. She extended her hand, her voice clear and pleasant, like a clear spring in a mountain stream. Hello, designer Mu, I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook hands with her gently and could feel her fingers were slender and soft, with just the right amount of coolness. Mu Qingya walked into the room, quickly and professionally scanned the layout and current situation of the house, then looked at Lin Feng, with a hint of surprise that was hard to conceal in her eyes. She had heard Xia Yubing say that the owner was very young, but she didn't expect him to be this young. He looked like a college student. Mr. Lin must have an extraordinary background to be able to buy a top-notch luxury house like Jinling Bay No. 1 in full at such a young age. Although she was surprised, Mu Qingya quickly regained her professional demeanor and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, the layout of your house is very good, and the view is unbeatable. Do you have any preliminary ideas or preferences for the decoration style and functional layout?" Lin Feng gestured for her to take a look around, and said as they walked, "In terms of style, I prefer modern and simple ones, but they also have to have texture and comfort, and not be too cold. In terms of color, black, white, gray or earth tones are the main colors, and some bright colors can be appropriately added. In terms of functions, in addition to the regular living room, dining room, bedroom, and study, I hope to have a professional audiovisual room, which has high requirements for sound insulation and equipment. In addition, I also need an independent gym. The space does not need to be too large, but the equipment must be professional. Oh, by the way, I also want to set aside a small, absolutely quiet space next to the study. It can be called a meditation room or retreat room. No electronic equipment is required, and the light can be dimmed." Lin Feng told his ideas. The requirements for the audio-visual room and the gym were quite common, but the last requirement for the retreat room made Mu Qingya feel a little surprised and curious. In particular, some of the forward-looking concepts mentioned by Lin Feng regarding smart home, whole house voice control, lighting atmosphere system, and hidden storage made her eyes light up. She found that the young owner in front of her was not only very rich, but also had a good aesthetic sense, had extremely high requirements for the quality of life, and had clear logic and clear needs. This was simply the kind of god-like client that designers like to meet the most. "Mr. Lin, your idea is very good and very tasteful." Mu Qingya praised sincerely, looking at Lin Feng with a little more appreciation and recognition, "Especially the concept of the retreat room you mentioned, it's very interesting. Don't worry, I will take all these needs into consideration in the design plan, and guarantee to create a perfect space for you that is both luxurious and comfortable and can meet all your personalized needs. Thank you for your hard work, Designer Mu." Lin Feng said with a smile. "It's not hard. It's my honor to serve a customer like you." Mu Qingya smiled sweetly, and her cold temperament seemed to melt instantly, revealing a glimpse of charm. The subsequent communication was very smooth. The two had an in-depth discussion on issues such as budget. Lin Feng said that budget was not a problem as long as the effect was good, design cycle, and material selection. Mu Qingya discovered that although Lin Feng was young, he was knowledgeable and quick-witted. Whether talking about design aesthetics, cutting-edge technology, or even some humanities and history, he could keep up with her pace and often had unique insights that surprised her. She originally thought it was just an ordinary design project for a wealthy client, but now she finds herself becoming more and more interested in the young, mysterious, and talented, at least in her opinion, client himself. Before leaving, Mu Qingya took the initiative to add Lin Feng's WeChat to facilitate subsequent communication about the design plan. She looked at Lin Feng's deep and confident eyes, and a strange ripple appeared in her heart for no reason. It seems that this Mr. Lin is more than just rich. Lin Feng, looking at Mu Qingya's elegant back as she left, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This beautiful designer is not only beautiful and has a unique temperament, but also talented. She is indeed a rare beauty. It seems that my boring billionaire life will be filled with some color? As for the retreat room, that is a secret base prepared for him to study the mysterious ancient jade and explore extraordinary powers. Chapter 59, Gu Wu's first glimpse of the mysterious jade pendants movement. It's late at night and the moonlight is like water. Lin Feng stood alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of Jinling Bay No. 1 mansion, overlooking the glittering city night view below. Since his net worth exceeded 100 million, he resolved the threat from the Zhao family and unlocked many new functions of the system. His life has entered an unprecedented state of peace and rapid development. His investment assistant is creating amazing wealth for him every day, and the numbers in his bank card continue to grow like a snowball. The skill panel allows him to clearly plan his own path to strength improvement, and his proficiency in combat mastery intermediate is also steadily improving with his unremitting training. His relationship with Su Wanner is also very close, sweet, and stable. The decoration design plan of the mansion has already taken shape in the hands of the talented and beautiful designer Mu Qingya, and various ideas full of technology and luxury are about to become a reality. Everything seemed impeccably perfect. However, deep in Lin Feng's heart, there was always a huge curiosity and desire that was about the mysterious ancient jade and the extraordinary power it might represent. No matter how much wealth you have, it is ultimately external. Becoming stronger is the eternal pursuit. If ancient martial arts, supernatural powers, and even cultivation of immortals really existed in this world, what a magnificent and fascinating scene it would be. These days, whenever he has free time, Lin Feng will sink his consciousness into the system inventory and carefully study the mysterious dark green ancient jade. He tried communicating with his mind, tried sensing with his mental power, and even tried dripping blood to recognize the master. The result was naturally no response. But the jade pendant was always like a silent stone. Apart from a slight cool feeling when worn on the body and the almost negligible signs of slowly absorbing unknown energy, there was no other unusual movement. Is it possible that I opened it the wrong way? Lin Feng muttered to himself in distress. The system prompts that you need to explore on your own or meet certain conditions to unlock the effect. But what are these conditions? Does it require a specific method? Or a specific environment? Or does it require some kind of energy stimulation? Just when Lin Feng was puzzled, he rubbed his fingers unconsciously this afternoon. He had just gone to the antique market and used his daily quota to find an old jade pendant that was said to be from the Ming dynasty. Although it was most likely a replica, it triggered a 5x rebate. At that moment, his fingers touched the newly bought old jade pendant in his pocket and the mysterious ancient jade he was wearing on his body. The virtual wearing status in the system item bar at the same time. Sudden change. Buzz. Lin Feng felt the cool cyclone brought by the mysterious ancient jade deep in his dantian, and it shook violently. Immediately afterwards, a suction force several times stronger than before suddenly burst out from the ancient jade. Something seemed to be taken away from the newly bought old jade pendant in his pocket in an instant. The old jade pendant became dull and even had a tiny crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the mysterious dark green ancient jade in the system inventory, the originally blurred and strange patterns on the surface, seemed to come alive, emitting an extremely faint but clearly visible green light. The ancient character in the center of the jade pendant also seemed to be clearer. What shocked Lin Feng even more was, as the mysterious ancient jade moved, the cool cyclone in his dantian began to rotate rapidly. Streams of extremely pure and cool air, like a trickle, flowed out from the cyclone and slowly flowed along certain meridians in his body paths he had never sensed before. Wherever he passed, he felt extremely comfortable. It was as if every cell in his body was cheering. He even felt that his strength, speed, and 5 senses were all nourished by this cool breath and improved ever so slightly. Is this inner strength? True qi? Or the legendary spiritual power? Lin Feng's heart began to beat wildly. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Found it! Finally found it! This mysterious ancient jade can actually absorb the energy from other jades or objects containing energy, and then transform it into a strange energy that can be absorbed by itself and used to strengthen itself. Isn't this the legendary practice? Although the conversion efficiency is still very low and the energy generated is extremely weak, it undoubtedly opens a door to the extraordinary world for him. As long as he could find more items containing energy for the jade pendant to absorb, wouldn't his strength be able to grow infinitely? Lin Feng suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and carefully felt the cool breath slowly flowing through his body. The breath was very weak and moved very slowly, and seemed to be circulating along a fixed route. Could this be the operation route of some basic internal energy technique? Lin Feng guessed in his heart. Unfortunately, in the learnable skills of the system panel, the info related to the ancient jade is still in a gray lock state, and no more information can be provided. It seems that I still need to figure out everything on my own. But it doesn't matter. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with unprecedented excitement and fighting spirit. He has found the direction. He has found the key to unlock the extraordinary power. Ancient martial arts? Supernatural powers? Immortal cultivation? No matter what this world hides, he will explore, pursue, and master it. He wanted to be the one who truly stood at the top of the pyramid in this world. Not only in terms of wealth, but also in terms of power. Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the faint but real strange energy in his body, as well as the infinite possibilities brought by the mysterious ancient jade. His gaze was cast towards the deeper and wider night sky outside the window. Compared with the extraordinary picture that is about to unfold, the turmoil in Jinling City and the threat posed by the Zhao family seem to be insignificant. Of course, before that, we still have to clean up all the troubles in reality. Then, he will embark on a brand new extraordinary journey full of unknowns and challenges. Chapter 60, Storm is Coming, Undercurrent in Jinling City. Lin Feng's rapid rise was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing layers of ripples and undercurrents beneath the seemingly prosperous and stable surface of Jinling City. His wealth skyrocketed from 0 to over 100 million in a short period of time. He bought the top luxury house in Jinling Bay No. 1 with full payment, forcing the Zhao family, who were deeply rooted in the local area, to surrender and even abolish the Black Shield security gold medal thugs hired by the Zhao family. This series of jaw-dropping operations has long been beyond the scope of what ordinary people can understand. The name Lin Feng and his mysterious deeds began to spread not only on university campuses, but also quietly entered the higher-level vision of Jinling City. Some wealthy and well-informed wealthy families began to pay attention to this young rich man who suddenly appeared. They were curious about Lin Feng's background, the real source of his wealth, and whether he would have an impact on the existing interest structure. Some people wanted to make friends with this upstart with unlimited potential, while others were vigilant or even hostile, secretly observing and guarding against this dragon crossing the river. At the same time, those forces in Jinling City that may be hidden behind the scenes and unknown to ordinary people seem to have begun to notice Lin Feng, the variable. Perhaps it was because when Lin Feng was fighting with the Black Shield security thugs that night, he accidentally revealed his combat power that was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Perhaps it was because the mysterious ancient jade he was wearing began to absorb energy, triggering the induction of some special existence, or perhaps it was simply because his rise was too fast and too unreasonable. Some ancient martial arts families with a long history, or secret supernatural organizations, may have already set their sights on Lin Feng and started secretly investigating his background, assessing whether he would pose a threat to their existence, or whether he had value that could be absorbed and utilized. Even some official special departments representing the state apparatus may have quietly started monitoring Lin Feng because of his huge amount of funds from suspicious sources, at least in their opinion, as well as his conflicts with gray forces such as the Zhao family and Black Shield security. Perhaps a top-secret file on Lin Feng has been quietly established in some unknown institution. Of course, the most direct threat comes from the Zhao family, who appear to have surrendered but whose inner resentment has not yet been eliminated. Although Zhao Tianda chose to bow his head in front of the fatal handle held by Lin Feng, compensated 100 million, and asked his son to kowtow and apologize. But this does not mean that he is really willing to admit defeat. With his vengeful character, how could he possibly swallow this anger? On the surface, he had stopped his actions and restrained Zhao Kai from showing up again, but secretly, he was probably mobilizing all his resources and connections to frantically investigate Lin Feng's background and the authenticity of those evidences. Once he finds out that Lin Feng is just bluffing, or has found a more powerful backer and a more secretive means of revenge, he will definitely come back without hesitation. He may even use a more ruthless and unscrupulous method than before. For example, contact a higher level and more powerful network in the provincial capital or even the capital? Or, find Black Shield security again and plan a more thorough and deadly assassination at all costs? Everything is possible. At this moment, the city of Jinling seems calm on the surface, but beneath the surface, undercurrents are surging and murderous intentions are lurking everywhere. All forces, whether overt or covert, with good intentions or bad intentions, have focused their attention on Lin Feng, a rising star who is full of mystery. He was like a bright light that suddenly lit up in the dark forest, attracting the attention of countless hunters and onlookers. Lin Feng stood in front of the 360-degree floor-to-ceiling window of Jinling Bay No. 1, holding a glass of deep red wine, of course, also bought with the system rebate, overlooking the familiar yet unfamiliar city below his feet. Neon lights are flashing, traffic is bustling, and it is a scene of prosperity and prosperity. But with his keen perception, perhaps the effect of his enhanced mental strength, or perhaps the warning brought by the mysterious ancient jade, he could vaguely detect an unusual throbbing and a vague sense of crisis hidden beneath this prosperity. He knew that his peaceful days would not last long. Whether it is the possible crazy counterattack from the Zhao family or the attention and temptation from those unknown forces, it all indicates that a bigger storm is about to come. However, Lin Feng not only did not have any fear about this, but instead had a vague sense of anticipation. With a net worth of over 100 million, skilled skills, a system in hand, and many adventures under his belt, he is no longer the wuxia Amon who was bullied by others. He longs for challenges. Longs for a broader stage. Longs to explore the deeper secrets of this world. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Want to touch me, Lin Feng? Then first consider whether you have the strength to withstand my thunderous counterattack. Lin Feng raised his head and drank the red wine in the glass, with a confident and fanatical light flashing in his eyes. Feel the strange energy in the body that is slowly growing due to cultivation. The jade pendant absorbs energy. Feel the huge amount of wealth in the bank card that is enough to drive anyone crazy, and feel the dazzling array of powerful props in the system mall. He knew that he already had the confidence to face any storm. The real challenge has just begun. A more wonderful picture of life is slowly unfolding before him. What he needs to do is to become stronger as quickly as possible. Stronger. Stronger. Chapter 61, New Life of a Billionaire. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the bedroom and sprinkled on the top-quality goose-down quilt worth hundreds of thousands, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. What comes into view is no longer the cramped and crowded space and iron bunk beds of a university dormitory, but a spacious and bright, modern and luxuriously decorated oversized master bedroom. The air is filled with a faint aroma of incense, and outside the French windows is the magnificent and surging Yangtze River, as well as the tiny city buildings on the opposite bank that look like building blocks. This is Jinling Bay No. 1, a top-notch luxury residence worth 35 million yuan that he owns. Although Mu Qingyao's design is still being refined and the subsequent personalized transformation will take time, the basic soft furnishings, such as top-notch furniture, smart appliances, curtains and carpets, have been initially in place under her efficient arrangement. Lin Feng can't wait to move in and enjoy this top-notch living experience in advance. Xiao AI, open the curtains and play some soothing morning music. Lin Feng said casually as he lazily lay on the big bed that was comparable to the presidential suite in a five-star hotel. Yes, master. With the gentle electronic sound, the heavy electric curtains slowly opened to both sides, and a wider river view appeared in front of us. Melodious classical music sounded in the room and surround sound, and the smart air purifier started working, adjusting the temperature and humidity in the room. Lin Feng stretched, walked out of bed barefoot, stepped on the soft and comfortable velvet carpet, and came to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking down at the countless people below him and feeling the warmth of the sun on his body, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction and control in his heart. Is this what it's like to be a billionaire? It's pretty good indeed. After washing up and changing into comfortable home clothes, Lin Feng came to the open kitchen. The top-grade built-in coffee machine had already automatically ground beans and extracted coffee according to his settings, preparing a cup of fragrant American coffee for him. He took his coffee, walked to the sofa in the living room, sat down, turned on the oversized curved TV in front of him, and began to browse today's financial news. At the same time, he habitually immersed his consciousness in the system to check yesterday's performance report of Investment Assistant. Yesterday's report of Investment Assistant Primary. Operation Summary: a total of 15 buy operations and 12 sell operations were executed, involving multiple markets such as stocks, futures, and foreign exchange. Fund change: total profit 1,856,720 renminbi. System commission: 5% of profit, deduct 92,836 yuan. Actual net income: 1,763,884 renminbi. Total assets of current account: 11x, XXX yuan exceeding 110 million. Average daily income of over 1.7 million? Lin Feng looked at the number and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although this is not the first time I have seen the amazing returns brought by the investment assistant, I still feel shocked every time. This speed of making money is even faster than robbing a bank. And it's legal. He now finally understood why the real rich people accumulated wealth at such a terrifying speed. When capital reached a certain level, the speed at which money made money was unimaginable to ordinary people. In addition to the huge profits brought by the investment assistant, his unremitting consumption rebates every day also continuously contribute to his cash flow. With a daily quota of 30,000 yuan and a minimum rebate of 2 times, he could make a net profit of at least 30,000 yuan just by lying down. Not to mention the triple, quintuple, or even higher rebates that were triggered from time to time. When he goes out to buy things now, he hardly ever looks at the price. As long as he likes something or finds it useful, he just pays with his credit card. 2 days ago, he went to a cocktail party invited by Xia Yubing. He went to a top luxury store and customized a set of handmade high-end dresses, which cost him 150,000 yuan. As a result, the system directly triggered a 5-fold rebate, making a net profit of 600,000 yuan. He also bought himself several watches of different styles, from Rolex to Patek Philippe, with prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, mainly to match different occasions and clothes, and to get consumer rebates by the way. As a result, not only did he get his money back, but he also made a lot of money. The places they go in and out have also changed from school cafeterias and roadside shops to executive lounges in 5-star hotels, Michelin 3-star restaurants, and private clubs that only a few top members can enter. These are all introduced by new connections like Xia Yubing or Mr. Wang. He began to learn how to appreciate red wine and cigars, how to play golf, and how to appreciate art. These were not just for enjoyment, but also to fit into the circle of billionaires. Because he gradually found that when his wealth reached the current level, he and his former classmates and friends had fewer and fewer common topics. He couldn't discuss with Fatty Wang how much money his investment assistant made today, nor could he complain to Su Wanner that it was too difficult to earn points. Circles are an invisible barrier. If he wants to move up, he must take the initiative to contact, understand, and integrate into higher level circles and learn their way of thinking and rules of the game. The rapid growth of wealth did not make him impetuous or lost. On the contrary, he began to think more calmly about the meaning of money itself. Money is no longer just a number used to satisfy material desires, it is also a resource, a tool, and a force that can be used to leverage greater value and achieve higher goals. He began to consciously read a large number of books on business, management, finance, and even philosophy, trying to improve his inner pattern and cognitive level. Of course, while actively integrating into the new life and improving himself, Lin Feng did not forget to maintain the necessary low profile. Unlike many nouveau riches, he did not immediately buy a Lamborghini, Ferrari, or other supercars to show off at school, but still drove the relatively low-key Mercedes-Benz GLC. When it was not necessary, he would even choose to take a taxi or have a driver. He had already hired a professional driver and bodyguard with the rebate to pick him up. Because he knew that his current foundation was not stable, and there were still unknown threats lurking in the dark. For example, would the Zhao family revive? Who were those mysterious peepers? Exposing all his strength too early would only bring more trouble. Slowly developing, low-key luxury, accumulating strength, and making a breakthrough after accumulating strength, this is what he should do at this stage. A new day has begun. Lin Feng finished his last sip of coffee and stood up. I have to go to the company this morning to check on the progress of new product development. In the afternoon, I have an appointment with a fitness coach for combat training. In the evening, maybe I can meet with Mu Qingya to discuss the details of the decoration plan? The life of a billionaire is so fulfilling and busy. Chapter 62, First Experience with the Skill Panel, The Value of Points. After finishing a busy day and returning to his spacious and luxurious home, Lin Feng did not rest immediately, but instead immersed his consciousness in the system space. In addition to paying attention to the investment assistant's income report on a daily basis, what he is most interested in now is the skill panel that he had just unlocked not long ago. And the mission reward is up to 1 million mall points. This is 1 million points. According to the 10:1 exchange rate, it is equivalent to 10 million rebates. It is definitely a huge sum of money. He couldn't wait to open the skill panel. A clear interface appears before your eyes. Skill panel. Host, Lin Feng. Skills mastered. Combat mastery intermediate. Level, intermediate. Proficiency, 15.8%. Effect, click to view details. Requirements for upgrading to advanced level, 100% proficiency or consumption of 1 million mole points. Basic driving skills enhanced. Level, mastery. Proficiency. Effect. Requirements to advance to expert level, unknown. Primary mental power enhanced. Level, beginner. Effect. Conditions required to upgrade to intermediate level, use intermediate mental power potion, not yet updated in the mall or meet other specific conditions. Skills that can be purchased learned, based on the current permissions of the system mall. Basic foreign language proficiency anyone, you need to purchase a skill book, the price is 150,000 rebate gold. Introduction to basic hacking technology, you need to purchase a skill book, the price is 200,000 rebates. There are also some gray ones that are not unlocked. Recommended learning skills, based on the host's current status and potential. Related to the mysterious ancient jade, need to explore on your own. Looking at the information on the panel, Lin Feng once again confirmed his abilities in his mind. Combat mastery has reached the intermediate level, which gives him more confidence when facing physical threats in reality. However, his proficiency is only a pitiful 15.8%, so it seems that he needs a lot of actual combat or hard training to improve. Of course, the fastest way is to directly smash the points. 1 million points. Just enough for him to upgrade combat mastery from intermediate to advanced. Lin Feng looked at the 7-digit string of 1 million in his points account and fell into deep thought. These 1 million points were hard-earned and were awarded for completing system tasks. Their purchasing power was extremely amazing. If used to buy things in the mall. Primary stamina potion, 100,000 rebate equals 10,000 points, you can buy 100 bottles. Although the effect will decrease, it is enough to raise his basic stamina by a large margin. Basic foreign language proficiency, 150,000 rebates equals 15,000 points, he can learn 6 or 7 foreign languages in an instant. Become a language genius. Basic hacking technology, 200,000 rebates equals 20,000 points can also be easily obtained. He could even buy more than 30 copies of the expensive Invisibility Talisman trial version. 300,000 rebates equals 30,000 points. With this calculation, using 1 million points to directly upgrade fighting skills from intermediate to advanced seems a bit extravagant. After all, fighting skills can be improved slowly through training, but once the points are used up, they are gone. I don't know when I will have to wait to get so many points next time. But Lin Feng recalled the thrilling fight in the underground parking lot not long ago. If his fighting skills were advanced instead of elementary at that time, or in other words, if he hadn't spent money on the burst potion in the end, would he still be so lucky to survive? Although the threat from the Zhao family has been temporarily lifted, who can guarantee that they will not do something desperate? Who are those peepers hiding in the dark? Are they friends or enemies? What are their strengths? In this world where supernatural powers may exist, your own safety always comes first. No matter how much wealth you have or how powerful your business empire is, if you can't even protect your life, what is the point? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes became determined. If you hesitate, you will fail. Improving life-saving abilities must be prioritized. Although 1 million points are precious, it is definitely worth it if it can bring stronger strength and higher security. System. I want to upgrade the skill level of Combat Mastery. Lin Feng gave the order. Ding. Confirm to consume 1 million mol points to upgrade the skill, Combat Mastery Intermediate, to Combat Mastery Advanced? Confirm. Lin Feng's heart beat faster because of this important decision. 1 million points. Just gone like that. Buzz. A torrent of information and warm energy that was far more powerful and mysterious than the previous promotion to the intermediate level, poured into Lin Feng's body and brain at the same time. This time, it is no longer just the inculcation of skills and experience, but more like a deeper understanding of the essence of martial arts. The essence of various fighting styles, the extreme application of human body mechanics, the anticipation of combat awareness, and even a faint method of how to integrate the mysterious chi energy from the jade pendant in the body into fighting skills. Lin Feng felt that his body and soul were undergoing a transformation. His muscles, bones, and nerves are being optimized and strengthened in a miraculous way. In his brain, it was as if he had practiced actual combat thousands of times. He knew the strategies for dealing with various situations clearly. When the energy infusion stopped, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in the depths of his eyes. He took a step forward casually, his body's center of gravity naturally sank, and his arms slightly raised. It was obviously just a simple movement, but it exuded a profound and majestic, master-like demeanor. He had a strong sense of self-confidence. Now, even if he faced a group of professional soldiers with weapons, he could handle it calmly and even escape unscathed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The skill, Combat Mastery, has been successfully upgraded to the advanced level. Skill panel has been updated. Combat Mastery Advanced. Level, Advanced. Proficiency, 0% can be improved through actual combat, training, or consumption of higher-level resources. Effect, fully master the secrets of unarmed combat, possess the practical combat ability of a top fighting master, and initially comprehend the method of applying energy to fighting. Next level? Unlock conditions, unknown. Current mol points balance, 0. Looking at the points balance that had returned to 0, Lin Feng did not feel the slightest bit distressed. Instead, he was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and security. The leap in strength is incomparable to any amount of money. Advanced Combat Mastery. This is his most powerful amulet at this stage. Of course, the points returning to 0 also made him more eager for points. It seems that in addition to waiting for the system to release tasks, he has to find a way to see if there are other ways to get points in the mall? Or when buying rebates, can he choose to directly convert part of the rebate into points? Lin Feng kept these questions in mind and planned to consult the system again next time. Now, he just wanted to experience the new power brought by Combat Mastery Advanced. Maybe I should go to that professional gym, find a sparring partner or a sandbag, and let off some steam? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a powerful smile. Chapter 63, Further Study of the Mysterious Jade Pendant, Opportunities in the Antique Market. With his strength greatly improved again, Lin Feng's sense of security was unprecedentedly high. However, he did not become complacent because of this. Instead, he turned his attention to another area full of mystery and unknowns, the mysterious ancient jade that was opened from the treasure chest. This jade pendant is undoubtedly the key for him to access extraordinary powers. Ever since he accidentally discovered that it could absorb the energy in the old jade pendant and transform it into a cool breath to nourish itself, Lin Feng would take time out every day to try to cultivate. He followed the basic Qi training method given by the Yi family, mainly meditation and sensing the airflow, and wore the jade pendant. It really worked. He could feel the cool air in his dantian slowly growing stronger, and his physical fitness was also improving imperceptibly. But he soon discovered a problem: the efficiency was too low. The energy on Earth seemed extremely thin, and the speed of self-absorption and transformation by the jade pendant was shockingly slow. He practiced for several days, but the Qi in his dantian only grew a tiny bit, and it was still a long way from a qualitative change. As for the old jade pendant replica that could directly absorb energy from the jade pendant last time, it has long since turned into a piece of dull waste stone. It seems that if I want to quickly increase this mysterious energy, I still have to find more items like the stone seal last time that contain special energy. Lin Feng stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. After the stone seal was absorbed by the jade pendant, the effect was immediate, much faster than simply absorbing space energy. So, what exactly is this object that contains energy? And where can we find it? Lin Feng remembered the origin of the mysterious stone seal: the antique market. A place where good and bad people mix together, and it is hard to distinguish the true from the false, but it may also be a place where countless rare treasures are buried. He speculated that those ancient artifacts that have been passed down through the years, especially those that may have been used for sacrifices, cultivation, or items made of special materials in ancient times, may very likely contain the energy needed for jade pendants. It was pure luck that I was able to find the stone seal last time. But what if the jade pendant itself can sense this energy? Lin Feng sank his consciousness into the system space, carefully observing the dark green ancient jade he was wearing. Since absorbing the energy of the stone seal, the jade pendant's luster seems to have become warmer, and the texture on the surface has become a little clearer. He tried to concentrate and communicate with the jade pendant with his mind, hoping to activate its detection function. However, the jade pendant still did not have any special reaction, only a faint warm feeling was emitted. It seems that active detection is no longer effective. Can we only rely on passive sensing? Lin Feng was a little disappointed. However, having passive sensing is better than having nothing. At least, he could try his luck at the antique market like he did last time. As long as he got close to an object containing energy, the jade pendant should react. Moreover, the antique market itself is also an excellent place for consumer rebates. Those antiques, the real ones, are expensive, and the fake ones are not cheap either. No matter whether you buy real or fake, as long as you spend money, you can trigger the system rebate. If you are lucky, you may be able to buy the real ones at a low price, and then sell them at a high price, realizing the dual benefits of picking up a bargain and rebate. This idea made Lin Feng instantly excited. You can not only find cultivation resources, but also use the system to make money. Kill two birds with one stone. It's perfect. Just do it. Lin Feng immediately began to make preparations. First of all, he needs to have a certain understanding of antique identification. Although he has a jade pendant as a detector and is not afraid of buying pure fakes, those with no energy reaction, if he wants to sell the real thing at a high price or not be exposed when bargaining with the seller, it is necessary to master some basic identification knowledge and jargon. Fortunately, he now has money and free time. He directly found some basic appraisal tutorials on common antiques such as porcelain, jade, bronze, calligraphy, and painting in the system mall, or purchased paid courses on the real network, and spent some rebate money or points, if the mall has them, to quickly learn. Although it is impossible to become an expert immediately, at least he can scare ordinary laymen. Secondly, he needs to prepare enough ammunition. The antique market is very complicated, and the price of real good things is definitely not cheap. He looked at his account. After the investment income and rebates during this period, the available cash in his bank card has risen back to about 150 million. He is full of confidence. Finally, and most importantly, he took out the mysterious ancient jade from the system space at the conscious level and chose a more close-fitting way of wearing it. Although he did not have the jade on him in reality, the wearing effect simulated by the system was the same, ensuring that the jade pendant could most sensitively sense the surrounding energy fluctuations. Everything is ready. Lin Feng changed into a set of casual clothes that looked ordinary but were actually quite valuable, not too ostentatious, but also not to the point of being mistaken for a completely penniless young man. He did not choose to drive the overly flashy Mercedes-Benz, but instead took a low-key taxi and headed straight to the most famous Chaotian Palace antique trading market in Jinling City. It has been a distribution center for antiques, calligraphy and paintings, rare treasures in the ancient capital of Jinling for hundreds of years. It is full of historical heritage and also hides countless opportunities and traps. Lin Feng knew that this trip to the antique market might change the trajectory of his life again. Can he find new cultivation resources? Can he use the jade pendant and the system to successfully pick up leaks? What kind of people and things will he encounter? His heart was full of anticipation. Chapter 64, First Visit to the Antique Street. The jade pendant shows its power. Jinling Chaotian Palace Antique Market, located in an ancient building complex in the city center, has a long history and is well known far and wide. During the weekends, this place is crowded, bustling, and lively. Lin Feng followed the crowd and walked into this market full of age and mystery. Looking around, the road is lined with all kinds of stalls. The stalls are covered with cloth, piled with a wide variety of antiques, porcelain with a gleaming luster, jade with strange colors, bronze with rust, ancient paintings with wet ink, and all kinds of strange copper coins, wood carvings, old books, and miscellaneous items. Most of the stall owners sit on small stools, smoking cigarettes and looking at the customers with shrewd eyes. Occasionally, when someone stops to ask, they will immediately put on a warm smile and start to introduce the glorious history and huge value of their treasures. In addition to the street stalls, there are many shops decorated in an antique style on both sides of the road, with signs such as XX Shai, XX Xin, and XX Tang hanging on the door. The things in the shops seem to be more high-end, with bright lights and neatly arranged. Many shops also have experts or shopkeepers wearing reading glasses and holding magnifying glasses, with mysterious faces. The entire market is filled with a unique atmosphere where it is difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, and where good and bad goods are mixed together. It was the first time for Lin Feng to come to such a place. He felt like he had traveled to another time and space, and everything he saw was new to him. He was not in a hurry to find his target, but followed the flow of people, strolling slowly and getting familiar with the environment and atmosphere here. At the same time, he focused part of his attention on his chest where the jade pendant was worn, carefully feeling the reaction of the jade pendant. At first, the jade pendant didn't make any movement, and everything was cold and silent. This also confirms his guess that most of the things on this market are probably modern handicrafts or ordinary old items that do not contain any energy. Lin Feng was not discouraged and patiently looked at each stall one by one. He even tried to activate an auxiliary function of the system, primary scan of energy fluctuations. This function may be a new function unlocked at LV3, or it may require a small amount of points to activate. Ding! Start, energy fluctuation primary scan, continuous consumption of points, 1 point per minute. It can scan whether there is a weak energy source within a 5-meter range around the host, and provide a vague prompt. Only 1 point per minute, this consumption is just a drop in the bucket for him who has millions of points although he had spent them on upgrading his skills before. Lin Feng started scanning immediately. Sure enough, as the scan was turned on, his perception in his mind seemed to become more acute. Most of the objects were dim in his eyes, but occasionally when he passed by certain stalls or shops, 1 or 2 objects would emit extremely faint, firefly-like light, but it would soon go out. System prompt, weak energy reaction detected, suspected modern imitation injected with a small amount of chemical raw materials or radioactive substances, worthless. It seems that the technology of counterfeiting is also keeping pace with the times. Lin Feng smiled secretly in his heart. He continued walking forward, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Time passed little by little, and he had almost finished visiting the outer street stall area, but the jade pendant still had no obvious reaction, and the system scanned only useless false signals. Is it because I'm unlucky today? Or is this kind of treasure with energy really that rare? Just when Lin Feng was feeling a little disappointed and was about to go to the nearby shopping area to take a look. Suddenly, the jade pendant on his chest suddenly gave off an extremely clear and warm feeling. Moreover, on the system scanning interface in his mind, a green light spot suddenly appeared on a stall not far ahead. It was several times brighter than all the previous light spots and existed stably. System prompt, a strong energy reaction has been detected. The source is suspected to be an item containing special energy. Please pay attention, host. It's here. It's finally here. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He suppressed his excitement and looked in the direction of the sensor and the light spot. It was an inconspicuous little stall, not very big, with things piled on it in a disorderly manner, mainly yellowed old books, old newspapers, torn comic books, and some junk that looked like they were collected from construction sites or the countryside, such as clay jars covered with mud, pottery shards, rusty ironware, etc. The stall owner was a middle-aged man wearing a straw hat, with dark skin and a very honest look. He was squatting on the ground smoking a pipe and seemed indifferent to the noise around him. Lin Feng walked over calmly. His eyes quickly scanned the items on the stall. The warmth of the jade pendant became stronger and stronger, and the location of the system's light spot became clearer and clearer. Finally, his sight, along with the jade pendant and the system's guidance, was locked on. In the corner of the stall, there was a piece of thing about the size of a fist, covered with dried mud, irregular in shape, mixed among a few broken bricks and tiles, and looked like a fossil of an animal bone or some special mineral. That's it. Lin Pei's warm feeling and the bright green light of the system both pointed clearly to this inconspicuous stone. Found it. Another treasure that contains energy. Lin Feng's heart was pounding, but he didn't dare show any abnormality on his face. He knew that the most taboo thing about finding a bargain was to let others see his true intentions towards an item. He took a deep breath, put on a bored and casual expression on his face, walked slowly to the stall and squatted down. Chapter 65, Successfully Picking Up the Mysterious Stone Seal. Lin Feng squatted in front of the stall, with a harmless student look on his face, but his eyes were secretly and quickly examining the animal bone or the stone that looked like a bone fossil that caused the jade pendant to react. This thing was grayish-white, with a rough surface, covered with yellow-brown soil that was difficult to clean, and had an irregular shape. One end seemed to have broken. If it weren't for the dual guidance of the jade pendant and the system, Lin Feng would definitely have regarded it as an ordinary discarded bone or useless slag. "Boss, how much do you sell these old books for?" Lin Feng picked up a comic book of the legend of the Condor heroes whose cover was about to fall off, and asked with pretended interest. The honest stall owner wearing a straw hat raised his head and grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth from tobacco smoke. "Hey, little brother, do you like this? This is an old thing, 10 yuan a set, not expensive." Lin Feng nodded and picked up a few yellowed old newspapers next to him. "What about these?" "Newspapers are $1 each, pick any you like." Lin Feng pretended to look through old books and newspapers, seeming to be hesitating which one to buy. After a while, his eyes inadvertently fell on the bone in the corner. He kicked it lightly with his toes and asked with a frown, "Boss, are you selling this broken bone too?" The stall owner followed his gaze, was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Oh, you mean that? I was collecting junk in the countryside a few days ago, and dug it out from the foundation of an old house. It looked a bit strange, so I just picked it up. I don't know what it is, but if you like it, just give me some money and take it." Judging from his tone, he obviously didn't take this animal bone seriously at all and really treated it as an ordinary, slightly strange piece of waste. Lin Feng was delighted, but his expression remained calm, and he even showed a hint of disgust. "What's the use of this thing? It can't be eaten or played with, and it's quite heavy. Forget it, I'd better buy a few comic books." As he said this, he pretended to pick out the comic books. The stall owner seemed to be afraid that he would lose the business, and hurriedly said, "Hey, don't be anxious, little brother. If you really like this bone, I can give it to you for free. Just buy a few of my books and this thing will be yours." This is exactly the effect Lin Feng wants. He pretended to hesitate for a moment, then said reluctantly, "I don't need to give it away for free. I feel bad. Boss, how about this? I'll give you $50 for these 3 comic books, $30 and this broken bone." He deliberately lowered the price very low and bundled the bones and the books together, making it seem that he was mainly buying the books and the bones were just a byproduct. 50? The stall owner smacked his lips, as if he thought it was a little too little, but he also knew that these old books and the junk bone were really worthless, and it was better to sell them than to keep them. He smiled honestly and said, Okay. 50 is 50. Take it, little brother." "Okay." Lin Feng readily took out a 50 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to the stall owner. Ding! The host has spent 50 renminbi. Rebate rate determination in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering a 6x rebate. Get a rebate of 300 renminbi. The rebate has been automatically deposited into the host's bound bank card account ending in XXXX. Money and goods are cleared. Lin Feng packed the 3 old comic books and the heavy animal bone into the backpack he brought with him. When his hand touched the beast bone, the mysterious jade pendant on his chest immediately sent out a stronger sense of warmth and a slight vibration of pleasure than before. Even the cool cyclone in his body became more active. There's no doubt about it. This is definitely a good thing. The energy contained in it is probably even more powerful than the stone seal last time. Lin Feng suppressed his inner excitement and ecstasy, kept a calm face, nodded to the stall owner, stood up, turned around and left. This time, I found a bargain without any bloodshed. It was incredibly easy. Sure enough, antique markets are full of traps, but they also hide unexpected treasures. The key is whether you can find the eyes or plug-ins of the treasure. In order to avoid attracting unnecessary attention although the transaction seemed normal, and to prevent the stall owner from regretting it later or being noticed by others, Lin Feng did not continue to wander around. He quickened his pace and quickly left this antique market, which was full of opportunities and dangers and mixed with all kinds of people. He got into a taxi and headed straight for his safe nest at Jinling Bay No. 1. He couldn't wait to go back and study it carefully to see what kind of surprises this mysterious animal bone could bring to his jade pendant and his path of cultivation. Chapter 66: The Secret of the Stone Seal Absorbing Energy. After returning to the luxury villa at Jinling Bay No. 1, Lin Feng immediately locked the door, drew the thick curtains, and then couldn't wait to pour out the trophies in his backpack. He casually threw aside 3 worn comic books, his eyes completely focused on the inconspicuous animal bone covered in mud. This piece of bone feels heavy and has a strange texture. It is neither stone nor jade, with a rough surface and an ancient and vicissitudes of life. If you smell it closely, you can still smell a faint, indescribable fishy smell, or some kind of strange fragrance. Lin Feng carefully took it to the bathroom and cleaned it carefully with clean water and a soft brush. As the dirt on the surface was brushed away bit by bit, the body of the animal bone gradually emerged. It was a deep dark gold color, and the surface was covered with fine, strange lines that seemed to be formed naturally. These lines seemed to contain some mysterious rules, and it would even make people feel dizzy if they looked at it for a long time. The fracture of the animal bone was jagged, and it was obviously just a small fragment of a huge bone. But even if it was just a fragment, it exuded an indescribable sense of heaviness and oppression. What on earth are these bones? Lin Feng was full of curiosity. Ordinary wild animals or livestock would never have bones with this texture and smell. Could it be a legendary monster? Or the fossil of some prehistoric giant? He tried to inject the weak chi in his body, the energy converted from the jade pendant into the animal bones, but it was like a drop in the ocean, there was no response. It seems that this animal bone itself cannot be used directly for cultivation. It is more like an energy storage device, which contains some pure energy that can be absorbed by the jade pendant. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He sank his consciousness into the system space and took out the dark green mysterious ancient jade that he had been wearing. Although it was taken out at the level of consciousness, the effect was equivalent to taking it out in reality. Then, he took a deep breath and gently and directly placed the mysterious ancient jade on the dark golden animal bone. Buzz. At the moment the two come into contact, the mutation happened again. And it was more severe than the last time when the stone seal energy was absorbed. The mysterious ancient jade suddenly burst into a dazzling green light. It was like a hungry beast encountering a delicious meal. The dark golden animal bone also began to vibrate at the same time. The strange patterns on its surface flickered like breathing, emitting a faint golden halo. A pure energy like golden mist, visible to the naked eye, began to flow out from the animal bones continuously, and was then frantically absorbed by the mysterious lighting patterns on the surface of the ancient jade. Sizzle, sizzle. There was even a faint sound in the air, like an electric current. Lin Feng could clearly feel that as energy continued to flow in, the aura of the ancient jade was rapidly growing. The luster of the jade pendant itself became more lustrous and deeper. The blurred ancient character in the center seemed to have a clearer outline. The animal bone that had absorbed the energy began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden halo on the surface became weaker and weaker, and finally went out completely, turning into a gray, ordinary stone that seemed like it would weather and break at any time. This absorption process lasted for nearly half an hour. It was much longer than the last time I absorbed the stone seal energy. When the last trace of golden energy was completely absorbed by the ancient jade, the green light on the surface of the ancient jade gradually retracted, returning to its previous warm and restrained appearance, but the feeling it gave people was completely different. It seemed to come alive. Lin Feng could feel that the energy contained in the jade pendant was at least 10 times greater than before. The cool cyclone generated by the jade pendant in his dantian also became more condensed and more active. What surprised Lin Feng even more was, during the process of the jade pendant absorbing energy, it seemed that a small amount of extremely pure energy was transformed and filtered by the jade pendant and directly fed back into his body. This energy was like the gentlest and most nourishing panacea, washing over his limbs, bones, tendons and skin over and over again. He felt that his physical strength, power, speed, and 5 senses were improving slowly and steadily in an extremely comfortable way. Especially the bruises and muscle strains he had suffered from previous battles, under the nourishment of this energy, they actually dissipated and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! It is detected that the host's body is nourished by unknown pure energy, and the physical fitness is comprehensively improved. The injury is recovering rapidly. Combat mastery advanced, proficiency slightly improved. The upper limit of primary mental power is slightly increased. A series of system prompt sounds rang out, further confirming Lin Feng's feelings. This is incredible. Lin Feng felt the changes in his body and was extremely excited. The energy contained in this piece of animal bone can not only upgrade the jade pendant, but can also directly feed back to oneself, improve strength, and heal injuries? This is simply a cheating tool for cultivation. Lin Feng finally understood it completely. This mysterious ancient jade is not only a detector, nor is it only a cultivation accelerator, it is itself a core for energy conversion and feedback. As long as he can find enough items containing this special energy for it to absorb, he can improve his strength at a speed far beyond that of ordinary people. He may even embark on the legendary path of immortality. At this moment, Lin Feng's desire and ambition for the future expanded to an unprecedented level. He looked at the piece of animal bone in his hand that had turned into waste, his eyes filled with a burning light. Antique market. No. Maybe it's more than just an antique market. Are there ancient tombs, ruins, deep mountains and forests, or even some special mineral veins that may contain mysterious energies? He was going to find it. He was going to find it at all costs. Find more energy sources to allow the jade pendant to continue to evolve and make yourself stronger. This road of treasure hunting and cultivation is full of unknowns and temptations, and is inevitably accompanied by huge risks. But Lin Feng has no hesitation. Chapter 67, Visit Again and Attract Attention. The huge benefits brought by a piece of mysterious animal bone made Lin Feng addicted to it and completely ignited his passion for treasure hunting and cultivation. In the next few days, whenever Lin Feng had free time, he would go to Chaotian Palace Antique Market. He no longer wandered aimlessly like before, but became more purposeful. He activated the energy fluctuation primary scan function since he had a lot of points. He didn't care about the consumption, and at the same time Although the energy contained in these items is far from comparable to that of the mysterious animal bone, the feedback effect brought by the jade pendant after absorption is also relatively weak, which can only be regarded as better than nothing. But little by little, by absorbing a little bit each time, Lin Feng could feel the qi in his body slowly growing, and his physical fitness was continuously improving. More importantly, every time you buy these junk, you can also complete the system's consumer rebate. Spending hundreds or thousands of dollars can get you thousands or even tens of thousands of rebates, and you can also improve your strength a little bit. Why not? Lin Feng almost treated the antique market as his own cash machine and experience copy, and never got tired of it. However, his abnormal behavior of frequently going in and out of the antique market and being particularly interested in some junk in the garbage dump finally attracted the attention of some people. The antique market is full of smart people. Who among those who have been making a living here for years has not developed a pair of sharp eyes and a sharp mind? A young man who is well dressed and generous. Although the things Lin Feng buys are not expensive, he always pays readily, does not go to those high-end looking stores to look for fine goods. Instead, he goes to those stalls selling junk every day, and he always manages to find something to take away. This in itself is very abnormal. Does this guy have some special secret to finding bargains? Or is he looking for something specific and unknown? Some stall owners with a keen sense of smell, or old hands who have been squatting in the market all year round hoping to pick up a big bargain, began to secretly pay attention to Lin Feng. When Lin Feng passed by their stall, they would secretly observe him with seemingly casual eyes, paying attention to what types of items he was interested in. There were even people who, after Lin Feng left, would secretly go to the stall where he had just bought something to inquire about the situation, trying to find out what treasures he had bought. Although Lin Feng was immersed in the fun of treasure hunting and cultivation, he was not unaware. After all, he is a man who has experienced life and death struggles and has had his mental strength strengthened. He is quite sensitive to the unfriendly or prying eyes around him. He vaguely felt that he seemed to be being watched. It seems that I can't come here so frequently, or I need to change to a more covert method. Lin Feng was secretly alert. The innocent man is guilty of possessing a jade pendant. Although those people may not know what they are really looking for, it is always a bad feeling to be targeted. If it causes unnecessary trouble or even exposes the secret of the jade pendant, it will not be worth it. Lin Feng decided to hold back for the time being, and wait until the rumors had died down or he became stronger before coming back here to continue treasure hunting. Or, you can consider going to other antique markets, or even go to real auctions. The probability of finding treasures containing energy in those places may be higher. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about his next plan and preparing to end today's Taobao trip, he did not notice that at the door of a shop selling antique jade not far away, a well-dressed and rebellious young man was frowning and staring sharply at the back of the figure he had just left. This young man was none other than Yi Fei, a member of the Jinling Yi family whom he had met a few days ago. Yi Fei also came to the market today to try his luck and see if he could find some resources that would be helpful for cultivation. He just happened to see Lin Feng buying a string of inconspicuous animal tooth bracelets in front of a street stall. Others may not be able to see anything, but as a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, he is naturally sensitive to energy fluctuations. He can clearly feel that the animal tooth bracelet exudes a faint but extremely pure demonic aura? Or is it the residual aura of some powerful creature? How could this kid actually find something like this? And judging from his appearance, he seemed to be very familiar with it, so it wasn't just a coincidence? Yi Fei's heart was instantly filled with violent waves. Chapter 68, The Ancient Martial Arts Family as children get to know each other without fighting. Yi Fei's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng's back, his heart filled with shock and confusion. Although the breath from the animal tooth bracelet was extremely weak, he would never feel it wrong. It was the breath of a powerful creature full of primitive wildness, far beyond ordinary beasts. This kind of breath is a rare tonic for ancient martial artists like them who practice external kung fu and focus on tempering their qi and blood. Wearing it for a long time or using it for a medicinal bath can have the effect of tempering the body and increasing strength. Although its effect is not as good as real treasures from heaven and earth, it can be regarded as a rare little leak in this energy-scarce Dharma ending age. However, such things are usually hidden very deeply, or require special sensing methods to be discovered. Even he, a leader among the younger generation of the Yi family, can only occasionally come across one or two items by relying on some secret techniques and experience passed down by the family. And what right does this kid named Lin Feng have? He looked to be in his early 20s, and he didn't look like he came from an ancient martial arts family. The moves he used in the last fight were more like modern fighting techniques, nor did he look like he had any deep heritage. How did he discover the value of this animal tooth bracelet? Is it just luck? Yi Fei frowned, not quite believing it. Considering that Lin Feng was able to take a fancy to the animal bone-containing energy at first sight last time, although Yi Fei also took a fancy to it at that time, but was a step slower, Yi Fei felt more and more that there must be some secret hidden in this Lin Feng. Perhaps, he has some special talent for treasure hunting? Or does he have some unknown secret method of sensing energy? No matter which possibility it is, Yi Fei has developed an extremely strong interest in Lin Feng and the treasure in his hand. No! We can't let him go like this. Yi Fei's eyes condensed, and he made a decision in an instant. He moved and followed silently like a cheetah. Lin Feng had just walked out of the gate of the antique market and was about to hail a taxi from the roadside when he suddenly felt a gust of sharp wind coming from behind him. He was shocked, and it was almost an instinctive reaction. The fighting instinct brought by combat mastery advanced instantly exploded. He suddenly ducked sideways. Laugh. A slender figure in training clothes passed by the place where he had just stood like an eagle catching a rabbit. A palm with powerful explosive power just missed. Yi Fei? Lin Feng saw who was coming, and a trace of surprise and vigilance flashed in his eyes. What do you want to do? A sneak attack? Yi Fei missed the attack and landed steadily in front of Lin Feng, with a hint of arrogance and an unquestionable expression on his face. Boy, hand over the animal tooth bracelet you just bought. His eyes were fixed on Lin Feng's backpack. Lin Feng frowned and his face darkened. Why? Why? Yi Fei sneered, because that thing is not something that ordinary people like you should have. It is a treasure for us cultivators, but it is trash in your hands. If you know what's good for you, name a price and I'll buy it. It also saves me from having to do it. His tone was full of condescending charity, as if it was a great honor for Lin Feng to sell things to him. Lin Feng was so angry at his attitude that he laughed. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I bought this thing, so it's mine. You want to buy it? I won't sell it to you. You want to steal it? Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? In the last fight, although Yi Fei showed good ancient martial arts skills, he was eventually defeated by Lin Feng, who was only proficient in elementary fighting. Now Lin Feng's fighting skills have been upgraded to advanced levels, and his strength is incomparable, so he naturally doesn't take him seriously. Humph. I was careless last time. Yi Fei was embarrassed after his weakness was exposed, and his eyes became fierce. I admit that you have some brute force, but how can the true essence of ancient martial arts be compared with your wild methods? Today I will let you see the power of our Yi family's Pai Gua Quan. Before he finished speaking, Yi Fei took a step forward, and his momentum suddenly burst out. His hands were like a big axe splitting a mountain, and with a whistling sound, he chopped towards Lin Feng's head. His moves were open and closed, fierce and unparalleled. Obviously, after the last defeat, he is serious this time. Lin Feng's eyes focused, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Faced with Yi Fei's powerful attack, he did not choose to confront it head-on. Instead, he shook his body and slid sideways like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the opponent's attack. At the same time, he turned his right hand into a knife and accurately cut towards Yi Fei's armpit and ribs. That was a key point for the Pai Guoquan to exert force, and it was also a relatively weak point in defense. Yi Fei didn't expect Lin Feng's speed to be even faster than last time. His movements were even more bizarre. He hurriedly changed his moves to defend, but he was already half a beat too late. Bang! Lin Feng's hand knife cut Yi Fei's ribs firmly. Yi Fei groaned and felt half of his body numb. His attack was instantly interrupted. Lin Feng is in a dominant position and doesn't show mercy. He rushes forward. The skills of Combat Mastery Advanced are performed smoothly. Close combat. Elbow strike. Knee strike. Inch punch. Every move hit Yi Fei's vital points. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. The power was even more powerful. After all, Yi Fei was a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, with a solid foundation and a quick reaction. He endured the pain and used the exquisite footwork and force-releasing techniques of the Yi family's boxing to barely resist Lin Feng's violent attack. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was completely at a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by Lin Feng. He had no power to fight back. Although the Yi family's Pai Guoquan is powerful, it seems a bit clumsy and slow in front of Lin Gao's Combat Mastery Advanced, a technique that integrates the essence of modern fighting and pays more attention to actual combat efficiency. What's more, after being strengthened many times by potions and jade pendant energy, Lin Feng has already surpassed Yi Fei, an ancient warrior of this level, in terms of strength, speed, and reaction. Bang! Another head-on confrontation. Lin Feng's seemingly simple straight punch contained powerful penetrating power, which directly broke Yi Fei's block and hit him heavily in the chest. Puff! Yi Fei was hit hard, and a small mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before he could barely stand firm. His face was as pale as paper, and his chest was in unbearable pain. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of disbelief and deep horror. How is that possible? It's only been a few days since we last met, and this guy has become so much stronger? What a monster! Do you want to fight again? Lin Feng retracted his fist and looked at Yi Fei calmly, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Some passers-by had gathered around to watch the fun and were pointing at them. Yi Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face turning pale. He knew that he had lost again. And this time he lost even more miserably. No doubt about it. The opponent's strength has completely crushed him. If we continue to fight, we will only bring humiliation upon ourselves. Although he was filled with resentment and frustration, Yi Fei was a member of a large family after all, and he had to be able to afford to lose. He took a deep breath, clasped his fists towards Lin Feng, and said in a hoarse voice, "I lost. I lost with all my heart." He looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes. "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 69, Jinling Yi family first hears about the ancient martial arts world. Looking at Yi Fei's eyes that were filled with surprise, suspicion and frustration, Lin Feng felt secretly happy. "I let you be so arrogant. I let you try to steal my treasure. Do you know how powerful it is now?" However, on the surface, Lin Feng did not show too much pride, but just said lightly, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that this thing is mine. You want to steal it? No way." Yi Fei's face turned ugly again when he heard this. But he knew that what Lin Feng said was true. With his current strength, he was indeed not qualified to mention the matter of snatching. He took a deep breath, calmed his turbulent blood, and looked at Lin Feng again. This time, his eyes were less arrogant and more serious and inquiring. "You didn't use military fighting skills just now, did you? Although it is very practical, it seems to be mixed with some more sophisticated things? Who is your master?" He was still curious about the source of Lin Feng's strength. He felt that the simple, efficient, yet powerful fighting skills, as well as Lin Feng's far superior strength and speed, were very unusual. Lin Feng naturally couldn't tell him the truth, so he just said ambiguously, "I don't have a master, I just practiced blindly on my own, and occasionally I got some adventures. A fortuitous encounter? Yi Fei frowned even more. Although this explanation sounds ridiculous, in their ancient martial arts circle, there are indeed some legends circulating about ordinary people who have obtained the inheritance of senior masters or natural treasures by chance and soared to the sky. Could it be that this kid is really lucky? Lin Feng didn't want to dwell on this issue too much, so he asked, "You just said you were from the Jinling Yi family? Are you famous?" Speaking of his family, Yi Fei's face once again showed a proud look. Of course. Our Jinling Yi family is an ancient martial arts family with a history of hundreds of years. It is also ranked among the best in the ancient martial arts world in the entire Jiangnan region. My grandfather is a well-known dark energy master. Ancient martial arts family? Peak of dark energy? Lin Feng's heart moved, and he pretended to be curious and asked, "Ancient martial arts world? What is that? Is it the same as what is written in martial arts novels? What are the obvious and hidden forces? Can you tell me more about it?" He wanted to take this opportunity to extract more information from Yi Fei about the hidden aspects of this world. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to know nothing about the ancient martial arts world, although he didn't quite believe that he really knew nothing, Yi Fei's vanity was satisfied. Plus, he also wanted to show Lin Feng the Yi family's background and the grandness of the ancient martial arts world, so he didn't hide too much and began to introduce it in a torrent of words. Humph, martial arts novels? Those are just things to trick children. The real ancient martial arts world is much more cruel and mysterious than that. When we practice ancient martial arts, we mainly strengthen our qi and blood, temper our muscles and bones, and condense our internal strength. It can be roughly divided into three major realms: bright strength, dark strength, and transformed strength. Each realm is divided into four smaller levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Mingjin is the ability to gather strength and make crisp sounds, so breaking stones and splitting rocks is no problem. Like me, I'm already in the late stage of Mingjin. Yi Fei said quite complacently, even though he had just been easily defeated by Lin Feng. Dark power can train the internal power into the 5 internal organs, making the power more feminine and vicious, able to hit a target from a distance, and hurt people without being seen. Only when you reach the dark power can you be considered a true master. My grandfather is at the peak of the dark power, and he is just one step away from entering the legendary transformation power. As for Hua Jin, it's even more powerful. It's said that one can cultivate internal energy to perfection, spreading throughout the body, being invulnerable to water and fire, and leaving no trace on snow. One can even release internal energy and injure the enemy from 100 steps away. But that's all a legendary realm. No one knows if there is a master of Hua Jin in the world today. Lin Feng was secretly shocked when he heard this. Bright force, dark force, transformed force? Hitting the target from behind? Release of gang qi? Isn't this the setting in martial arts novels? Could it be that this kind of extraordinary martial arts power really exists in this world? So what level am I at now? With combat mastery advanced and enhanced physical fitness, I should have no problem fighting against Mingjin and maybe even the early stage of Enjin? But if I meet someone at the peak of Enjin or stronger, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Then do you need any special skills and resources to practice? Lin Feng continued to ask. This was what he cared about most. Of course. Yi Fei said, as a matter of course, the skills are the foundation of our families, and they are all secrets that are not passed on. As for resources, they are even more important. Now the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he really used the word spiritual energy, is scarce, and the progress of practicing skills through meditation alone is extremely slow. We must rely on various natural treasures, elixirs, or items like the one just now that contains special energy to assist in cultivation. We call them cultivation resources. Just like the animal tooth bracelet you just bought, it contains a trace of pure demon beast aura, which is very beneficial for us to temper our bodies. And the animal bone you snatched from me last time, Yi Fei still feels resentful, it has more energy. These things are hard currency in the ancient martial arts world. They are very scarce and precious. Our Yi family spends a lot of manpower and material resources every year to collect these resources. It is true. Lin Feng understood. It seemed that his guess was correct. What the mysterious jade pendant needed to absorb was the energy from the so-called cultivation resources. The antique market was just a more down-to-earth channel to obtain these resources. Besides your Yi family, are there any other ancient martial arts forces in Jinling? What is the official attitude towards you? Lin Feng asked casually. The waters of Jinling are very deep. Yifei curled his lips and seemed reluctant to say more. Besides our Yi family, there are several other families with a long history, but they are usually quite low-key. As for the authorities, everyone keeps to themselves. As long as we don't cause too much trouble, the authorities generally won't interfere too much. It seems that the existence of the ancient martial arts world is tacitly acknowledged and even cooperated with by the official authorities? Lin Feng silently memorized this information in his heart. The information he got from Yifei today was worth a fortune. It deepened his understanding of this world. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information out of Yifei, and more people were watching, Lin Feng decided to leave. Yifei looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. He was afraid and frustrated by Lin Feng's strength, but also curious and a little eager about how Lin Feng could easily find cultivation resources. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Hey, kid. My name is Yifei. I'm in trouble today. But things may change, we can have a chance in the future to have a good communication." Then, he took out a well-made business card and handed it to Lin Feng. "This is my contact information. If you find something like animal teeth or bones like those in the future and you don't have any use for them, you can contact me. Our Yi family will buy them at a high price. We will never let you suffer a loss." Lin Feng took the business card and took a look at it. There was only a name and a private phone number on it. He knew that Yifei wanted to find out his background and obtain cultivation resources from him. Lin Feng smiled and put away the business card. "Okay, I will contact you if I need anything." After saying this, he did not stop, turned around, squeezed through the crowd, and disappeared at the end of the street. Yifei looked at Lin Feng's departing back, then touched his aching chest, his eyes flickering. This Lin Feng is definitely not simple. It seems that I have to go back and report to my grandfather. This kid must have a big secret. Maybe it is an opportunity for the Yi family to rise? Yifei also began to make his own plans in his mind. Chapter 70: Xia Yubing's Invitation, High-Class Cocktail Party. After dealing with the conflict with Yifei, Lin Feng had a clearer understanding of his own strength and a preliminary understanding of the hidden ancient martial arts world. He realized that his future path would be full of opportunities and dangers, and he must improve his strength as soon as possible and establish a wider network of contacts. Just as he was thinking about his next plan, his cell phone rang. It was Xia Yubing calling. Since the last time Lin Feng consulted about wealth management, the two have been in contact more frequently. Xia Yubing not only provides Lin Feng with professional financial advice, although Lin Feng still relies mainly on investment assistance, but also shares some industry information and high-end circle dynamics from time to time, obviously intending to maintain and get closer to Lin Feng, the super big customer. "Mr. Lin, good evening. I hope I didn't disturb you." Xia Yubing's gentle and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone, with a professional smile. "No, Consultant Xia, is there anything wrong?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "It's like this, Mr. Lin," Xia Yubing said with a hint of excitement. "Our bank will hold an annual high-end customer appreciation reception at Jinling International Hotel this weekend. We will invite many of our VIP customers, who are basically entrepreneurs, investors, and elites from all walks of life with a net worth of over 10 million yuan. Some senior executives and partners of the bank will also attend. I happen to have 2 invitations here, so I would like to ask Mr. Lin if you are interested in participating. This should be a very good opportunity for you to expand your network and exchange information. A reception to thank high-end customers? Elites with a net worth of over 10 million? When Lin Feng heard this, his heart moved. This is indeed a great opportunity to break into Jinling City's true upper-class social circle and establish high-quality connections. Although his wealth has skyrocketed, his network resources are still relatively weak. Although Mr. Wang, whom he met before, is a big shot, his contacts are limited after all. If he can get to know more influential people through this cocktail party, it will be of great benefit to his future career development in dealing with potential troubles. Moreover, he really wanted to experience in person what this cocktail party that brought together the city's top elites was like. How was it different from what was shown in the movies? As for Xia Yubing's purpose in inviting him, Lin Feng could guess a little. On the one hand, as his account manager, it was her duty to invite him to such an event, which could show the bank's attention to him. On the other hand, she might have some personal selfish motives. For example, she wanted to learn more about the background and strength of this mysterious young rich man? Or, she simply wanted to take this opportunity to have more private contact with him and enhance their relationship? In any case, Lin Feng had no reason to refuse this invitation. "Okay, thank you Consultant Xia for the invitation. I'm very interested. Lin Feng readily agreed. What's the specific time and place? Great. Xia Yubing's voice sounded very happy. It starts at 7 o'clock on Saturday evening, and the venue is the banquet hall on the third floor of Jinling International Hotel. Can I pick you up in advance, or can we meet at the hotel entrance? Don't bother, I can go there by myself. Lin Feng said. Okay, then I look forward to seeing you, Mr. Lin. By the way, Xia Yubing added, with a hint of teasing in her tone, this kind of occasion does require some attire, Mr. Lin, please dress up nicely. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Lin Feng hung up the phone with a smile. Putting down his phone, Lin Feng began to think about the issue of clothing. Although he had bought several nice casual suits and branded clothing before, they still seemed a little insufficient for a formal cocktail party of this level. Clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. In such upper-class social occasions, a decent or even colorful outfit is not only a basic etiquette, but also a silent symbol of identity, taste, and strength. It seems that it's time for consumption rebates again. Lin Feng decided that he must get a truly top-notch dress that could hold its own. He turned on his phone and began searching for Jinling City's highest-end luxury shopping malls and stores that provided high-end custom suit services. The target was soon locked on an Italian luxury brand store located in the top business district in the city center, famous for its exquisite handmade custom suits. The next afternoon, Lin Feng drove directly there. As you walk into the store that is decorated like an art palace, a well-dressed and elegant clerk will immediately come forward to provide one-on-one service. Lin Feng directly stated his needs. He needed a top-quality, handmade custom-made suit for attending formal dinners, with top-quality fabrics, perfect tailoring, and a low-key and luxurious style. With the advice of an experienced Italian designer or gold medal tailor, Lin Feng selected the top-grade Scable 150-count worsted wool fabric, the classic Italian Naples tailoring style, with details such as silk lining and horn buttons. The whole process of measuring, fitting, and selecting details lasted nearly 2 hours. Finally, a custom-made suit that perfectly fits Lin Feng's figure and temperament and can be called a work of art was completed. Of course, the price is also quite artistic, up to 150,000 renminbi. This is just the price of the suit itself. Lin Feng also paired it with a top-grade Egyptian cotton shirt, a silk tie, a pair of Italian handmade leather shoes, as well as a full set of accessories including cufflinks and pocket squares. The total cost was close to 200,000 yuan. Lin Feng took out his bank card and paid without changing his expression. Ding! The host has spent 198,000 renminbi. Triggering the upper limit of LV3 daily consumption 30,000, and making a rebate judgment based on 30,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering 5 times rebate. Get rebate of 150,000 renminbi. Although the rebate was only calculated at 30,000 because the single purchase exceeded the daily limit, it was still a considerable income. And, most importantly, he had a set of battle clothes that could not be inferior in any top occasion. Since it is a custom-made suit, it will take a few days before the collection is finally completed. Lin Feng left his contact information and left the store satisfied. With this outfit, plus his current fortune of over 100 million and his improved temperament, he is confident that he will be one of the most dazzling presences at the upcoming high-end cocktail party. He even looked forward to what interesting people he would meet and what interesting things would happen. And could he take this opportunity to elevate his network of contacts to a new level? Saturday night's cocktail party was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 71, The Young Billionaire at the Cocktail Party. On Saturday night, the Jinling International Hotel was brightly lit and filled with luxury cars. Outside the banquet hall on the third floor of the hotel, a long red carpet was laid out, and celebrities and well-dressed people gathered. Elites from all walks of life in Jinling City were arriving one after another to attend the high-end customer appreciation reception held by the powerful local XX Bank. At 10 minutes before 7 in the evening, a black Mercedes-Benz GLC stopped at the hotel entrance. The doorman in a black suit and white gloves immediately stepped forward and respectfully opened the rear door. A pair of shiny Italian handmade leather shoes stepped out first, and then a young figure with an upright figure and outstanding temperament appeared in front of everyone. It's Lin Feng. He was wearing a top-notch, handmade custom suit that was worth a lot of money. The dark gray fabric shone with a low-key luster under the light, and the perfect tailoring set off his tall and well-proportioned figure to the fullest. He wore a simple white shirt, a royal blue silk tie, and a Patek Philippe complicated watch on his wrist, also a rebate product, worth millions, showing his extraordinary taste and financial resources in the details. After this period of wealth accumulation, strength improvement and broadening of horizons, Lin Feng's immature student spirit has long faded, replaced by a unique charm of calmness, confidence, and even a hint of mystery. His eyes are deep and bright, with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, and his every move is full of calmness. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people at the door. Too young. And he is so handsome. So elegant. Whose son is this? I don't think I've seen him before. Just as everyone was secretly guessing, Xia Yubing, who had been waiting at the door, suddenly brightened up her eyes and immediately came forward in high heels with great grace. Xia Yubing had obviously dressed up carefully tonight. She wore an elegant dark purple off-shoulder evening gown that outlined her graceful curves. Her black hair was tied into an exquisite bun. She wore sparkling diamond earrings and a necklace. She looked gorgeous and noble. She didn't look like a bank account manager at all, but more like the daughter of a wealthy family. Mr. Lin, you're here. Xia Yubing walked up to Lin Feng, a bright smile on her face and a bright light in her beautiful eyes. It was obvious that she was also amazed by Lin Feng's formal dress tonight. Consultant Xia looks so beautiful tonight. Lin Feng also praised sincerely and stretched out his arm naturally. Xia Yubing understood and gracefully placed her slender arm on Lin Feng's arm. The two of them walked into the banquet hall side by side like a golden boy and a jade girl. This scene attracted the attention of the entire audience. Xia Yubing is a gold medal consultant of the private banking department of XX Bank. She is young, beautiful, and capable. She is a well-known socialite in the circle in a positive sense, and many people know her. The identity of the young man who can let her personally greet him at the door and enter the venue with him arm in arm so intimately is definitely not simple. For a moment, speculation about Lin Feng's identity quickly spread among the crowd. Entering the magnificent banquet hall filled with cheers and toasts, Xia Yubing immediately began to introduce Lin Feng. Director Wang, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lin Fenglin, one of our bank's most distinguished young clients. She first introduced Lin Feng to a vice president of the bank. Mr. Li, this is Mr. Lin Feng, a very successful independent investor with a very unique vision. She then introduced Lin Feng to a well-known local real estate tycoon. Professor Zhang, this is Mr. Lin Feng, who is also quite knowledgeable about art collection. She took Lin Feng and moved easily between various small circles, introducing him to elites in different fields. Xia Yubing's introduction was very clever. She did not directly point out how much Lin Feng's net worth was. This was the client's privacy and also to maintain a sense of mystery, but whether it was the most distinguished young client or a very successful independent investor, it was enough to let these savvy people present understand that this young man in front of them was definitely synonymous with strong financial resources. Moreover, she specifically emphasized Lin Feng's identity as a young and independent investor, which made people wonder how could he have such wealth at such a young age, and it must be inherited from his family. What kind of business talent and opportunity did he have? For a moment, Lin Feng became the undisputed focus of the entire cocktail party. Countless eyes, some curious, some scrutinizing, some friendly, some inquiring, were focused on him. Many people took the initiative to come forward to chat with him, toast him, and exchange business cards. Faced with such a high-profile scene, Lin Feng remained unusually calm and composed. He smiled and greeted every person who came up to him. Whether they were talking about business, investment, current affairs, or even love, he could talk eloquently and handle it with ease. He is neither timid because of his youth nor arrogant because of his wealth. He speaks well, has unique insights which are often the result of systematic analysis and his own learning, and occasionally shows maturity and wisdom that is inconsistent with his age. His performance made everyone who came into contact with him secretly shocked and admired. This Mr. Lin is not simple. At a young age, he has an extraordinary demeanor and is very well spoken. The young are to be feared. The young are truly to be feared. Xia Yubing has found a treasure this time. Even Mr. Wang, the industrial tycoon who had met Lin Feng once before, nodded secretly and admired him more when he saw that Lin Feng was still free and easy in such an occasion. He took the initiative to come over and chat with Lin Feng for a few words, and once again invited Lin Feng to visit his private villa when he was free. Through this cocktail party, Lin Feng not only successfully integrated into the upper social circle of Jinling City and initially established his own network of contacts, but more importantly, he demonstrated his strength to this circle in a nearly perfect way, not only in terms of wealth, but also in terms of personal ability and demeanor. Xia Yubing looked at the radiant and capable young man beside her, her beautiful eyes filled with pride and a more complex feeling of excitement. She knew that her initial intuition was correct. This Mr. Lin was definitely a potential dragon. It was her luck to be able to meet him and even have something happen with him. However, not everyone was happy about Lin Feng's sudden emergence. In a corner of the banquet hall, several pairs of eyes filled with jealousy and disdain were coldly staring at Lin Feng, who had become the focus of the entire audience. A conflict against him seemed to be brewing quietly. Chapter 72 New Conflict, Provocation from the Second Generation Circle. The atmosphere of the cocktail party was lively, with people drinking and laughing. Lin Feng was holding a glass of champagne and happily chatting with several new entrepreneurs he had just met, discussing the future prospects of the new energy vehicle industry. At this moment, a slightly harsh voice, with a hint of frivolity and disdain, suddenly interrupted from the side. "Hey, isn't this the most popular person tonight, Mr. Lin? What's going on? Are you talking about national affairs with the CEOs?" Lin Feng frowned slightly and turned his head to look. "I saw a young man in his 20s, wearing a fancy Versace suit, with his hair combed shiny and a cigar dangling from the corner of his mouth. Smoking it indoors was very rude, holding a glass of wine, and staggering over with a few followers who were also dressed ostentatiously and in a scoundrelly manner." The young man looked slightly tipsy and had an arrogant look in his eyes. The look he gave Lin Feng was full of undisguised provocation and hostility. Lin Feng had some impression of this person. Xia Yubing seemed to have introduced him just now. He was the son of the chairman of a large real estate group in Jinling. His surname was Chen and he was known as Mr. Chen. He was notorious for being arrogant and domineering in the circle of rich second generations in Jinling and liked to stir up trouble. Moreover, Lin Feng vaguely remembered that the Chen family and the Zhao family seemed to have some business dealings and their relationship was pretty good. It seems that the person who came has bad intentions. Lin Feng understood, but his expression remained calm. He just replied calmly, "It turns out to be Mr. Chen. What can I do for you?" "It's not really about guidance." Chen Xiao walked up to Lin Feng with a fake smile, looked him up and down, and said in a sarcastic tone, "I'm just a little curious. Mr. Lin is so young, but he has become what our Miss Xia calls a successful investor. I wonder which master did he learn from? Or does his family have any special background?" His words seemed curious, but in fact they were full of temptation and doubt, implying that Lin Feng's success was not due to his own ability, but because he took unorthodox ways or relied on an unknown background. His followers also followed suit. "Yes, Mr. Lin, can you please teach us some of your experience? Let us also learn how to make a fortune at such a young age. I heard that Mr. Lin is still a college student. Which school is he from? Should we go visit him someday? TSK, Mr. Lin must have something extraordinary to make Miss Xia look at him in such a different light, right?" Several people sang in unison, surrounding Lin Feng, their words full of pressure and harassment. The guests around also noticed the commotion here, and looked sideways, revealing an expression of watching a good show. They all knew Chen Xiao, the dandy boy, and knew that he liked to bully newcomers or people he didn't like the most. It seemed that this young Mr. Lin was going to be in trouble. Seeing this, the entrepreneurs who were talking to Lin Feng tactfully found an excuse to leave temporarily, not wanting to get involved in such a conflict between the rich second generation. Xia Yubing saw Chen Xiao coming over to pick a fight, her expression changed slightly, and she immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Feng, with a professional smile on her face, but a hint of warning in her tone. "Chen Xiao, have you drunk too much? Mr. Lin is a VIP of our bank and also my good friend. It's not very polite for you to speak like this. Hey, Miss Xia, are you protecting your lover?" Chen Xiao was even more upset when he saw Xia Yubing defending Lin Feng. His eyes swept between the two of them ambiguously, and his tone became more frivolous. "What? Did I say something wrong? Isn't it because of our Miss Xia's relationship that Mr. Lin was able to get into this place today? You." Xia Yubing's pretty face turned red with anger and she was about to explode. Lin Feng gently pulled her, signaling her not to be angry. Then, he took a step forward and looked at Chen Xiao calmly. His eyes were calm and there was even a hint of pity. "Mr. Chen," Lin Feng spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. "Do you want to know who I am? Where am I from? How did I become successful?" Chen Xiao felt a little uncomfortable with Lin Feng's strange look, but he still said with his neck stiff, "So what? Do you dare to say it?" Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "There's no need to tell you. Because you don't deserve to know." "What did you say?" Chen Xiao was instantly furious. He didn't expect Lin Feng to dare to humiliate him in public like this. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not." The followers beside him immediately surrounded him, looking like they were ready to take action. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The guests around subconsciously took a few steps back, fearing that they would be implicated. Xia Yubing was even more frightened and wanted to stop it, but Lin Feng stopped her with his eyes. Just when Xin Xiao was about to get angry, Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject, his tone still calm. However, for the sake of consultancy, I can give you a chance to get to know me. He paused, glanced at the charity auction table being prepared not far away, and a meaningful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. I heard that young Master Chen has a big family and is very generous. Why don't we join in the charity auction later? Play? What to play? Chen Xiao was stunned, not understanding what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng ignored him and turned to Xia Yubing with an apologetic smile. Sorry to spoil your fun. Let's go over there and take a look at the items. After saying that, he took Xia Yubing's hand, walked through Chen Xiao and his group of stunned followers, and headed towards the auction display area, as if the conflict just now had never happened. Being completely ignored, Chen Xiao stood there in a daze, his face turning pale and blue, as if he had punched with all his strength, but hit cotton. He felt extremely frustrated. Damn! This kid is too arrogant. A follower cursed in a low voice. Chen Xiao looked at Lin Feng's back with a sinister look in his eyes, and said with gritted teeth, okay? Very good. You want to play with me, right? I'll let you know today who has the final say in Jinling. Auction, right? I'll play you to death. He decided that he must severely humiliate Lin Feng at the next auction, let him know what real financial strength is. Let him know the consequences of offending him. A war without the smoke of gunpowder is about to begin at the auction.